be getting trolled. They will be getting trolled because people will be saying, oh, you know, the word drone's out there. He's never had a drone. He's only ever had a helicopter. Now the police are backtracking and saying, good morning, incidentally, they're saying maybe there wasn't a drone. Maybe there wasn't a drone. You think, well, what were we looking at? Lights in the sky? Venus is still very visible. Still very, very visible. And so I sort of think to myself, can this couple get compensation for being... I mean, the Daily Mail put them on the front page and said, are these the morons who held up 142,000 people's flights? And the answer is, no, they weren't. But unfortunately, you've already outed them. They put their names, their address. There were people door-stopping them from the television channels. They were photographing outside their house. The police kept them for 36 hours. You only have to look at them to realise that they're just a couple of hard-working people. And so, a little bit later on this morning, I'm going to talk to a lawyer and find out whether or not there's compensation. You can't just sort of ruin somebody's life. There will be an element of people in this country who will troll them. They will write them obscenities. They will write them all sorts of things like, we know it's you. It's because they've already found, apparently, a drone. Whether it's in complete pieces, I don't know, but they're going to get fingerprints off it. That'll be interesting, which is what I said first time round. When these drones come down, when you hold a drone, they're big. The Sky drone, I told you the other day, we went to Sky because they had a fun day, and a friend of mine works there, and so we went to see Father Christmas. We didn't actually go in to see Father Christmas, that would be silly at our age. We went to see Mrs. Claus and had a quick chat with her, and then we met real reindeer and we were patting them and all the rest of it. But up in the sky, filming it, was a drone. Now when it's up very, very high, you cannot tell how big or how small it is. It's just high. When this one came down, this must have been 4 or 5 foot across, 8 independent motors on it, and it's got a full-size camera underneath it. So it would be possible for somebody to fly one of these. But if the police are saying, we don't know if it was a drone, then they find a broken drone, you begin to wonder whether or not this is children, because it certainly isn't this couple. They've literally gone through their house with a fine-tooth comb. But all their friends, even his employer, said he was in here. Everybody will vouch for him when these things were supposedly flying, if indeed they were flying. But surely there should be some sort of compensation, some sort of apology for a couple who they've splashed over the front page of every newspapers. You know, it's just not right. You can't do that. Ruin their Christmas. Ruin that. There'll be people driving to that little close just to have a look at their house and go, those are the people who might have flown the drone. And you go, oh, you're stupid. It's really awful. Not half as bad as the hundreds who died in that tsunami, which came out of nowhere with think an underwater volcano. Don't they monitor these things? I thought every volcano, because I think Etna erupted the other day a little bit. Not so, it was like more a little gurgle. It wasn't the sort of the full-blown Mount Etna. And there's been a few other active volcanoes, which I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by volcanoes, full stop. This tsunami, I don't know about tsunamis. All I can tell you is I've been onto YouTube and I saw the last one in Japan where people are on a beach and then they're looking out to sea and there's a little ripple. Just like a little, nothing particularly impressive at all, and it comes in and people are laughing and pointing and everybody's going, get off the beach, get off the beach. And this thing comes in, but it's not huge crashing waves. It's the force, it's the undercurrent which goes with it. And so there's people climbing, hotels and standing on balconies filming it and watching it. And then you see a little bit further down the coast the destruction that this tsunami is doing. And so in this particular tsunami, this is a tourist resort. This is a place where people will go on holiday. You're not expecting it. But don't they monitor? It's an underwater volcano. There must be some sort of things that they can put near it that can send a signal back saying something's going to happen. Because it only takes a little fissure to open, doesn't it? And that then triggers this wave, which starts off very tiny, and then by the time it comes in, it drags ships away. I've seen it. I mean, it is the most destructive force I've ever seen, apart from looking at volcanoes full stop. This is under the water, so it can create its own island, but it can start the tsunami. And the tsunami doesn't really care about people and cars. It just literally picks them up, tosses them to one side. The Queen's message, she's calling for respect. I think she's calling for Brexit, to be honest with you, but she has a dysfunctional family, and every day in the newspapers, because we talk about them every single morning, they can't work out, is there a rift going on between Meghan and Catherine? Will they be together over Christmas? And you think to yourself, Christmas must be like being with the Glums. You go round, you can only turn up at a certain time. You are phoned by an equerry. If you remember, they'll phone up, they'll go, Prince Harry, the time you are expected is 10:32. So you are dispatched in order of your of your hierarchy within the royal family. And the Queen is always the last to arrive, together with Prince Philip. So they go there and they will have silly presents, like soap on a rope. Something like that, whoopee cushions. You can just imagine Prince Philip sitting on a whoopee cushion, and they're just going, just like Philip, just like Philip. And everybody has a great time. Then they have breakfast and then they all disappear off to church, because that's what they do in the royal family. And they always look quite nice when they're going to church. It's a job to pick out which is the best outfit. And then we have to work out, is Meghan talking to anybody? The papers yesterday, come close. The papers yesterday were saying that she's told Prince Harry that he can go shooting, which is lovely, because I'm sure that was always in his mind. And he was so Harry's allowed to go and kill things, which is what he's been doing it for 20 years. Why he's going to change because he's married to an actress, I've got no idea. She's apparently trying to change the royal family. They're not for changing. They don't do changing. The royal family do it. It's laid down in law. It's like if you're lucky enough to go to dinner, one of their big banquets, and you sit, if you went and sat where the Queen sits, underneath the table, just to the right, there are 3 buttons. And she pushes the first button to start the dinner, in which case all the doors open. The food is served. Once she's eaten a couple of mouthfuls, because she doesn't eat a lot, she doesn't need to, she pushes the button again. You could be halfway through your soup. It vanishes. They come, clear the plates and all that, because dinner is timed to perfection. It's like every single thing. I used to work at New Scotland Yard years and years ago, and there used to be a man up there, and he used to organise the royal routes. So in other words, if the Queen was going from here to Windsor Castle, they can tell you to the second how long that will take. She doesn't stop at traffic lights. They have police outriders, and they have different movements. The Queen Mother used to be a purple movement, so they didn't refer to it as the Queen Mum's on the move. Obviously not now, because of the fact that she died. But they would sort of send somebody through. So every single venue in London, they can tell you how long it takes. Whereas me, when I came back yesterday from the Magic Circle, because I had a show at the Magic Circle, and lovely to see you all as well, thank you very much indeed, the traffic I hit was just head on. And I suddenly realised, even though it was Sunday, I was thinking to myself, oh, these are all the people who've been out late night shopping, and they're all coming back. And it was just sitting in endless queues. They were queuing to go to the Kew Retail Village near me. For about a mile away from it. This is not pleasant. And that's why I say it's now 12 minutes past 7. I'll give you occasional time checks on the programme, mainly because on the breakfast show, Nick gives you time checks all the time because it's very important. Although today I'm imagining that most of you are probably not working, so this is the time you get out there. You've got the shopping list, the wife's given you the list, or the boyfriend, or the girlfriend, or whoever it happens to be. They've given you the list, you've got to go out and get it. And so people will be rushing out of supermarkets with trolleys piled so high, you can't believe that people can eat that amount of food. And people the other day were sort of, I've got to get sprouts, I've got to get parsnips, I've got to get, oh gosh, Satsuma, oh, nuts, forgot about nuts. And the one thing, and then you get all the way home and you go, turkey. So you've got to go all the way back into town again, go and buy the turkey, and then you've got to make sure that if it's a rock solid turkey, bang in nails with it, you've got to defrost it for 24 hours. It's no good partially defrosting. It's got to be completely otherwise you'll make yourself very, very ill. Another thing I have to warn you about, because it came up again in the papers this morning, and we all do it. We overfeed our pets at Christmas. I do it with sort of producers. I overfeed producers at this time of year. Why? Because a well-rounded producer is a happy producer. Little thin people, who cares about them? We want the fatty people, don't we? And luckily we got one this morning. So anyway, so that's good. No, not you. No, out there in the control room. Heavens above, not you. How convenient. Yes, I don't do names. I'm not that sort of person. I like to keep people guessing. And so I always think if you sort of feed people up, but the one person you shouldn't feed up? Pets. A dog nearly died the other day because it ate a mince pie. And you would think that would be all right, because dogs are like human dustbins. They'll eat, and like cats, they'll sort of just lick round it. So it's okay, you can put it back on your plate. But if it's a dog, they will eat anything. And this woman had forgotten, until she saw that the mince pie had vanished, that the sultanas are poisonous to dogs. You can have they had to take one poor dog to the vet the other day and inject it to make it sick so that it could cough. They could do irreparable damage. So much as though you might think you're being terribly clever and you sit there and you fed the dog a bit of a mince pie and then it sits there going, that means it's not good, okay? I'm not a vet, but even I can spot the warning signs, so please do not feed sultanas or anything like that to dogs or cats. You know, I don't think it's right, actually. Christmas Eve, Monday the 24th of December. Now, lots of you will be celebrating this evening, because in Europe they celebrate on the 24th. Makes perfect sense to me. Perfect sense. So you have a nice dinner this evening with goose or whatever it happens to be, and you get the presents, and then tomorrow you sleep. Because there are lots of pieces in the paper today. They've been running the same pieces year in, year out, and it's a case of how to keep your sanity this Christmas. And it's quite simple. You don't need to write any special articles. You just say, go to the doctor, get some sleeping tablets. Take a sleeping tablet, sleep all the way through it. That way you're not going to get stressed, because you will get stressed, because what you should have done is the advice I gave you a couple of days ago, in fact a week ago, which is prep the veg in advance. Make sure you've done the Brussels sprouts, you know, because people still buy fresh Brussels sprouts. I know it sounds bizarre in this day and age of washed vegetables and washed fruit. And so you have to do that, prep them, and then keep them in icy water. I mean, you could probably put them in bags and stick them in the fridge or stick them in the freezer. And you know as well, because we had the gravy. Jamie Oliver makes Christmas gravy. And what he does, he makes it, then he freezes it in bags, and then that's something else. My mother used to do it. Fresh, obviously, because she'd do it after she'd done the potatoes and and the turkey had been taken out and was resting. But she used to put them in the ice cube trays, the gravy, and then freeze it. And then when she needed the gravy, she'd pop out the ice cubes, which were all gravy. And it was simple. Please remember to take the giblets out of the turkey. If you buy a frozen turkey, the giblets will be in there. You have to take them out. They're in a little bag. I don't know why you can't cook the turkey with them. There's something about you could poison yourself. I just remember years ago, because we had about 2 or 3 Christmases with the giblets still in there. Steve, have you exchanged presents with the producer? I did it to my producer during the week. I don't because I don't have any sort of other. I've dealt with all my producers. You know, the ones that I work with. Please, sorry. My favourite producer. I don't have a favourite producer. I can't. That would be unfair to say a favourite producer. I have people that I work with. Oh, Lord, look at this. Honestly, look, he's back in again. Look at this. Unbelievable. Somebody said to me the other day. They said, "Were you sitting upstairs? Oh, you live upstairs?" And they said, "Is Dave on again?" And I went, "Yes." He went, "Does he ever sleep?" And I said, "I don't think so. No, I don't think so. You don't really." No, it doesn't show, no. Do you survive on little sleep, though? Can you do, like, 4 hours? See, I can do 4 hours as well. Obviously, poor Australian boys. He told you, the saga. Oh, there's a story. There's a story. Don't worry, it'll be turned into a book and a feature film. I'm not doing it on air. No, I'm not, unless you don't, tell me all the bits and pieces. Otherwise, I'll do it on air. There's Fatal saying to me, Steve, if anybody ever saes to me, if I tell you something in confidence, please don't. No, I wouldn't. No, seriously. Honestly, I wouldn't. Trust me. You have to. No, so it's because you seem to be working all these hours and everything else. But it's good though, isn't it? Have you had any presents yet? Have people bought you? This is the team I'm talking to. In case you think I've completely lost my sense of reality. I think a duvet's a great. What were you doing before that? Was it sheets and blanket? Oh, you've already got a duvet. Oh, right. Oh, that's all right. No, you must have 2. You must have a winter duvet and a summer duvet, because one's so many togs and the other's so many togs. And I've got one. I've got Siberian Goose, which is what Nick Ferrari bought, and I got it from John Lewis years ago. And it seems to sort of double up for not only winter but summer as well, because it's very light. For years ago, it was sheets. Everybody had sheets, in my case rubber, and he said, well, because we were fairly incontinent as a child. I was one of those sort of children, and I couldn't work this out. When I got sent away to school, well, I say sent away, I went to school, came back, and the family had moved, and so I was there, and at school they went, because we were little boys, we were only 9 years old, they said, and we've got to put the rubber sheet on. I went, what on earth is that for? I had no idea, so it went under the sheet, and it was a rubber sheet, and it was in case little boys were incontinent. But the funny thing is, you always knew when you were going to wet the bed. How? Because you dream it. You used to dream going to the toilet, and it was only when your legs started feeling a bit damp that you realised that, unfortunately, you'd gone past the point of no return. And so then you'd get out of bed, everybody else would be asleep, you'd have to move the sheets over, and you're still lying on about sort of 6 inches of bedding. Dreadful. But a duvet's that's a good present. My mother bought me a coffee table one year. I've still got, it's like a nesting set of tables. Quite nice, if you like that sort of. And she bought me curtains. She had curtains made for my place. which I thought was quite years ago. I've still got them. I've still got the curtains. But the duvet's quite nice. What did you buy her? Have you bought her a phone? Oh, right. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You paid for the contract, or... Yeah, oh, that's a nice present. Phones are always... My mother couldn't master a telephone. Mind you, she hadn't grasped the hob, so there was no point of sort of working it out on her. That's a useful present. That's very useful. We've got sweeties to eat this morning and things like that. Ferrero Rocher. I thought we'd push the boat out for Christmas Eve. You know, because, I mean, I've got satsumas as well, and sandwiches. And then I've got... I have to show you this. Excuse me, just talk among yourselves. Give me one of those sort of programmes, mate. This is a nice Ferrero Rocher, which has got very, very posh ones. It's got white, dark chocolate, normal chocolate, and then some other layers, so you can have that. Very useful, isn't it? We're all going to be as big as houses at the end of Christmas. You get food. You get food. Really? That is fantastic. I love that idea. Yes. No, tea. Tea. I just have tea with milk, leave the bag in. Do not squeeze the bag. Sorry? 2 bags? No, 1. No, just 1. 1 tea bag, but leave it in there. No sugar. Diabetic. It's cool, isn't it, really? I mean, it's going to be a quite easy day today, because I know that you're all faffing around at home, going... Should we go shopping or should we leave it? Well, you can't leave it. Today is the final day. So everywhere you go is going to be queues. Don't take the kids, don't take the old man, or if you're the old man, don't take the lady, because you don't need any more people out there on the streets, I promise you. It's going to be bad enough. You're going to be going into department stores today. There's going to be clothes strewn all over the floor. Parents are going to be going, oh, it's awful. We had Teddy at the Magic Circle. It's not Teddy, that's Neil's Teddy, who had never been. He's only 5, bless his heart, and he wants a white gorilla for Christmas. They can't find a white gorilla for love nor money. I suggested Harrods. Harrods is the place to go to get lots of stuffed toys, and they will probably have, you know, a white gorilla. But that's what he also wants. A Nintendo. He's 5, and I met a really, really lovely little boy the other day. It was like a scene out of a movie. At the Magic Circle, we had about 200 people down there yesterday for some close-up magic, a flea circus, and then stage magic, and it was really lovely. A really, really nice bunch of people, and everybody we spoke to said they had a nice time. At the very end, this lady comes up to me, and she got a little boy with her, and I think he was I can't remember if he was about 8, but anyway, they've adopted him. They finally put the adoption through, so he's been adopted, and it was so exciting because he was such a cute little boy, and I said, you're going to be in for a really, really nice Christmas this year, aren't you? Because you've been adopted. So he understands what adopted is, and I thought, that's such a nice Christmas story. It's almost like a film I was watching the other day called Mrs. Miracle, where wherever she went, nice things happened. And that was a nice thing. They were nice people at the Magic Circle. You know, all the cast worked extremely hard. They've got to do a lot of shows. I've got another one this coming Sunday to do. And I'll let you know if there's any returns. But I don't think there are. I think there are for a show coming up. Go to the Magic Circle website and they'll tell you on there whether there are any tickets for the show. Because it's such a good one. Suitable for all ages. And you'll laugh. And you'll have a nice time. I promise you. So we're going to do it again next year. But it was the adoption. I thought it was so cute. And he was such a nice little lad. So, John Travolta is planning a follow-up to Grease. Are they getting a bit old for that? I mean, I don't mind. I quite fancy the idea. Also, we've got a lovely picture. If you're a doggy lover, you will absolutely love this. It's a litter of 5 puppies who are more endangered than pandas. And they're dogs that we've talked about on the programme before, so I'll tell you about those a little bit later on. Also, the wind farms, which have forced robins to change their tune. Robins are quite solitary. I used to have an RSPB app on my phone, and it used to have all the different bird songs. So if it was a starling, you'd push it, you'd go like that, and that was all very nice. And a robin, there used to be a robin that used to go up to Squire's Garden Centre. And I remember playing this thing, and you could see it putting its head on one side. It was a case of, that sounds like another robin, but I don't see anybody. My friend Danny, I'm up against a lot of friends in the business today, working on radio. My friend Danny is up there. My friend just around the corner who went and had breakfast with, Toby, is nice. And Mr. Shah, the chemist, he says, enjoying the show, have a lovely Christmas. So good of you to put a smile on people's faces. Mr. Shah is my chemist. He's the one who looks after my tablets and my medication. He's going away for a few days, for a bit of sunshine. I think you need a bit of sunshine at this time of year. I know we don't have very much of it, and it's a bit grey and the dark satanic mills. But I think, seriously, you know, to get a bit of sunshine, it kind of refreshes you. And Mr. Shah could do with a little bit of refreshing. So I hope he has a lovely, lovely Christmas. Steve, what would your advice be if you've been ghosted? You see, I didn't even know what this meant the other day, and it turns out it's what Meghan Markle is doing to her father. She's ghosting him. So in other words, he's trying to contact her. This is how I think it is. He's trying to contact her, and she's not responding. Now, whether or not she's been told not to respond, or she doesn't want to talk to him, I've got no idea. But we'll have to wait and see, because I think the Meghan... Thank you. Lovely. Is the tea bag in there? Still there? Always leave the tea bag in. Always. Is that an odd thing to do? Oh, right. Sorry about that. It's only because if I leave it in there, it gets a bit stronger as it goes down. And I don't know what make our tea bags are, but I think it's quite nice. David looks so sure. I got a sandwich as well this morning. Got a sandwich and satsumas, sweeties, mince pies. You're going to walk out of here, bring it on. Going to get. Baileys. Oh no, I went off Baileys. I became ill on Baileys. I used to drink quite a lot of Baileys with brandy in it over the festive season, and Easter and Hanukkah and just Eid, just about anything you could think of. And then all of a sudden I overdosed on it one night, and I suddenly realised I didn't like Baileys anymore. Programme this one. I might open up the phone lines a little bit later on. It's Christmas. I mean, this is going to be your mad day. And you're going to be rushing around all over the place, trying to remember to do things. Somebody always said to me, do a list. They were quite right when they said, do a list, and then tick off things, you know, as you go, and then you'll remember, because you're bound to forget something. You'll get there and you go, oh, stuffing, we've forgotten the stuffing. My mother used to keep a packet of Paxo in all year, because that was so much easier. And, there's other things that you will forget. So, I mean, you should have got all the vegetables by now. You should have prepped a lot of things, because that saves time. Because tomorrow, if you are lucky enough to have a turkey or something like that, you've got to try and plan it so that it all comes out at the same time. There's no good having, you know, your turkey is cooked and all ready to be served, and you haven't even put the sprouts on, or the roast potatoes haven't done it. We always buy the roast potatoes, because it's so much easier, because, it, you know, people faff it. My mother used to do the best roast potatoes, but everybody's mother said exactly the same. Also, a lot of people talking about the retail staff. As an ex-retail staffer, I know it can be quite hectic. Yeah, but people who work in retail like it being hectic. They really, there's nothing worse than, you ask anybody, when they're busy, they go, oh, I'm really exhausted, and it's really busy. But then they'd rather do that than be standing around going, oh, it's very quiet. And some of the high street stores have been very quiet. Evan is in Galashiels on the Scottish border. Luckily, I know where Galashiels is. He says, best wishes for 2019. Doesn't seem possible, does it? 2019. That is just ridiculous. Oh, I've got the... Oh, wait a minute. How do I do these things here? I'm not writing a message. I'm trying to delete... Oh dear, I always do this every time. Am I on a different screen from everybody else? I'm a new listener to the show in LBC and love listening to you in the morning on my way to work. There we go. My name's Mason, by the way. How do I delete those? What's that? What have you done? Oh, right. Oh, you do it with your finger?
I'm putting them in there.
Oh, right.
You've got loads.
You recognise the accent? Chinese. What did you touch again? Show me what you touched. You touched on air. Right, okay. So, look, I mean, after 40 years in the business, I'm still struggling with how to... Because we didn't have things, fingerprint control. It was all... He's walked out now, that's another one in a huff today. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, and it says... he said, I wanted to send a Merry Christmas shout-out for Wayne the Trolley Dolly from Billy. And I get sort of a Merry Christmas as well. And... please don't send in anything for tomorrow, because I'm here tomorrow, so send it in tomorrow, because we lose stuff. It's very easy. Juliet in Sunbury Village says, thank you for a fantastic afternoon in the home of magic yesterday. My first visit for a birthday treat with Nikki and John. Amazed and delighted. Lots of laughs, plus your jackets were gorgeous. Everybody had a really nice time. Stephen Eastbourne, first visit, he said, to the Magic Circle, not the last. And Beck says, I'm somebody that normally tunes in at 5:30 every day before heading to work, listening in at 7, still tucked up in bed. Delightful start to Christmas Eve. So thank you for the hard work. Oh, believe you me, it's not hard work. Has been a year and a half, though, hasn't it? For many people, there's been a lot of sadness. There's been happy times, But we've lost quite a number of people, which I think is a little bit... I think it's a bit sad, actually. But it doesn't matter. Right, that's I don't know what I'm doing now. I think I'm probably doing the wrong thing. No, am I doing that? I don't know what I've done now. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't... I'm touching it, and then I don't know... I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure the programme goes by quite fairly well. I know, I mean, see, the trouble is Andrew Castle can do this, but I can't do it. And I don't want to let Nick Ferrari down. You know, if you sort of... It's different. He doesn't cover my show, but I cover his show. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Look, I've done this bit. Look, what am I touching? What am I touching?
Well, I can do it if you want.
Ah, right. Ah, sorry. I was in the wrong end of the screen. I was on the... Yeah, I've done it. I've done it. I was looking at the wrong side of the screen. But I get there eventually. I'm all right. I can do things like that. Thank you. I'm so sorry to be stupid. It's not my fault. David Beckham's Prophet took a kicking. Do you think next year, if we can have a New Year resolution, do you think it could be that we don't hear anything about the Beckhams for a year? Do you think they might actually disappear somewhere, like the Cotswolds, and stay there? Anything like that. I mean, it just drives me mad, actually. There is never a day go... It's like that and Rita Ora. Who cares? Who cares? She doesn't actually seem to contribute anything at all. I played the organ, says Michael, at our candlelit carols last night. My friend Richard, organist for many years here in Billingshurst in his 80s, sadly died yesterday at 3 a.m. Couple of lines from Jolly Old St Nicholas. You don't get that till tomorrow morning. Jolly Old St Nicholas only appears tomorrow morning. It's like the reindeer. They only fly on Christmas Eve. Richard in Chelsea says, if Santa doesn't file a flight plan with air traffic control, he'll be shot down and arrested. It's happened. I saw it in a film. I saw Elf the other day. It's supposed to be everybody's favourite film. I thought it was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen in my entire life, honestly. It's obviously a younger person. I didn't like the Grinch either. I hated the Grinch. I thought the opening credits were the best bit, and the end credits. But the rest of it, Love Actually, I liked. I liked it. Only because I thought it was sort of like I like a romantic comedy. I like a romantic comedy. As you can well imagine, I mean, I'm holding hands and skipping sort of person. You know, that's what I am. The Grinch I didn't understand what it was. I had no idea. And then when they said Elf, and there's, I mean, I thought the sleigh flying was good, but, when the sleigh flies and he's got the elf at the back who's trying to start the booster motors. Oh, rubbish, honestly. I mean, it's just not like that. I'm sorry. Father Christmas doesn't work like that at all. Not one present on that sleigh. And then it finished. And I thought, oh, thank God for that. And then on comes another Christmas film. We were wall-to-wall Christmas films yesterday. It's the only time of year I've ever known so many Christmas films come out. And all my favourites have come out. Dudley Moore was in one as well. Which one was he in? He was in a Christmas film. I think where he played another elf. And again, because Dudley Moore was only tiny, he kind of fitted into the elf thing. And they've obviously employed every dwarf in the entire world to feature in this film, because all the dwarves make toys, and then they all go and wave Father Christmas off, and then he was sort of saying, come on, Rudolph, come on, power it up, and it was rubbish. And so I decided not to go for that one at all. No, I'm still It's a Wonderful Life, which once you've got into it, because it took me a few years to actually get into the film. If you watch it first time around, you won't get it, as indeed the audiences didn't when it first came out. Now I understand it. Now I love it. And I can watch it, and every time I cry at the end. Every time I cry at the end. Not many people admit to crying, apart from Ian Dale. He admitted to crying the other day over Paddy Ashdown. And I thought, I know how that feels, actually, because I've been there myself. Where something overwhelms you. You can't do anything about it. And at Christmas time, I know that we all remember people that we've lost throughout the year, and he will be remembered always because he died near to Christmas. He was diagnosed with very short illness. 77, in this day and age, I always say that's nothing. That's nothing at all. It really isn't. But we do remember people, and having friends and family around is very important. So that's why every year I get 2 Christmas dinners. Small wonder I'm piling on the pounds. I think I might have to buy sort of a DVD of Davina McCall's to kind of get me fit for the new year. But I'm not a fit I can't do exercise. I've tried it. Some people are just prone to being a particular size, and some people aren't. Aussie boy, he's obviously, because he's that sort of frame. You're going to look ridiculous if you lost weight, aren't you? It's just not. You're going to look like a pencil with a billiard ball on the top of it. It doesn't look right, isn't it? It's not a good look. It's not a good look. So you're exactly right as you are at the moment. The fat has sort of pushed out things and sort of made your face more rounded. So you're more sort of, more balloon-like, sort of, But it's good. No, not anymore. You see, the trouble is, because he's from Australia, and they all go surfing over there. No, they don't. They don't all have swimming pools in their back garden. They're just the same as... No, they don't. I've seen the aerial shots of Erinsborough, and believe you me, not everybody has got swimming pools. I've been to Pauper's Spit. There aren't all swimming pools there. It's a bit of mythology. And the reason they all lie and go, you've all got swimming pools, is because they know you're not going to spend 29 hours on a plane to find out whether they're telling the truth. And that's why nobody goes there. People go. That's why they send all those I'm a celebrity people to Australia. The further away they are, the happier we all are. Stay out there, get bitten by a tarantula. We don't care. If you're that desperate for the money, you'll eat witchetty grubs and all sorts of other peculiarities, then you're odd. It's not normal. It's for people who literally, the brain cell is out on loan to somebody else. Merry Christmas to Aussie Boy, producers and all listeners from Shane, who's in Sydney. I always imagine that Shane's going to kind of talk like that, but I don't know why, because that's dreadful to say, isn't it? It's like whenever I talk about Australians, I always talk like that, mate, because we used to have an Australian management some years ago, and they used to say, I had to get used to, as opposed to saying this afternoon, they say, the Savo. And I used to think, Savo. I was like, speak properly. It's so annoying trying to get used to things, honestly. I wouldn't mind, but most of them are criminals. We sent them all over there years and years ago. They are descendants of people who went in on chains. And that's how it works. And then we all watch, I'm watching at the moment a thing, I think it's called Bondi Beach Rescue. And that's fantastic, where they go, there's a shark, and I'm saying, get in the water, everybody in the water, go on, and seal off our whole planet in this way. And so the shark's going around going, there's not much meat on these people, are there? And all the girls are in the tiniest bikinis. And I was, yeah, boy, woo, look, Aussie Boys lighted up. That's the first time we've had a bit of reaction on this programme this morning. First time. Yeah, the content. It's the content. We are, incidentally, going to be talking to a lawyer a bit later on about the drone. I want to know what the implications are of the drone, and we will go to our correspondent, and we'll be talking about that tsunami where so many people have died. When it first started, I think it was about 40, which was bad enough. It's now risen to an excess of 100 people. Plus, Dominic West has suggested the next James Bond should be transgender. What for? I've got no idea how that works. How is that going to work? That just doesn't do it for me. And then Katie Price. Supposedly no money, no income as such. She's just spent £4,000 on kids' presents. I mean, I can't help feeling what a disgusting waste of money that is. But, at the end of the day, not my family. If she chooses to spend that, when they take the house away and everything else and all the animals go, then perhaps she'll finally realise, because at the moment she's wasting everybody's time. I'm not bothered about that. I'm going to go and spend £4,000. I bet many of you would love to have £4,000 to spend on Christmas presents. Apparently she ladened up with scooters and all the rest. Well, I mean, shouldn't children just have one present? As I say, not my family. So, it shouldn't really bother me, but it's when somebody releases it, almost as if it's, a press release. A little bit worrying, actually. Mohammed says, nice to hear Steve Allen in the morning. I'm on in the morning. I finish at 7 o'clock every morning. It's just this morning I've started at 7 o'clock, but I'm always on in the morning. Steve, I heard on one of your sister stations this morning that the Queen's guests have to weigh themselves before and after their Christmas dinner. They don't. They really don't. I mean, the Queen hardly touches it. She has a light breakfast and a light lunch. Nothing too rich, and it seems to work. Colin, nice to hear you at this time of the day. Thank you very much indeed. And also, somebody, I still don't know what the answer is if you've been ghosted. And one here says, not everybody is at home. I'm working all day in the hospital removing stuff. Literally, there are absolutely wonderful people who work in the hospitals, people who work in retail. The pubs will be open, and lots of people. Firemen are on standby, the police will be working, the ambulances will be working, everything will be working, and then there'll be those people who are a little bit unlucky and have to work overnight. I'm a new listener to your show, and I love listening to you in the morning on my way to work, because I travelled to work this morning by car before leaving. I was disappointed I'd missed your show, as it's finished at 7. However, says Jason, I was quite pleasantly surprised to hear you on the radio. So now I can listen to you on my journey into work. I like the way you tell it as it is. Well, you have to. You can't sort of pretend it's not like that, can you, really? You've got to be sort of honest, and at this time of year. I think so. I'm feeling quite benevolent about everything. I keep forgetting, actually, of course, we have news every 15 minutes. The internet is just full of conspiracy theories. So I say, I've got a Siberian goose duvet, and somebody goes, no such thing. No such thing. Well, there are Siberian geese, and I'm assuming that they've given up their feathers to make a duvet. And I don't care what it says on the internet, because John Lewis sell it. I mean, that would be technically the wrong description then. If it isn't Siberian, it's not a goose. Why is it called Siberian? Unless Siberian goose is a trade name, like the farm that they've got for Marks and Spencer's. And you believe it's just made up. There is no such place as the one that they've got on there. Because we've discovered that there's all sorts of names that are copyrighted over the year. Siberian goose might be, because they say here, no such thing as Siberian goose down. In other words, Siberia is not and has never been a commercial point of origin for goose down. Well, how do we know? How do we know? John Lewis is selling it. And as far as I'm concerned, if they're selling it, that's good. There you are. Luxurious soft goose down and Canadian geese and Siberian. And that's the Telegraph doing their report in 2018 for a nice sleep. I mean, to be honest with you, you're never going to open the thing anyway, are you? Who cares? But it's definitely not chicken. It's definitely a little bit more. So I'm sorry, I'm going to call it Siberian goose, because I think that sounds quite nice, actually. Steve, M&S Christmas Angel has done it again. Stress-free Crimbo dinner, all sorted, says Chrissy. That's what you have to do, isn't it? Just buy everything. And then it's already prepared, shove it in the oven, reheat it. Who wants to start cooking things? Peter C. says, thank you for your observations of life. Chris in Lochfine in St Albans says, I'm working today and tomorrow. Spare a thought for me and my colleagues working in hospitality. Think of the money you're going to make. People are much more generous over the festive season. When they go out, we think nothing of tipping, 10 quid, 20 quid, whatever it happens to be. Because that's why people work Christmas. Because you're doing it to get... You're doing it to get the extra... I keep turning it off, and it's got a mind of its own, my phone. Will Guyatt says, as long as it's warm, who cares? Perhaps we should talk to Will Guyatt later on, actually. Perhaps we should talk to him. Yeah, just before he falls asleep again. He generally lasts about an hour, and then he nods off again, because he's got baby. I always think, why are you blaming us? It's not our fault. I had nothing to do with it. And so they have sort of baby, and then, of course, they're up. There was a couple on the television. It was a really cute programme, actually. I'm not really into sort of baby kind of things, because, you feed them one end, and then, And it was a couple who had quads. And it took 4 people to work the shift to try and get them fed. They were literally up. They go to bed, hour later, they're up. You've got to change nappies, they've got to be fed. Her washing machine is on 5 times a day, just to get through the amount of clothes. And I always think, don't give them clothes. Just turn the heating up. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Because they all want to crawl around in their pants anyway. It's what babies do. When they get to the crawling stage, they crawl around in their pants. I do it now. But he says, as long as it's warm, who cares? You're right. I fell asleep on the settee last night. God, it was lovely. It was so... I woke up, I had cramp in one leg. But it was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. Chris Lowry, greetings from sunny Spain. They're having Christmas dinner this evening, because that is what the Spanish do. I think you'll find across Europe, lots of people will celebrate this evening. So if you're celebrating, then I hope you have a lovely, lovely time. I'm sure you will, actually. It's always good. It's always good. But he said, because that's what the Spanish do, that's what we do. Why spoil it? Why spoil it? Steve, love the early morning shows. Remember, a turkey is not just for Christmas. I know, with a bit of luck, you make it last till Boxing Day, can't you? Because they always do that. I used to love Boxing Day, because then we'd have cold turkey with Branston pickle and, what's that? It's like potato rosti. Bubble and squeak. Have you had bubble and squeak in Australia? You don't... It's mashed potato with a bit of cabbage in it. That's all it is. You don't like cabbage? You don't really do greens, do you? I've noticed that. And we had a lot of trouble with him before. It doesn't do pork pies. Pork pies kind of... Have you come around to pork pies? Oh, good. Because you were a bit dubious to start with, weren't you? You weren't sure. Yeah. Oh, you heat them up. They're not really supposed to be. No, you want... I know. He couldn't believe that you ate it cold. What you want to do is get some pickle on the side of the plate and dip it in it as well. That's particularly nice. A lot of people do that on Boxing Day in this country. But, of course, you are in this country and you'll have to... Will you be having a turkey this year? Or, Tesco meal deal? That's good. Oh, you're working. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, really? But there you go, you know, what the heck. Who cares? I always say to people, they say, we're not having a turkey this year, and I go, very wise. Also, a bit pointless, just you sitting there trying to devour a £6 turkey. That would be ridiculous. You'd give it a shot, would you? I've eaten a whole duck before now. I know. Seriously, at the end of it, I felt as I was going to explode. I didn't have it with all the pancakes. I started doing the pancakes and the hoisin sauce and the cucumber, and then I thought, cut out the middleman, just eat the bird. And it was delicious. But at the end of it, I was so stuffed I could barely move. Barely move. But that's what you'll be doing over Christmas. You'll be putting on a lot of weight. It's not brilliant. It's not brilliant. And Mum will be very stressed out in the kitchen, or Dad, or everybody else. I think go out and get somebody else to cook it for you. Unless it's already prepared, all you've got to do is reheat, which I think... I've just realised Loch Fyne in St Albans is, of course, the fish place. We have one of those in Twickenham. We have everything in Twickenham. It's all terribly... John in Shoreditch says, are you taking requests for Christmas carols? Genuine question. No. Did the Christmas cards arrive, says Phil? No. Don't ask me where they've gone. That's my big bugbear at the moment, trying to find out where all my Christmas cards have gone to. I think somewhere there is a room in this building, and you open the door, and 300 million Christmas cards are going to descend on you from on high. Crispin says, I get up for work listening to your show, and when I'm off, I record it. Hope you have a great Christmas and a great New Year, and I'm just wrapping my Christmas presents. Wow. Like, seriously, you've got to do it, because what you want to do is make sure is... by the time you get to lunchtime, you've finished everything, so you can put your feet up, have a small sherry, and a mince pie, or a little sausage. I like a little sausage, actually. I buy those little... What? Seriously, I can't manage. I mean, what's that? 5 inches? 6 inches? 4? Anyway, and so, here we go again. And I can only eat the little one, so I pop them in a frying pan. It's good. Will Guyett says... no signing off social media for me this festive season. I'm on LBC's London News at 8 o'clock. OK. Yeah, he could talk to us just afterwards, couldn't he? Yeah. How long does he do? I don't know how long he does. Oh, right. Oh, no, how long does he do on the other one? How long is he doing with our Jim? Will he do 10 minutes or something? Oh, 5 minutes. OK, well, see if we can book him in, you know. I'm not fussed either way, seriously. It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm going to start... Can we drop him? I can't tell him now, can I? He'll be listening. He'll be in tears. He'll be very upset. He's not listening. No, he will be listening. That's the trouble. And little Julie says, we've just heard the voice of the producer. Can we hear some more? No, you can't. This is not a dating programme. Make it sound like sort of Tinder or something like that. You know, hear the sound of somebody you like, we'll send them round. He's not like that. Honestly, seriously. Have you got a tree this year? I forgot to ask if you had a tree, Mike. No tree. Oh. It's real bar humbug in his place, I tell you. There's frost on the inside of the windows. Not because they haven't got any heating, it's because that's just the way it is. You've had a tree previous years. Why have you not got a tree this year? Oh, it's not too much mess. You could have a little fake one, couldn't you? You could have a little, little tiny tree just to sort of you just don't do Christmas, do you? You don't do Christmas. I don't know why. What is it about you in Christmas? Did you have a bad experience as a child? Did the tree fall on you? Or did you electrocute yourself with the lights? That I'd like to see. No, I mean that in a caring way. I mean, obviously not, in any way, shape or form, because I thought it'd be like something out of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. The day Mike got electrocuted, How we laughed. The cat sat there laughing. We all sat there laughing. No, if you're working, there's no point in doing Christmas, is there? But it doesn't matter. I'm sure people will buy you nice presents, won't they? Do you have a girlfriend this Christmas, or have you taken my advice and decided to ditch them for Christmas because it's too much money? You're very lonely. Oh, you're very lonely. Well, still, you were lonely last year. Because there was that was that Mud song, wasn't it? Especially for you. It'll be lonely this Christmas without you. But it doesn't matter, actually, because you're lucky that you've got... No, you haven't, actually. I've just realised you haven't. I was just going to say you've got loads of friends in the business, but of course you haven't. So there's no point, really. What a miserable existence. Thank God you've got me on the programme till 10 o'clock this morning. Honestly, thank goodness that little... Because when he came in, he said, after half an hour I'll be all cheered up. And look at him now. You can't wipe the smile off his face. Never had smile. Oh, news. I recognise the sound of the orchestra striking up in the corner of the studio. Still to come, taller patients live longer The Queen calling for respect in a Christmas message. Do we still watch the Queen's? We do. I wonder if everybody else does. Also, 'tis the season to turn off the telly. I know it's easy just to turn it on, but if you turn it off, you'll discover a whole new world with the wonderful thing called a wireless. Miriam Margolyes plays a nun in a midwife special. Miriam Margolyes is known for using profanity. There's no tomorrow. Also, walking in a winter wonderland, and Costa's Flat White has more caffeine than 3 Red Bulls. Can you believe, to work out why I'm so happy this morning? Because I'm not in the crowds shopping. All the people standing with a trolley, you know, going, oh, God, where's your we've left Nana at home. Have to go home, pick up Nana, take her out, and all the rest. Oh, it's dreadful, isn't it? But it's a good day, just provided you're organised. If you're not organised, if you're like me, you're terribly disorganised. That's why I have to rely on other people. I'm terrible. Not just Christmas time. People have to tell me things 3 times. Yesterday at the Magic Circle, I compare the stage show. And every year it's different. Every year there's different acts. And we had, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 acts, I think, on the stage. And so, of course, I've got to talk in between whilst they're setting the stage. And sometimes you get to talk for a little while, and sometimes you don't get to talk very much at all. But either way, they sort of run through it. And I suddenly realised I'm actually quite good at remembering certain things. Because we had the current Young Magician of the Year, who was down there, Dean. And the very first Young Magician of the Year was a guy called Johnny Hart, who did an act with Budgies, and he died just a short while ago. So it was nice to celebrate Johnny Hart's life, and then to see the latest Young Magician of the Year, who's very, very good, very, very good indeed. In fact, actually, the whole show is. They've all said they think it's one of the best shows, so that's good. So if you're coming down to see us next Sunday, we'll look forward to it as well. Steve, could you let your producer loose over the microphone and be nice to him for the... Absolutely not. No, that's no. I'm sorry. You know, people say that. They say, oh, why are you so cruel to your producer? Keep 'em mean, keep 'em keen. That's what they say, isn't it? Keep 'em keen, keep 'em mean. And so, no, it's the way it works. Listen, they're not doing this for free. They're doing it for money. He loves doing it. He's very happy being with me. He's not remote. You all right, aren't you? He's having so much fun, he says. In fact, he said it like that. I'm having so much fun. And ecstatic. But there again, difficult to tell with him whether he's ecstatic or having fun. You can't tell. It's the same expression, isn't it? After he had that experimental Botox that he got in the Christmas cracker last year, you know, I wasn't totally... I thought it was super glue. But there you go. If you want to think it's Botox, that's fine. And so he's always coming... He's now got this fixed smile on his face. He has no expression whatsoever. There's nothing at all. He can barely utter words. You know, it's like... Thank you for the crackers, Steve. You know, and that was as far as we got. Didn't go any further, did we? Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, there's hardly any movement. No movement whatsoever. But it's great, because he's not... To me, he's not aged. And this is the time of year when you see relatives that you've not seen for a long while, and you suddenly realise that they look a lot older than you imagined. I discovered this with celebrities, because I see them on the television all the time, I see them in the newspapers, and then you see people in real life, and sometimes people look absolutely fantastic, and then they go, you know, they had a little bit of work done. And I thought, do I need any work done? I wasn't sure. I was on the stage at the Magic Circle. People said I looked quite good. But there again, they were, you know, on a distance from me. So I thought, no, I don't think I can actually have work done. I would love to, but I'm a little bit... A friend of mine's had it done. He's had Botox. And I'm slightly disturbed by it, because I don't have any wrinkles. I'm quite lucky at my age, 47, that I don't have any disbelievers. I don't have any... I'm not a wrinkled sort of person. I think you only get wrinkles if you're sort of a stressed out person, and I try not to be stressed out. If I get stressed out over stupid things. Cars, I get stressed out over. Traffic. Trying to find a parking space, always very stressful. And then I suddenly realise, what's the point of worrying about it? Life is way too short. And this is the time of year that you can actually sort of let yourself go. You know, if you want to fall asleep after you've had Christmas lunch, fall asleep. You know, after you've had Christmas lunch. Right, somebody else says, I'd like to take the time to wish you and yours a Merry Christmas. I've been listening to you for over 10 years. You've always made my day. Thank you once again. That's Brenda in North Finchley. I've been to North Finchley, Brenda. I know North Finchley very, very well indeed. Santa Claus the movie with Dudley Moore. Thank you. That's Kez in Dorset. Do you know, we get so many different parts of the country that write into LBC. It's always a thrill to me. I'm always, people had travelled yesterday from all over the place to come to the Magic Circle, and we were delighted to see everybody. Really, there's such a good crowd, actually. Very, very good crowd. Angela says, good to hear you this Christmas day. Your dulcet tones have helped lighten many of our days. I got no end of people yesterday saying you've helped us through a really difficult year, and I know for a lot of people it's not been the best year at all. And Emma says, thank you for putting a smile on my face for the early starts. Like a dating agency, this programme. It really is, honestly. I could be meeting all sorts of people, I wouldn't be lonely this Christmas. But I am here tomorrow, and I am here Boxing Day at this same time, actually. Steve, was that Aussie boy? Yep, 20 to 7. I sneaked some Christmas pudding. Oh, no. See, I don't know anybody who eats Christmas pudding. I like Christmas pudding, but I can't eat it because I feel too full. I would rather... I don't know, it's awful, isn't it? I'd rather eat turkey and sprouts and roast potatoes than have Christmas pudding. Although, actually, if somebody made a Christmas pudding pancake, I could go for that one. If they flambéed something, that'd be lovely. Eddie says, I just drove back from Glasgow last night, before Christmas. Sad to not be with them as I'm working Christmas Day. And got home at 1 a.m. and feeling tired this morning, but you're making it so much better. Listen, if we can put a smile, Eddie, on your face, you know that is the be-all and end-all. It really is. Thank you to Emma Barton. Morning, Emma. She says, you're making me howl. Always a joy, says Julian Poole in Dorset. It's been back-to-back hilarious, honest fun. I did apologise at the Magic Circle yesterday because there's quite a lot of in-conversations. But they're really good in-conversations. So we had all of them before with Nadia Hussein, of course, the Bake Off winner. And we've got loads more over the next few days for you. So it will be a case of Steve Allen queuing into Steve Allen. But that's the way they asked us to do it, and that's the way we do it as well. Steve, I'm fifth-generation Aussie. That's how I talk. Does Aussie boy come from Sydney? He's from, is it Erskineville? Says Shane. Oh, yeah, he's got a blank look on his face. Never heard of it. I don't think he's ever been to Australia, to be honest with you. He keeps going, I'm Australian, Steve. I don't think he's ever... I think what he's done is he's seen a poster for Australia and Ayers Rock, and he's gone, I'm Australian. He's one of these sort of... He's like a hybrid. I don't think... You're not really Australian at all, because every time I mention a place in Australia, what Australians do, you look at me blankly, so I know that you're not Australian. I think you're from New Zealand, and you've got delusions of grandeur. That's what it is, isn't it? You've seen Jurassic Park, and you've said, that's where I want to come from. And to be honest with you, I'd happily send you back there. I don't believe you're Australian. Where do your family come from? Where are they living at the moment in this fantasy world of yours? Where is it? Come on, go on, invent a name. Legoville. Where is it? Come on, where do you live? Tell Uncle Steve, you can tell me this. Sydney. It's the only place he's ever heard of. He's never... Sorry? What? Wollongong. Oh, right. Do your family still live there, or is this a case you go home and they've moved? They've moved to Perth. Did they tell you they'd moved to Perth, or do you have to find out? I don't think you've ever even been on an aircraft to Australia. I really don't think you could survive 29 hours sitting on a plane with other people. You've got stamina. Do you sleep on planes? I sleep on planes. This time of year, I was thinking, because my boss always keeps saying, don't overdo it. If you get tired, let us know, and all the rest of it. And I'm good at sleeping, but for short bursts. I'm very good at sleeping like that, actually. So I can do the 4-hour, I think it's called a power nap. And at Christmas, I'm just going through in my mind, having told you the routine that you need to get into for Christmas, I'm trying to go in my mind, have I done everything at all? I've got all the cards written, I've got money inside them, so I've done that, that's all sorted. And I put petrol in the car, I shall top that up again. Because you don't want to, mind you, there's always somewhere, isn't it funny, years ago, Christmas Eve finished, Christmas Day, nothing, everything was closed. Not anymore. I can go out on Christmas Day and get pints of milk and cheese. There'll always be a little Co-op or a little Tesco Extra or an M&S at a garage. You can always buy everything. And I was tempted yesterday. I nearly bought a giant fruit salad because I love fruit salad. And it had kiwi fruit in it, where you come from. And it had... do you have fruit native to Australia? Is there like kiwi fruit, I'm assuming from New Zealand, do you have anything like, that would be native so that you'd go, oh, look, I can't believe it, Steve, they've taken it out the tinny, and here it is, it's we're having it for breakfast. Foster's. They have Foster's for breakfast. Actually, I don't know why we're surprised. There's a big Aussie bar. Well, I don't know if it's still going, down at Shepherd's Bush. You've never seen... It's closed. The Walkabout is closed, is it? Are they... It's very sad, because it was very historic. Beautiful place. I thought it was listed. It used to be a big cinema next door. They've converted that. Shakers Bush Empire next door, which the BBC own, and they use that for concert. That's very famous, very famous. And so, is Walkabout closed for redevelopment? Are they pulling it down? Just closed. That's awful. I never went in there because somebody said the women can actually drink 2 pints, in one sitting. So I thought, no, I'm not going to risk it. Australian women are known for drinking, and Walkabout was a great place. Isn't that funny? That's strange. Anyway, doesn't matter really. Tucked up in bed listening to you, says Sarah in Barnet. I bet you haven't had your flu jab. No, I haven't. I should have had it. But actually, I've been really good this year, because last year I had the flu jab, but if you remember, I've had the throat problem exactly the same time this year as last year, because I tend to find in the work environment, if one person gets a cough or a cold, it can be passed on quite quickly. So I try and be good. But I'm a bit rubbish, but people always tell me off about it. Love it when the phone keeps going off, says Sarah. And, Steve, knowing as we do that you carry around chocolate and bits and pieces in your car all year, what do you do at Christmas? Knowing that you'll be driving down to your godchildren and your brothers, and how generous. Would you have to empty the boot to fill it up with goodies, says Jan. No, I've already taken them stuff down. They literally had enough chocolates to sink a battleship. Because, the boot is full of stuff yet again. But that's the way it works. Liz says, say hello to my mum, Anne, who had a hip replacement in the summer and is now dashing around like a 20-year-old. Oh, isn't that the worst? The one time you send your parents off to hospital to get the hip replacement, and then all of a sudden they became animated. And they're I was happier when they were in the chair and they couldn't move. Leave them there, and then you just ask me, you all right? Need to go to the toilet? You have to ask people. But the moment they've had the hip replacement done, it's like I was talking to somebody at the Magic Circle yesterday, and it was about cataracts. And he said, I don't want to know about it. I said, no, it doesn't hurt. I don't want to know about it. He was really quite worried about whether there was any pain to having cataract operations. And it is, I think, it is actually the most busy operation that you can have in a hospital. Always a queue for cataracts, and I've had them done, both of them, and thought it was perfect. Absolutely perfect. John from Belvedere says, what a relief. You thought Elf was a load of rubbish. I've been saying it for years and have been called a miserable old so-and-so. I just didn't get it. Oh, look at me. Like that, honestly. I bet all the single people love it. You're single, aren't you? Are you single? Are you not single? Oh, definitely doing it on air. Definitely on air. Nice to have your company. It's Steve. I keep saying, it's breakfast. You probably think who is that person who's not Nick Ferrari? And it's Steve Allen. It's the 24th of December. So, wait a minute. We've done presents. Have you done all the presents? You've decorated the tree. Okay, you've done the tree. Lights are okay. Everything's working properly. Right. Are you catering? Or are you going to people for Christmas? Are you having a hotel? Do you know, hotels are so expensive. For Christmas lunch, they must make a fortune this time of year. And I'd love to know what staff get. Because they work them really hard. But it's nice. It's nice because it's good. Not everybody wants to celebrate Christmas. Some people would rather be serving people with Christmas. And we all sit there at tables, don't we, with hats on and everything like that. Which I enter into the spirit of. I always enter into the spirit of putting on a Christmas hat, because I quite like the idea. But I told you before, on my programme, I've already told my brother, don't bother doing Christmas pudding, nobody's going to eat it. Do a trifle, or fresh fruit. You need something just to sort of cleanse the palate a little bit. Always makes it better. Steve, my sister's gone into labour. What, was she Conservative before, or something like that? Is that sort of something unusual on this programme? Christmas baby, what do you think? The name Robin. Oh, yes, I would go for that. Definitely. A Christmas baby, no, that's a nightmare. You don't want a Christmas baby. Hold it off. Otherwise, you've got to do 2 presents. No, wait a minute, you can just get away with 1 present. Happy Christmas / birthday. That'll be a good one. So, I think Robin is good. I think that's nice. Steve, there's not that many workers out there who get paid extra for working Christmas Day, Boxing Day. Especially shift workers, says Michael in Hitchin, for whom the 25th and 26th are just another day. We've gone back in time. You're not wrong. I remember years ago when I first started, Christmas time was double money. And so if you were a presenter, it was really quite nice. However, over at TVAM, they had a bit of a debacle going on, whereby some of the electricians could get 6 times their salary for coming in. And it was quite handy in one radio station I heard of, whereby if you were called out at short notice, you got treble money for Christmas. So what the engineers used to do is phone their friend and say, I'm going to be calling you later, but we'll leave it till the last minute. So they got treble money. The management never worked out at all how that was happening, but I did. And my brother is listening at the moment. I think so too, at 23 minutes past 8, and that's the first time check that I've given you in a little while. So Marion's brother, who is called Chris, and his children, who are called Dilly and Lauren, are listening. Dilly, 14, is an avid listener. Oh, Lord, that's all I need. Table is laid. Get what already? Not eating till, not tomorrow. I'm eating on Boxing Day. You have remembered this. I have to keep reminding my brother. Mandarin trifle ready to be... Oh, how lovely. I love a mandarin trifle. Oh, yes, please. So, Dilly, an avid listener. Table laid, games are ready. Food packed in the fridge. And it's going to be a very momentous Christmas. Was it? Not won the lottery, have you? And you've decided to surprise me with it. So, Dilly and Lauren and Chris and Marion and everybody who knows me, Merry Christmas. I hope you've got everything sorted. I'm sure you have, because Marion's far more organised than my brother is. He's actually better at doing games. But we're not doing games this year. We're doing something else. I can't remember what it's like. Stop the Bus or something. Have you ever heard of it? Ever heard of... Oh, does it? I'd never heard of it. Because normally my brother does games. We do a quiz. Christmas quiz for about sort of 8 of us. And this year he said, we're not doing that. Oh, not thank God for that. And they went, we're doing Stop the Bus. And I went... What's that? We ought to go and stand outside and sort of throw ourselves into the road. Don't know. Prince Harry looks so miserable this Christmas, says Mick. You think? Oh, I don't know. Mike in Charlton, Andover, says, one sleep to my birthday and parents have just had their 60th wedding anniversary, so I've got a card from Her Majesty. Do you really? That's a nice thing to have. I would go for that. And you've just saved me a fortune, says Steve. I've just rushed out, got a bottle of Baileys, and was just arranging a courier to deliver it to you for Christmas when you said you don't drink it. Oh, well, I'll drink it. Good. And Andy says, I told you the sausage roll song would be the Christmas number 1. Have you heard the sausage roll song? It's lovely. I think they're really good. I watched it this morning when I was sitting at my little desk typing up the scripts for the programme, try and make me funny, please. And I played it again. I think they're really cute, the family. I'm not surprised they're number 1. And all the money goes to charity. So that's even better. So it's but a lot of people go, in fact, somebody wrote to me yesterday, said, not this blooming sausage roll song, Steve. This is, we built this city on sausage rolls. Have you heard it, Mike? Yeah, you think it's naff. You see, miserable. He is the Grinch at this time of the year. You really are. I feel like I should sort of wait. I feel like I should be your Christmas angel and wave a wand over you so you become so Christmassy and so festive. Because at the moment you're like Scrooge. You're going to be visited by the ghost of previous programme controllers and things like that. They're going to say, Michael, we're going to take you back and show you the way your life has descended into turmoil over the festive season. We need to bring back the Christmas spirit. We want you to be benevolent. We want you to be lovely to people. But you're growling at everybody this morning, and it's Christmas. I mean, do you sing Christmas... No, of course you don't. Probably never even heard of a Christmas carol. Do you sing Christmas carols in Australia? Michael Bublé's Christmas album. No, I mean proper Christmas carols. When you're in Australia, do you sing Christmas carols around the tree? Do your parents sing them down the phone to you? Are you ready, Mike? Hark the herald angels sing. I can imagine what it's like, can't you? The entire family sings for the boy over Christmas. I think that'd make... Because now we've got Skype and we've got Apple and all the rest of it. You can actually see your family. You can watch them ageing before your very eyes. How cool is that? We got your grandmother here. I saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus. I wonder what carols sound like with an Australian accent. They probably sound fantastic, don't they? Do you have carols? Do you sing Christmas carols? Do you sing our carols, or are they everybody's carols? Do you... And they're everybody's. Oh, right. Would you sing Christmas carols? No. I suppose when you've got sunshine, there's not really much point in celebrating, because you need, for it to be proper Christmas, we need to look out that window to see the snow coming down. When I went to Sky the other day, they had a snow machine, and they were squirting snow over it. It was little foam pieces, and it was really lovely. Really, really nice. Makes me feel very good. Little Julie says, can we have a picture of Mike? No, you can't. I've said this is not a dating programme. He's not happy. Seriously, he's not happy. His mother would be on the phone in a minute. You watch. We're listening to Steve. Very funny out here. Muppet Christmas Carol is the Christmas movie, says Chrissy. Yes, I mean, I have to agree with you. I think it's not the Christmas movie, but it's certainly a very good contender. Very good contender. And I love it, actually. I've watched it quite a few times, but I tend to go back to the White Christmases and stuff like that. I like traditional films. I like films that have got a family theme, because that's what it's supposed to be, isn't it? Christmas is supposed to be for families, and when families are torn apart, and when families are, posted abroad, if you're in the forces, or if you're on a submarine and you're not coming back for another 6 months, that's the time that you think to yourself, it must be really, really difficult for people to cope. If you've lost somebody this year, this is the difficult time, and that's why I think LBC fulfills its function in being company. It's not like turning on the television and going, oh, it's another pre-recorded programme, because they've got all the celebrity-based programmes. Everything's got the word celebrity on it, and yet half of them I don't know. I was watching The Chase the other day. I only knew 2 people on it. Tell a lie, I only knew 1 person. And I was sort of watching it thinking, who are these people? Where do they come from? Is there an agency that shoves out naff celebrities? Luckily you never see sort of the likes of Jordan or Kerry Katona on anything, because that would just be too stupid for words. And also then we had a lovely picture of Stacey Solomon, because she's moved in with Joe Swash, who's the one who went bankrupt, you remember. And there's something about, he's always in tracksuit bottoms. I mean, once a chav, I suppose. Ghosting, says Dan, is the practice of ending a personal relationship with someone by suddenly and without explanation withdrawing from all communication. Aha, now I know. And Anthony says, have you been a good boy this year? I think I've been a good boy this year. I think, yes, I think I've been a good boy. I think I can look myself in the mirror and be quite happy. What's Santa gonna bring you this year? I've got no idea. I never expect anything. Seriously, I'm quite good like that. I'm more a giver than a receiver. Sounds difficult to believe, probably, but, a lot of people say that to me. They say, are you a giver or a receiver? And I say, to be brutally honest with you, I'm a giver. And that means you get more people, listening to you, and more people wanting to be your friend, because they know they're going to receive something, which is quite nice. So now we know what ghosting is. Everybody very happy next door, which is good news. We'll talk to Will Guyatt, LBC's technology correspondent. Funny, the producer. Hilarious. He just said to me, he said, he'll be talking to Will Guyatt. He said, but we're going to be doing it through the desk. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. He's on ISDN, he said. I went, oh, lovely. What is he talking about? What is this language? It's different. It means that it's like a telephone line. So it's almost as if he was with me in the studio, but he's not, because Will Guyatt is probably... No, he's probably sitting there under the Christmas tree thinking, have we got enough presents? Have we bought enough? And probably still in his gym jams, I should imagine, because I should imagine that Will Guyatt, LBC's technology correspondent, is probably actually very organised. So he's now going to tell me completely differently, aren't you?
The door is currently open to my little studio at home, and I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring, Steve, because I'm expecting a delivery from at least 2 couriers this morning. If they don't turn up at Guyatt Towers, Christmas is cancelled.
Oh, so. My goodness. And what have you ordered?
Oh, all sorts of stuff. I can't actually tell you some of it, because I know some of the people who are waiting to receive presents are probably listening right now. But I've got various bits of Christmas, hopefully in the back of a van somewhere outside of Swindon right now.
You'll never see it. The van will be up on bricks by now. Swindon. Have you been there? Good Lord.
I have, yes. And now I'm waiting for the presents. Normally, these big retailers don't let me down at this time of year.
If you see a dog in Swindon with 4 legs, it's a stranger in town. I tell you. God, blimey.
Can I just say, Steve, before we start, and I know this really upsets you, on behalf of me, thank you for getting me through it's been an interesting year for me with the family and everything, and I love listening, and I'm part of the 4 a.m. spike every day, so thank you on behalf of me and everybody else for keeping me going.
I get, strange enough, over the years, I've had more of that, of people who've said, I've had a really rotten year, it's really been difficult, we've had this, we've had illness, and all the rest of it, moved, lost jobs, whatever, and they said, listening to the programme kind of gets me through it.
Yeah, it's genuinely true. You are the only presenter that my daughter will stay up and listen to without crying. Darren Adams on, she's in tears. Matt Stadlin's on, she leaves the room.
Oh, I know. How often terrible. Has that happened? Exactly. How often? Good Lord. Babies are a very good indicator, actually. I was telling the story. We did a show at the Magic Circle the other day, and a lady came up to it at the end with her son. and she said, because I'd seen her before, and she said, we've just adopted him, and he's 8. I think he was 8, and I remember I looked at him and I thought, you're one hell of a lucky little boy. You've been adopted by a family that absolutely love you at Christmas, and it's going to be that for the rest of your life. And he was really thrilled as well. So
brilliant.
I love stuff like that.
Great.
I'm a bit sentimental and a bit silly, and the reason is that, you know, we've all been through it. Everybody's been through things. So when people say, oh, I lost my mum, or I lost my dad, or something like that, or there was a dreadful accident, I can sympathise with this because I've been there. I know what it's like. And somebody said to me once that a good radio presenter, whatever that is, you know, can identify with lots of different people and different situations and make it human. Sometimes you get it wrong. Most of the time you get it right.
Exactly.
That's it. So Christmas, you're not going away for Christmas?
Oh no! LBC have me chained to this little cupboard in my house. So
they're still doing that, are they?
Yeah, no, they still are. Yeah, I'm available in here because we've had an interesting. You know what? It's been a weird couple of weeks, and if this drone story, Steve, turns out that there was no drone, what's happened to this country? What has happened to this?
Well,
country?
they've managed to bring down Gatwick Airport with nothing there.
yeah, exactly.
But what I want to know, I'm going to find out later on, hopefully, because this couple were over the front pages of every paper the other day. And I looked at it and I said on Sunday morning, I said, they just don't look like the sort of people. I know you can't always say that, but they seemed such a nice, genuine couple. On one of them, they had, are these the morons who brought an... And you think, wait a minute, you can't say that. They hadn't been charged with anything. They've not been charged with anything. And also, he hasn't got a drone, he's got a helicopter.
Yeah, it looks to me as though there's going to be some compensation from the newspapers in the new year when it comes to that. You would expect they were called the Gatwick Grinches, they were called all sorts of
and they were
things
doorsteps. They had reporters from all the television stations outside their house. And everybody's going, they're really nice, this couple. They're a really nice couple. You can't do things like that to people.
I'm glad that common sense won out there quite quickly, Steve, actually, that they weren't under suspicion over Christmas, because that could have been a real dampener. I know it's obviously been tough for them, but my big concern is that the fact that we as a country, and I know you've talked about it, I've talked about it on LBC for years, we've been saying all get ready for a drone disruption, but the government weren't backing up what they were saying. That's the issue here. There is technology, there are ways they could have dealt with this, and they chose not to do any of it and got paralysed by fear, by the sounds of it, that they were concerned that there were drones in the sky that may not have even been there now.
It's even worse, isn't it? And then the other thing I've been seeing a lot of recently are hoverboards back in again.
Oh yeah, now those were interesting several years ago. I found myself being on LBC advising people on where to buy them and where not to buy them, because they had a habit of exploding at various points, but also they were really hellishly dangerous if you put a young kid on them, and they could just fly out into the road under their own speed. Very funny if you saw an LBC presenter careering around the newsroom on one, trying to use it, but at the same time dangerous if you put somebody on the high street on one, but they were a dangerous device.
And I've also seen a lot of scooters now which are electric, but they're so carefully designed you can't see that they're electric. It's only because they're moving, but they're not skating along at the time.
Without sounding like the Christmas Scrooge on LBC, those are also currently completely illegal if you've got an electric powered device.
Selling them everywhere. I've seen them advertised in newspapers.
Well, that's the issue with drones as well, Steve, that everybody got hold of them very quickly, but the rules and the laws weren't there to keep up with them. They were selling super quickly via, online retailers, and we all love an online retailer. How are you getting on with those little mobile phones you purchased, by the way?
Every time I show them to people, they'll go, it's not real. And I go, no, it's really a telephone. It's a little teeny tiny telephone. They've sold out in most places now. They're very difficult to get hold of. And then people think they're going to be about 80 quid. I went, no, they're only 20 quid.
The one for next year, and I'm hopefully getting my hands on a prototype very soon, bendable mobile phones. I don't quite know how that would fare in your hands and your pockets. So the idea is this is a device about the size of an iPhone if you're using an iPhone, but you can unfold it. So you could unfold it so you've got a bigger screen. You could have the text bigger, which, mind you had your cataracts done now, so you probably wouldn't need a bigger screen.
I don't need them, although I still have the big screen on the telephone, mainly because I just find it's very useful. What I had years ago, I had a phone, and then a friend of mine came round and he said, look at this, and they put a plastic case on it with lights in it, so every time the phone rang, the whole thing lit up like a Christmas tree. And I went, want one? He said, well, there's the kit, there's the two plastic bits you have to replace, and you can build it yourself. You just take the other one off with one of these special little screwdrivers, and then you put it on there, and every time the phone rang, it was a slider, you slid it to activate it.
That would keep you awake all the time now. With all the tweets you're getting at Steve Allen Show on Twitter, I expect you're getting loads of tweets to that would light up all the time, that phone.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Anything lights Lights. I cannot tell you. There's a woman who does a performance at the Magic Circle for their Christmas show with hula hoops. Each hula hoop lights up. And they all light up in different patterns. So when she does them together, it's the most amazing light show I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen anything like it.
One of the most unusual bits of technology I've seen this year is a video top hat. Yes, I did say that correctly. Ooh. A top hat, which you could use an app on your phone to play live video onto it. So you could have the best of Steve Allen or that Channel 5 show you did playing when you were doing something on stage.
Wow. What, does it run round the hat?
Yeah, it's a full 360 round the hat, Steve. Yeah,
How much is that? How much is that?
They're still a prototype at the moment. You could afford a few, but I think they're around about $1,000 at the moment.
The best thing I ever saw years and years ago was Warner Brothers, the film company. They opened the Warner Brother cinema around here, and they had a leather jacket, and on the back was the Warner Brothers logo, but it was all in fibre optics.
Oh, wow, that would be worth something.
Oh, it was beautiful. And I remember thinking, I want one of those. And somebody said they're about $1,000, and I thought, I want one of those.
We could get, if the bosses are listening, maybe they could get you one of those for your birthday next year with LBC on the back lit up.
Do you think so? God, do you think so?
I'm
hoping, because somebody mentioned maybe a gold clock. You know, if you manage to achieve 40 years, it's a bit of an achievement. And I thought, I don't want a clock. I've got clocks. I can get up quite easily on clocks in the morning. But I thought, no, the Warner Brothers jacket.
That would be good.
When I saw it, and I thought walking through Leicester Square, that would be cool.
Is there a technology? I've had this theory for years, Steve, that you're an advanced artificial intelligence because you don't take callers. You're a computer, and then obviously people can't talk to you. But what's the ultimate? What would the tech present be for you if somebody got you something? Do you want a big TV at the moment? What's the thing that's?
Strange enough, I don't want anything until I want something. And it can be all sorts. Somebody will show me something, or I'll see an advert on the television, or I'll read an article in the paper, and I think, I want that. It's only because one of my drivers, showed me this tiny phone, and I thought, that's stupid enough to be a novelty for me. And so I ordered it, and then the lovely manager, Jamie, from Robert Dyas in Richmond, drove to Wandsworth to get them for me.
Wow.
Because he's a listener as well.
I have a feeling you actually helped Robert Dyas sell out of those phones.
I have a feeling you're probably right.
The very same morning that they ran out pretty much across their entire website. So good work. That's the 4am spike effect.
It's not only that. It's the fact that if people, you know what radio's like. It's a very odd thing. A lot of people listen to radio. They have to trust the presenter. If you trust the presenter, and I go, this is amazing. This is really. I can be very enthusiastic about something, but without it sounding false or fake, because I wouldn't do that. I've got to believe in something.
People trust you, that's the thing.
People trust me, and so they go, and I've had no end of people writing saying, I managed to get one of those little tiny phones.
Great, that's
and I think, if for 20 quid, it's a stocking filler, it's a little novelty thing, and it's funny, because when you show it to people, they go, it's not real, and you go, look, it lights up, look, it lights up, it's amazing.
And you know what, that'll come in handy when their main phone has gone flat, and they've got that in the glove box of the car in 3 or 4 months' time.
Well, ladies can pop it in a purse.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. So listen, are we keeping Will, or should we do the news and then we'll come back?
I need to check on my daughter. That's one important bit of duty on while I'm on air. I've got to go and check she's all right, but I'm happy to stay, Steve, if you want me to stay around.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take a short break. You go and have a look at her.
I will do.
Make sure she's all right, and then I'll come back to you just about a couple of minutes' time.
No problem.
Thanks, Will. So we go back to it, because I want to know sort of what gadgets he wants for this year. I like the idea of the top hat. With advertising, how cool would that be? I mean, that would just be. It was like like we've got them outside in the front of the Global Building. We've got these things that. Oh, I want that. I want that. If anybody wants me to sort of model that, I'll be the first person. Thank you. So there's Will Guyatt. So Will has just sent me the top hat. Oh, I like the look of this. $1,099. So it's about £700-ish, something like that.
You could make a real impression, though, if you came into the newsroom in the first week of January. Just imagine all these other presenters who haven't been working over Christmas. You come in and say, look at my Christmas present.
Wow. I like the idea of this. So you could play videos on it. You could do, stuff that you recorded yourself.
Yeah, you can run anything on it, Steve. You run it from an app on either your iPhone or your Android phone. I think you're an iPhone man.
Yeah.
You can have video running on that. You could run the best of Steve Allen on there.
It comes in a T-shirt as well.
Yeah, they do a T-shirt version too. You can get the T-shirt and the hat currently for $1,600.
Wow.
So the idea is, this is technology that they want people to start companies to play around with, because hopefully they're hoping in a few years' time they can make this technology cheap enough for everybody to buy. But this is the idea that these screens are now becoming more bendable and flexible, and you can put them on clothing and items. So that's why they're doing this prototype you can buy at the moment.
Wow. I can't. The producer would be mad for that sort of thing, wouldn't you? You know, the top hat. He sent me a picture of the top hat. I love it. It comes in a T-shirt as well. You can have a T-shirt with a screen on the front.
I'd worried what he'd play on it, though, Steve. That would be my biggest concern if you gave him that.
He is worse than the Grinch today. Seriously, I wish it wasn't even Christmas Eve. Nothing but moan, blooming moan. You know why? Because he's working, and he has no Christmas presents. He's got no tree to go home to.
Yeah, I think he's at LBC every hour of the day and night.
Literally, he's a workaholic.
Year, he? Yeah,
he's saving up to buy another flash top and things like that. he's a fashionista around here.
Really?
Yes.
Trading standards.
No, I'm lying.
Yeah.
He wears the same things all the time. I mean, I never get tired. I always say to him, never tired of seeing your wardrobe.
It's those Australian fashions. He's keeping them all.
But the thing is, you never think Australia fashion, do you? I don't. Never think of anything like that at all. I just think it's a long way away, and thank God for that. So listen, out of all the things this year, and I've watched the television programmes, I've watched people selling drones like they're going out of fashion. You know, for sort of 40 quid, you can get a drone with a camera on it and a battery and all the rest of it. And then you can get the I saw the Sky one. I said yesterday, I saw the Sky one. It's huge. It's enormous. How this thing takes off, I'll never know, but it's got 8 engines on it. I've seen £1,000 one at Costco. But again, if you're flying them, you've got to be really careful with them, because you can take them up quite a distance.
Yeah, that's the blessing and the curse of a drone. They're really easy to use, so easy even I can fly one. But you can literally take them incredibly far away. The one I've got here, Steve, I could be sat here in my pants in the front room with the remote controller, and
You're not flying it in your pants, are you?
Well, it would fly as far as Swindon from my house, so it would fly 4 miles away from where I live. So obviously legally you're only supposed to take it up to 500 metres away from where you are in terms of line of sight, but it will go up to 4 miles, and you could cause a fair amount of chaos if you start flying that over an area and they don't know who's flying it.
I wonder really whether or not, in light of this and how sort of completely inept the police seem to be, they didn't know what to do. Now they're not sure if there was a drone in the first place. You think, what hope? What hope if you can close down Gatwick Airport for 3 days? What hope for all the other airports in the country?
I'm very surprised, and I don't like being the doomsayer and the sort of negative voice on LBC, but I've got a feeling, Steve, that if there hasn't been a copycat by January the 1st, we've done incredibly well, because this just shows people how incredibly easy it seems to be, and also how without answers the police and our armed forces seem to be. The fact that there was photographs in the paper of police officers walking around with swinging shotguns under their arms. What were they going to do? Was it like a game? Was it like clay pigeon shooting? Were they going to go out and have a little game to try and get it out of the sky?
Because we were actually suggesting that you could bring in another drone with a net, and that could capture it and then bring it down, because it's going to have fingerprints on it because people handle them. But if it wasn't this couple who've been released without any charges whatsoever, does that mean we're looking for somebody else out there, or are we not looking for anybody at all?
I'm assuming they're looking for somebody else, but based on what we can see publicly, the fact that this bloke lived near Gatwick and loved remote control planes seems to have been the police's first line of inquiry when it came to collaring him. And I expect what would have happened, they would have got tip-offs from social media saying, here is somebody who loves flying these vehicles, etc., etc., etc. And 2 and 2 very quickly equaled 7, and that's how we ended up in this situation. The thing that's important for me, though, Steve, I don't want the tech to be completely demonised. Any idiot can take hold of any piece of technology and cause any matter of disruption. It's what you do to people who are found guilty. Like, I really hope that they find the people who did this really quickly, throw the book at them, get them locked up, and use it as an example to educate people that if they're stupid enough to try something like this themselves, they're going to end up in the same position.
Yes, I'm also hang 'em and flog 'em, because unfortunately in this country it's a bit too easy now. People get away with practically murder, and then you think that, but there is no deterrent. You're right. I mean, if there isn't another copycat, because either the person who's been doing it has decided, they're getting a bit close, so they've stopped doing it, or it was never there in the first place.
Yeah, and then people just overreacted and talked too much about it. So I guess for me, we need to see where the year ends out. And in terms of tech, one of the things, Steve, I always get asked is what's happening next year. My answer at this time of year: wait till January the 6th, and you'll know, because there's this big thing in United States, in Vegas, called the Consumer Electronics Show. And at the Consumer Electronics Show, all the big companies show all their stuff for the next 12 months. Some of the the kind of concepts that they're doing for 18 months and beyond. So if you're waiting to see what TV or what gadget or tech item you might be buying later in the year, if you wait into the first week of the new year, there'll be plenty of coverage of that. I'll be chatting about that with Darren Adam on the slot we do just before you on a Thursday morning. And if there's anything really interesting coming out of the Consumer Electronics Show this year, we'll be talking about it on LBC as well.
Do you know, over the years, I've had so many things. I remember going to an exhibition once, and this guy had a name badge on, a little like a normal sort of name badge you get at one of these conventions.
Yep.
But this one had a rolling script on it. And I remember thinking, I want that. So I bought it. It was like 20 quid or something. And you've got 3 buttons at the back trying to programming it with, letter A, and in the end, I couldn't even spell my own name.
You got to STE. You probably got to STE, and that was about
I got as far as ST. And now I've got another thing as well. You got these things before. It was like, I can't describe it. It looked like a 3-pronged thing, and you spin it. I think they're called spinners.
Oh, and are those the ones that spell out? They can spell out words.
Things out.
Yeah, they're brilliant. There's another device now that the Chinese have been running recently, which is a similar thing, which you wave quickly, but it projects a hologram. And we're going to see. I'll send you a video to that as well. I'll just keep sharing you videos all day.
Wow, because
but this is one that you love as well.
In an amusement arcade, when Star Wars came out, they had, is it Princess Leia?
Yeah.
Well, on this piece of equipment in the amusement arcade, it was in Leicester Square, it was a big dome, she's in the middle of it, talking.
Wow.
And it was a projected little tiny hologram, and I remember looking at it thinking, oh, I want one of these. This is, I see things and I think, I love that, but I've got a price limit. I'm not going to be stupid about it. I'd never buy a hoverboard. I'd never buy a scooter. We had these little motorbikes that were dangerous. These things can shoot off into the road and kill people. It's just, and the batteries were blowing up and everything else. I just like something that's a bit simple for me to use.
Oh, well, there's plenty of items out there. And I love the fact that you've got a healthy sense of curiosity, Steve, because some people get to a stage in their life and they just close off from all the new things that are happening and just decide that they don't want to be exposed to it. But the very fact that you're watching Towie and I'm a Celebrity and all of these other things, I just reckon keeps you young, keeps you fresh. That's what I reckon.
Well, it's certain. I hope it keeps me young. I mean, because people sort of say, oh, if you don't like something, why are you slagging it off? And you go, because I'm paid. I'm paid to talk about it. There is the carrot at the end being dangled in front of me, and I love it. I mean, I do try and embrace everything, and I'm generally quite good at seeing something and then retaining it and then regurgitating, a little bit further down the line. So I think that's what makes the programme what it is. It's the fact that we can talk about anything. We've talked about life, we've talked about death, you can talk about happy things, you can talk about sad things. You just encompass everything. And that's what I think attracts people to radio programmes. I've always tried to analyse it, but I don't think you can. I don't think you can actually say... It's like, a successful song. Is there a formula for writing a hit single? No. Not if that sausage roll song's got to number 1, quite clearly. Quite clear, nothing like that at all. But I hope so. You're having a peaceful Christmas apart from being tied to your studio.
Oh, hopefully a peaceful Christmas. First Christmas with a child, so quite excited about that.
And you bought presents and everything.
Oh, well, if the presents arrive, like I said, the door's open. I'm waiting. If you'd heard Santa Claus while I was talking to you, that would have been my doorbell ringing. And unfortunately, Santa Claus has not made any noise yet, so the presents still aren't here. So I guess I've still got till lunchtime on Christmas Eve. Let's be positive about this.
Have they actually said what time? Is it Amazon?
No, yep, still, yes, it is, but still due today. I keep checking. They're on the van. They're on the way.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Oh, it'll be fine. Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much.
God bless. Have a nice Christmas.
And you.
Bye. There's Will Guyatt, LBC's technology correspondent, waiting for the doorbell. Bing bong. Waiting for that doorbell with a new delightful daughter as well. And for anybody else who's got new additions to the family, this is your year. This is your year here. That's, that's lovely. Tony says we have a mutual friend, Dave Andrews, who works at the Magic Circle, who's a magician himself, as you have to be to work there. We don't have to be. You don't have to be a magician to work there. I know a few people who aren't magicians who do work there. Dan in Kent ghosting this personal relationship, ending it. This is the Meghan Markle story that's run for about the past 4 or 5 weeks. Will Aussie Boy, says Cliff, be having Crocs in blankets with his mulled Fosters. I don't think they know what mulled Fosters are. He doesn't do anything like that. Honestly, if you could sit where I'm sitting right now, I'm within 6 feet of him. He's got a face like thunder. He's like an inside-out watermelon. It really is. He's like you've pulled a cabbage inside out, and that's the end result. He is so miserable today, and I wish I could think of something to put the smile back on your face. And I can't think of anything apart from the obvious, which would be waving money in front of him. That always puts a smile on his face. Money always makes him smile, which is good news. But he doesn't have to worry about Christmas present buying, so he's got nobody to buy for. Seriously, that's the end result. I mean, sometimes he sits. I've seen him in the office. Seriously, come close. I've seen him in the office. He writes out he brings in a box of cheap cards that he's got from Card Factory, and he writes them to Mike, to Michael, and they're all from him. And then he sort of then he leaves them lying around. We'll go, "Oh, Mike, there's a Christmas card for you here." And you go, "Oh, is there, Steve?" You know, seriously, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's done it for a few years now, but I'm wise to it. So I cross out Mike and put Steve on the front. So I end up with the most Christmas cards. The fake passengers are going to test out airports to see how they cope. I'm not sure we should go down that one. The Queen calls for respect in her Christmas message. I wonder how many people will watch it this year. Probably the usual. Taller patients live longer. The festive films that thrill us every year. David Beckham's profits take a bit of a kicking, but don't worry, it's still good money. And Costa's Flat White, I believe it's a coffee. Don't ask me anything else because I have no idea. It's got more caffeine than 3 Red Bulls. All of that and more, and loads of more. This programme has gone through so quickly. Seriously, I mean, it's an unusual time for me, as you know, because I'm normally up in the early hours of the morning and here till 7. And so to do this is a bit of a treat for me, really, but it's whizzed through. Probably like the rest of you we're going off shopping, Steve. We're going to go and have to find the parking space. I know I'm going to get back to Twickenham, and it's going to be absolutely heaving. There's going to be a queue up the road. There always is, because the fish shop sell turkeys. Stuart will be selling turkeys, and people have pre-ordered these turkeys. They're these bronze turkeys, I think they call them, which is like super duper Norfolk turkeys. There'll be a queue of about 100 people queuing up the road to get turkeys. They give them mulled wine and little biscuits and stuff like that. It's honestly a bit like a community spirit down there, which is how I feel it's been this morning. Actually, you've contributed by sending in your texts and your emails, which is very nice indeed. And we're going to be finding out more about this tsunami at about 5:30 this morning, because the death toll has risen, and it's a big tourist destination. And when you look at the horrendous pictures on the television for all these people involved, the families of those who've lost their lives and the people who've been injured, it's going to be a year that they certainly won't be forgetting. But I have to ask that question. Can't they find out about these things and do something to warn people in advance? Because I was looking at pictures of cars piled on top of other cars. Such is the force over there. And these were into holiday lets. So not very good. So now you know all about the drones, having discovered all about drones and everything else. I can't wait to see the end of that story. You know, is there somebody who's flying drones, or is there not somebody who is flying drones? More of your text. What a pleasure to hear you, says Agatha. Thought I missed you when I woke up at 7 a.m. And one from Michael, who says, you're cheering me up after a week of bugs. Yes. Have all the staff got Christmas hats on? No, they haven't, actually. In fact, to be honest, if you could see what I could see, I don't think you'd even mention Christmas hats. I don't think they'd be the ones to go, oh, let's enter into the spirit of it, Steve. You know, deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. No, they're all Grinch, 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 Scrooge, Grinch, Grinch, Scrinch. And so it goes on. Suki and Langley says, I have to say, you honestly bring a smile to my face every morning before work. Feels like you're part of the family. Don't start that one. I'm not, OK? I'll take a blood test. I'll prove it. I'm definitely not a part of the family. Been with you since April, says Abby. And when you first started talking about Christmas, I did. I'm always the first one because, as I've explained before to people, and you know, you always get the same every year, and I've had it for year in, year out, for people saying, why are you talking about Christmas in April? And there was a very good reason for it, mainly because when you're young, you remember Christmas with your mum and dad. And when you get a bit older, and you lose your parents, you don't have that. All you've got is the memory of what Christmas was like, you know, for the family. And I remember it clear as a bell. But I also remember it for the people, the families of children who are not very well and who won't see Christmas. So they sometimes celebrate early. And for that, I can't deny people anything at all. I want people to enjoy everything. And so if you can change a child's life by bringing Christmas forward a little bit, then I think it's absolutely justified. But the other thing about me mentioning it is the parents thing. Because once you don't have your parents anymore, you kind of feel like you're a bit of an orphan. And so you don't have that, and you wish that you'd made the most of it when you were younger. I always say to people, make every Christmas, if it's the last, spend as much as you can afford to spend without going completely bonkers, and have a really, really nice time. Steve, I didn't like Elf, says little Julie, but I did like the Christmas Claus with Tim Allen. Was that where he inherited the suit? That's right. And then he'd shave in the mirror, and they'd look at him, and it would all grow back again. I like that too. Because it's just good fun, isn't it? And they landed the reindeer on the roof. Well, how many people have got flat roofs? Nobody's got flat roofs nowadays. And then he managed to get him down there. And I just think it's something exciting. And so tonight, you will be putting out the glass of milk and a mince pie and a carrot. And so Rudolph... Why only Rudolph gets fed? If I was the other reindeer, I've gone on strike. I'd have gone to the union. I'd have said, excuse me, this is ridiculous. Rudolph is now as fat as a whale. And was that the Queen decorating a Christmas tree? First time I've ever seen the Queen. She can only do the low branches. She can't do the high ones, which is better. Ted and Di in Hertfordshire says, thank you for all the joy that you give the listeners. Oh, if only it were true. If only it were true. And all this talk of chocolate and pudding, I hope you test for glucose regularly. I don't, Keith. No, I don't. I did when I was having the cataracts done, because if you remember, I had to bring the blood sugar level down to, they were looking for 5s, and it had to be under 14, I think. So I was very good, but I know if I'm going to be ill. I can tell. And I've just had my licence renewed, because being a diabetic on insulin, I'm on a 3-year licence. So I've just finished the last 3-year licence, and I've just got the new 3-year licence, because I'm lucky, touch wood, I've never had a hypo. So that's good news. But I can tell if I'm going to be ill. I can feel it. I go, and you'll tell on the programme as well, because I go a bit rambly. I know it sounds like that most of the time, but I do go a little bit doolally. It's just, all of a sudden, it sort of overtakes you. I had it the other day, actually. I started reading something, and all of a sudden, the words blurred a little bit for me. I thought, oh, here we go. So I just sort of shook my head, and off we went again. I don't know what I did. What was that for? Why did I do that? As if I was auditioning, to be in a pantomime. I don't know why. I do the oddest things on this programme. Another one here, which says, you also bring a smile to my face as well, which is good news. Listen, that's what the radio's about. If you can turn on the radio and you can feel a bit better at the end of it, that's everything. That is everything. Lying in bed, says Dawn, listening to you via my pillow talk. Is that a speaker in your pillow? I think it must be, mustn't it? I used to have one years ago. But then, of course, if you turn over, it doesn't quite work because it's in the wrong side of the bed. What did you say? What did you say? I'm going to have you lip read. We did it with those other people. We did it with Corbyn. We can do it with you. Don't worry. You're not exempt. You're going to tell me what you said? Love working with you, he says. I can honestly say, Steve, you're my most favourite person in the whole wide world, which shows how desperately sad his life has become, doesn't it? Because you're not lonely at all. You've got loads of friend. And, they're all white rabbits, about 6 foot tall. So it's been a very hard time this year because my hubby and I both lost our mums this year, says Dawn. It's never, I say it every year, Dawn. I could do it every month, probably. It's never easy. It never gets any easier, and it's always something. But at least you had that time. At least you had that time with somebody. I always say that to people. Always be very, very grateful that you were able to share time with somebody who obviously loved... I had a friend of mine who... His mother didn't talk to him, and he was having a terrible time. And then she went into hospital, and so he thought, well, I better go and see her in hospital because it was his mum, and she wasn't very well. And he went in, and the nurse said, "Oh, your mum would be delighted to see you." And he said, "Well, she never speaks to me." And the nurse said, "No, she loves you." And she was one of those women who just couldn't say something like that. People don't show the producer's the same. He doesn't show emotions. He sees it as a weakness. He sees it as a failing. So some people don't do emotion. I mean, I'm not particularly good at sort of a huggy kind of thing. I could do it because it's showbiz, but it's quite a difficult thing for me to do because we didn't do it when I was growing up. And so now I miss it because I haven't got the opportunity. My husband Raj and I love listening to you. Whoever is awake first puts the radio on and looks forward to it. An extra added bonus that you're on air today. And keep up the good work. Thank you very much indeed. So I hope you have a lovely rest. For all the people who've got to work, my sympathies. I'm in Kingston and smile every time I walk past that sausage seller in the Christmas market. I don't know what I would do if it wasn't for your show every day. This is where I went there and I bought a wurst with cheese in it. And it was £5.50, and I thought that was an arm and a leg. I thought that was like taking out a mortgage. It was delicious, but I said I'm never going to buy another one ever again, because last year they were a lot cheaper. £4 I think would be reasonable. £5.50 is taking the, as they say. Make sure your listeners have a frozen turkey taken out of the freezer, says John. It should have been out already. If you're going to eat the blooming thing tomorrow, you can't take it out now. It'll never defrost. They've been in deep freeze. Deep freeze. That's why they're you can bang nails in with these things. No, you should have taken it out. You need to defrost it completely. Don't want any ice crystals in there or anything like that. You seriously don't. I mean, you can be very ill with that. So the turkey should have been out. If necessary, go and get another one today. That's a little bit fresher. So make sure you're sorted. Stephen Sutton, best Christmas film, Scrooge. I loved Bill Murray in that. Going to spend Christmas with the family in Kent if I get through the traffic jams. Yes, I'm sure you will get through them. Just have to have patience. I've got all Christmas carols in the car, so I can sing along to about, God knows how many versions of Hark the Herald Angels Sing, and I love it. Absolutely love it. It's just my sort of thing, really. My sort of thing. Steve, did you see the film A Wonderful Life? See it? I've got it. I've got it in black and white, and I've got it in colour as well. It's got the happy ending where they all sing. They sing Hark the Herald Angels Sing, then they go into Auld Lang Syne, and by that time, I'm afraid, I'm in pieces. It doesn't take much to make me cry. It seriously doesn't take much. I could watch something on YouTube, and I could sit there falling apart, absolutely falling apart. And at the moment, it's various DVDs and videos of different people doing things that just makes me go. The one the other day didn't make me cry, but I thought it was beautiful. It's the kitten who fell in the water, and it can't get out. There's a high sort of little wall thing, and there's a dog. The dog goes, woo, 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 woo. And in the end, the dog jumps in, the kitten gets on its back, and they both climb out together. It's the most amazing thing. Most amazing thing, and I loved it. Loved it. Nice to hear you at this time in the morning, Steve. You're a proper tonic. Just need the vodka or the gin to go with it. Actually, I can't get into gin. I tried gin a short while ago. Somebody said it's a depressive. I thought, well, it probably is if you haven't got any. But I'm not a gin person. I'm afraid I'm still Prosecco. I've tried a bit of vodka, but not wild about vodka. It's okay. But at the moment, I'm into juices, but not, carrot and stuff like... I know. Stir 9. Still love the shows. Still... Oh, it's gone all quiet. Why am I going quiet here? Perhaps I've turned things down. Not listening properly in my headphones. What's this small phone called, and where'd you buy it? Well, you can't. They're out of stock. You can't get them. They're sort of... New stock will be going in. You get them from Robert Dias. And they're about 20 quid, but you've got to get a little SIM card that goes with it, and they give you a free little pack of a case or something like that. But I believe that they are quite difficult to get hold of at the moment. I think we sort of set a trend. All I could tell you is they're 20 quid, and the little SIM card is about a tenner. Oh, it keeps doing it, my phone. I can't turn it off. I've turned the sound down, and it's got a mind of its own. Did you see I want this top hat and the T-shirt that broadcasts, that it acts like a TV screen. That I really want. I really, really want it, which is lovely. And also, I see here, Paul and Julie and the 6 Brown children. How lovely. How lovely. So happy Christmas to everybody down there as well. And to all the people that I know. You just don't get round to sending out cards all the time and doing all your little bits and pieces. You do as much as you can. But sometimes doesn't... No, why do I do this? I'm now lost trying to get out of something, which I've got... Ah, that's better. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I just got one, actually, from Carol Decker, from Tapau, and she says, Happy Christmas, Steve. One more sleep. And she's done a picture of her tree, which actually is an absolutely stunning erection. I mean, this really is one of the best I've seen in a long while. And she's got loads of presents. One of them's a bottle, Carol, I've spotted. What? One of them's a bottle. You can't disguise bottles, can you, if you're putting them under the tree? But that's really nice. I like a theme, and hers is red and gold. Red and gold works for me. Works for me. How lovely. Happy Christmas, Carol, to you and yours, and to everybody else, because we'll do it tomorrow. Cliff says people were queuing outside M&S at 7 a.m. Surely they'll have plenty of Easter eggs. They're only queuing outside M&S, to go and pick up their turkeys that they've ordered and everything else. And then they'll be picking up the vegetables. They go to Paul Cooper's, and they go to all the different places. It's wonderful, isn't it? Mark in Milton Keynes says, thank you for a wonderful year of full of early morning laughter. There's not too many laughs in this world, are there, really? We try and get as many as we can. Nice to hear you this time of the morning. Listen, every working morning, you're a tonic. A lot of people said that. And somebody says, always talk sense, Steve. Pat is in Benfleet. in Essex. The only way to go. The only way to go. A lot of people saying we're out early this morning, Steve, doing all the shopping. It's a bit of a nightmare, a little bit busier. And tell your caller, diamonds are a girl's best friend. Jewellery's always special and appreciated. Do you know you can get Christmas crackers now? You can go to Tiffany's and they will make you Christmas crackers. You put in them whatever you want. So when people say these are crackers worth £200,000, they can be worth as little as a couple of hundred. But if you put proper jewellery in there, which you can do, it's really nice. Steve, Robert in Berkshire says, earlier in the year you talked about Creed Aventus men's perfume, and I thought I'd try it despite the cost. I now use very little else. I share your love of nice things, and it's been my find of 2018. The bank balance took a hit, but who cares? Listen, I've always said, you know, I think if you work for a living, as many of us do, you know, we get up at silly o'clock in the morning and we come and do something that we truly love. I think it makes such a difference. If occasionally you can treat yourself to something, and it might be a little bit expensive. I bought a coat the other day. I haven't actually worn it anywhere because I've got to work out how many pockets it's got, because I keep lots of things in my pockets, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But I don't see that as an expense. I see it as I've spent money on it, so I'll cut back on something else. I'm quite good at being frugal if I want to be. I mean, this particular year, I've not been particularly frugal, and I don't think Creed Aventus is a cheap perfume at all. It has got the most amazing smell, and I only bought it because my friend Danny was wearing it, and it's very rare that I'm taken by something, and I went, oh, I love that. And not everybody likes it, but there again, not everybody likes all sorts of other, you know, not that many people are keen on Brut. I shouldn't think. But I bought it, and then everybody goes, oh, that smells lovely. I've had people, you know, wander behind me and go, what are you wearing? It's really nice. So that's what it is. But it's not for everybody. You can go and get a little test and see if it's for you. Because you liked it. I gave you a little bit, didn't I? Little tiny bit. It was more than a drop. I mean, it wasn't two drops. Yeah, the 2 drops are very expensive. Because I've got another one with me today. No, it's not your Christmas present. But look, that's it, and there's only a little tiny bit in there. Look, that's all. Do you want to take that? 20 quid. Well, I'm not giving it away. But it's lovely, isn't it? It really is. I just love it. I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know, I just can't describe it. It is so good, isn't it? He loves it. It's the first thing that I've ever had, well, second thing, that I've said to him, you know, have a look at that. And he's gone, oh, love that, Stu. Love that. So here it is. And look, there's enough in there. That's a week's night out for you. That's a week's night out. I mean, look, there is enough in that. That's almost, you could fill a thimble with that. The only thing I can't see on it is the bit where it comes out of. You know, sometimes you hold the end of it and you can't see where it comes out. And here, I can't. And I've had my cataracts done, because normally you could I can turn it round and see, and because sometimes I've done it, and it's gone all over the window, you know, because it's heading the wrong way. But there it is. I'll save that for you. Right, 24 minutes. Do you know what we've not done? Do you know what we've not done today? A, we haven't sung a carol, which I don't think we're going to be doing, and B, we haven't even looked at the papers. I've not even looked at the papers. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's always a mission of mine. And you may think it's slightly bizarre with radio presenters, but you test yourself. And even after this amount of time, I still test myself. And I see how far I can go into a programme without mentioning the newspapers. I can mention some of the stories in them, but I haven't actually picked up the papers. So should we pick them up now? Should we do 5 minutes with the papers? We're going to be talking about that dreadful disaster and the tsunami a little bit later on. So, the Daily Mirror, Queen, goodwill needed now as much as ever. And then in brackets they've written, are you listening, Kate and Meghan? It's not going well. There's something in the family, and I don't know what it is. Is it because Catherine is sort of thinking, well, my husband's going to be king one day, your husband is never going to make it, because, you know, it's so far down the line. So, that, you know, there might be that falling out. She doesn't know what it's like to be in a royal family. They're not the easiest family to be with. They have their way of doing it, and that's the way they've always done it. So, you know, the stuff you read about it, it's mainly from people who don't know enough. Shambolic, they've said, the Gatwick security farce. You know, they were all saying completely different the other day. Oh, we found them, this kind of thing. This arrested couple. Paul and Elaine must be absolutely bloomin' furious. You know, their lives have been dragged through the newspapers. Their house has been photographed from every which way but. And, this arrested couple have been freed without charge, which is what I said yesterday. I said, to be honest with you, they just didn't look like that sort of pair. They just looked like a hard-working pair of people, which is exactly what they are. So they've had to endure this. Even their parents have said, you know, they're not those sort of people. You know, and somebody says here, this would have hit him like a 10-ton truck, because now they've been told that the drone may not even exist. I mean, surely there's got to be some sort of compensation. You can't drag somebody's life, you know, through the... and they've even got a picture of their house. But, you know, there's going to be people who are going to write rude stuff to them, going, oh, you know, you might have got away with it. But, you know what people are like? You know what people are like? School to open and give hungry pupils meal on Christmas Day. I love the people who do this. I love the people. We've had various people over the last week or so who've done marvellous things, and they give up their Christmas to make sure that somebody ends up with some food, a hot meal on their plate, or a shower or something like that. The Queen's message of unity, which is good, and this wave from hell. Plus, the Beckham's profit takes a kicking. Profits at the Beckham's global empire. Do you know, they must be the most miserable people who are multimillionaires. Never see them happy. Never see a big smile on their face. Her, never a smile. She does smile. I've seen her smile. But, you know, they paid themselves $18 million in 2016. $18 million. That's how much it cost to do their lifestyle. How can it cost $18 million? Well, he takes some of old Brooklyn's wages. Oh, sorry, he doesn't make any money, does he, really? But he's got a girlfriend. That's nice, isn't it? Then the other... Because you would never believe there were other children in the family. They don't know where they're living. He seems to be abroad most of the time. She's sort of faffing around in Japan or something like that. 8 puppies born to a rescue dog called Mrs. Claus and been given names like Santa's reindeer. So they called them... I bet you won't remember the reindeer's names. So you remember Rudolph, don't you? So there's... Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner and Blitzen. Wonder why Donner? I think they couldn't afford to spell kebab, I suppose. Yeah, I know you're going to say... You're so readable. So readable. That'll be with salad and chilli sauce. Push the boat out on that one. That really is an Aussie night out. We'll two Donners and a shish, mate. Dad could make us laugh. Just like that. Tommy Cooper's girl talks for the first time since his death 34 years ago. I was watching the television the night that Tommy Cooper died on television at Live from Her Majesty's. And it was certainly something. We were talking about him the other day at the Magic Circle. Such an interesting man, a bundle of nerves, complete bundle of nerves. That's why everything would go wrong. It was his way of sort of trying to cover things up. Daily Mail today. Sorry, have they got the we apologise? No, they haven't mentioned anything about the Gatwick debacle. They've just said a damaged drone was discovered within the perimeter of the airport, and they've offered a £50,000 reward as the hunt for the culprit turned increasingly desperate. They say, so the couple, they haven't actually apologised. Oh, now they've got innocent couple held. Different from the other day. Are these the morons? Really, Daily Mail? Really? Perhaps you should send round some flowers or something. Might be quite nice. The Queen will preach a message of conciliation to a nation divided by issues such as Brexit. Speaking about the birth of Jesus and the Christmas story, she will say, excuse me, that'll be her texting in. She's like that. She listens. You can say that because nobody will ever disagree with it. You just go, lots of members of the royal family listen to this programme. You know, it's the best thing they've ever heard. I believe his message of peace on earth and goodwill to all is never out of date. She's such a wise person, isn't she? I mean, she says things that we all agree with. Why? Because she's our queen. It's as simple as that. And we love her dearly. We don't like all members of the royal family. You know, there are some that we really couldn't care less about. But we do like the queen. My friend Ian, he says, up and raring to go. Oh, sorry. Sorry. He's retweeted me. I thought he was talking about himself. I'm reading my own tweet, thinking it's somebody else's. It says, I'm up and raring to go. Be with me for Christmas Eve breakfast from 7. I thought, how unusual. I didn't think he was on the radio. It's me. Honestly, sometimes, you'll be quite grateful, won't you, when 10 o'clock comes, a bit of sanity emerges onto the air. 10, it's Steve Allen's Christmas Eve breakfast. 24th of December. Actually, you might be one of those lucky people who's done everything and you're sitting at home going, ha, 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 ha. Could you tell me the answer to this one? Says Jay, how many words do you think you speak on LBC Radio in a year? I have no idea. Not a clue. We never work things like that out. We just work on the assumption that I can talk for 3 hours without fear of hesitation, repetition, or deviation, and you just do it. Some people can do it, some people can't do it. It's like being a comedian. I think it's like being a comedian, but the difference is they write a script and they learn it. You very rarely find a comedian who is on the hoof. They're just they're winging it. And it sometimes works for some radio presenters. Some people can do it for a little while. Some people can't do it at all, but they attempt to do it. You are awesome. You are my rock. Good grief, honestly. It's too much. Also, Ed is in Exeter, and somebody says you're very mean. The producer's upset because you treat him so badly. He likes being treated badly. He seriously does. That's why... Listen, you haven't wiped the smile off his face since we started this programme at 7 o'clock this morning. Did we? We started laughing, well, I did, before the programme, and we've continued it until 26 minutes to 10, which actually is not a bad achievement. I mean, let's face it, this time with me has lasted longer than any of your relationships. Take that one on the chin. See if I care. No, seriously. I mean, it's, you know, if they go beyond 10 o'clock at night, he's on a winner. Sometimes they don't quite get as far as that, do they? Bless his heart. Love him to pieces. Thinking of being him for Halloween this year, I think. Steve, I agree. If you can afford it, you should treat yourself. I bought, it was you, was it? The Dyson Supersonic hairdryer. Next year I'll buy the Dyson Airwrap when they're back here. Do you know how much that hairdryer is? It's over £300 for a hairdryer. I thought that was way too... I mean, quite clearly you have to look at me to realise that hairdryers don't feature very much in my life, because I don't have it. I just towel dry. I don't even possess a comb. A bit like the producer. And, no, you see, that you feel I'm picking on him. I'm not really, I'm just stating a fact. But I was right about the girlfriends, though, wasn't I? Not lasting till 10. Yeah, very right. But just see, because I think all of a sudden he's going to meet the one and only, and he's going to settle down, and all of a sudden he's going to be completely different, and we're going to be going, remember Steve, producer from Australia, got married, 4 children already. Seriously, it's like running a football team. And we'll all be going, no. And we go, no. April Fool. Jane in Acton. It's one. I've never heard of a Dyson Airwrap, but I'm sure it's absolutely delightful. I just thought that was too much money. I know they're flogging it to death on QVC. I mean, just absolutely going mad. Steve, Merry Christmas. Just got into the car and missed the name of the aftershave you were raving about. Creed Aventus. Go and smell it first before you decide to buy it, 'cause it's not cheap. And Chris says, I love my Brute after a bath. I did used to buy Brute, because I was around when they first brought it out. It was the first, as far as I remember, the first commercial aftershave. There was loads of things like Old Spice and High Karate and things like that. But Brute was an odd one. It was very strong, very powerful. We didn't know how much to put on. Henry Cooper used to say on the advert, splash it all over. And so I did, but it hurt. It was like, ow, don't splash it all over. No, definitely not. You have to, but it was nice. And then sometimes you get on the bus and you'd be going, people looking around, thinking maybe the cat had died or something. And it was Brute. It was a bit too strong. I like something which is a bit sort of almost feminine in a way. But this one has sort of got that sort of nice little edge to it. So we got the Daily Mail, so they didn't bother apologising. So, a little bit sadder. I thought they might have apologised. Mystery over drone attack as couple are freed. All the papers that were literally pulling them apart yesterday. Queen calls for respect in a Christmas message. I think next year I might start a new trend. I might be nice to everybody. May's... No, sorry, changed my mind already. May's plea for united front on Brexit. Let's pull together and seal the EU deal. Do you know what the Queen's got? When she's doing her message, they always film her in a different room in Buckingham Palace. This time she's in the white drawing room. It's beautiful. I mean, I kid you not, it's beautiful. And so she's got Queen Victoria's gilded grand piano. I think Mendelssohn played on this piano. Also a photo with Prince Philip and baby Charles, taken in 1948. A blue Sèvres French porcelain vase for George IV, a gilded mantel clock given to George IV before 1814, and a roll-top desk made for French royals in 1779. Wow. I mean, but the trouble is, it's just a working room, isn't it? She doesn't sort of go, oh, this is not, because it's in trust for the nation. It's in trust for, after her, for everybody else, and so it will go on. Till maybe Harry gets his hands on it, and then it's all hell's going to break loose. Christmas Day, Britain's to splash out £1 million a minute. What, Christmas Day? What's open Christmas Day? Don't tell me that there is bargain hunters. 12 million looking for deals as retailers slash prices a day early online. They say it could hit $1 billion. They're always moaning, aren't they? They're never satisfied. Never enough money coming into the coffers. They always go, we could do with some more money. I like the idea that John Travolta is planning a follow-up to Grease, and this is from Didi Conn. Didi played Frenchie. To be honest with you, she could win the Dancing on Ice. It's certainly not going to be Gemma Collins. You know, as everybody said, all mouth and no trousers. You know, she can talk the talk, not really, and that's it. And here are these delightful puppies. You're going to love them. It's a breed of Border Terrier, more endangered than the giant panda. And they've got a crucial Christmas gift, a litter of 5 puppies. They're Dandy Dinmonts. And they're very rare. And they're very beautiful. And I think in 2015, numbers of newborn puppies sank to an all-time low of just 79, which is not good. Having 5 puppies... Oh, how gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So they say here, having 5 puppies is quite a responsibility. We want them to go to good homes whose owners will be ambassadors for the breed. Yes, you have to check very carefully, you know, because you don't want them to get into the wrong hands. Absolutely lovely. And they're on the Scottish borders. His name's Andy Kennedy. His dog Jessie gave birth to 5 at his home in Waterlooville in Hants. He already has found homes for 2 of them, and they're £1,000 each. But to be honest with you, and I know it seems ridiculous, years ago I'd have said £1,000 for a dog. Well, it's nothing nowadays, is it? Nothing. But if you spent £1,000 on one of these, that would be your bit to ensuring that the breed we don't want it to die out, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. What else do we have in the papers for today? Taller patients live longer. And bar gum, we're losing our dialects. You know, because people... I remember Anita Dobson telling me that she was Cockney, and so her mother sent her to speech therapy. And so she came out speaking terribly well. And what was the job she got? EastEnders. She had to go back to where she came from. Dreadful waste of money, but there you go. Wonderful Life, again, named the nation's favourite film. But what do other people like to watch? I like The Railway Children. Apart from Daddy, My Daddy, you know, which is always great. The steam and all the rest of it. And I think I shall go to the field, and we shall sit there where we had so many happy memories. And you think, it's such a cute film. It's almost like they overdubbed the sound on it. But I think in It's a Wonderful Life, it ties with the snowman. We're walking in the air. You know, take him down like a drone. That's what it could have been. It could have been the snowman. Could have been Father Christmas, couldn't it? You never know. Could have been anything like that. But they've got the fast fixes to avoid a festive meltdown inside the Express Day. They're all doing it. All the different papers are offering you... Oh, shut up. I'm so sorry, honestly. I'm just terribly popular. And, Phil Vicker is up, so that's good. That's good. He's got some nice roasties. Oh, they look nice, aren't they? Oh, you know what he's asked for Christmas? A welder. He wants a welder. Well, who wants a welder? Unless you're doing cut and shut cars. I couldn't see any point of that at all. He says, I'm teaching myself so I can weld things. Gates, pens, fences, etc. He said, when the Bentley goes wrong, I can weld it back together for you. Well, that'll not be happening, will it? That'll not be happening. People worrying about these sort of things. Lucy, my friend in the business, wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas, which is quite nice. And as Jamie Oliver again, looking very happy. And who's this one here? Honestly, sometimes Arlene Phillips wishes everybody a very beautiful Christmas, which is quite nice. And Professor Jonathan Shallett is in Barbados. He goes to Barbados every year. He always goes there. He likes Barbados. He can let himself go, relax, have some lovely food, and you get some sunshine. Over in Baltimore, let me just tell you, snow, if you're thinking of going over there at the moment. And 67, Sussex police are investigating 67 drone sightings made by public, passengers, police officers and staff. Leave it with the blooming drones, thank you very much indeed. And my friend JK is getting himself ready for Christmas again. It's always nice when you've got young children around. That makes Christmas especially special, I think. I thought it was a picture of me. It isn't. It's Michael J. Fitch, and he's a very good magician. I know lots of very good magicians, actually. If only I was as good as they are, but not going to be. Also, Michael Fabricant, talking about things which he supports. One of them is Cliff Richard. And what was the other one, actually? Oh, Paul Easton. Hope he has a very, very pleasant Christmas. And my friend Paul as well. Hope he has a very nice Christmas. And Nicky Chapman says, we're back. we're getting very festive. What are the 3 things you'd like in your stocking this Christmas? I don't know. Well, the producer would like anything. Anything. He doesn't have a stocking. If he did, he'd be worried about where it came from. But, you would, wouldn't you? Next, we're going to be talking about the tsunami, because I want to know more about it. I want to know what the advice is for people who are thinking of going on holiday, whether or not we should still be going on holiday or whether we shouldn't be going on holiday. I don't know, because at the moment it's in a dreadful mess over there, so we'll talk about that very, very shortly. And what else do we have, actually? Oh, just lots of people wishing us all a very Merry Christmas, and we do exactly the same to you. Front page of the Guardian. My brother will love it. There's a quiz special. Also, A Nation's Pain. Thousands mourning after this tsunami hits Indonesia. Police examining the drone which they found near Gatwick. As I say, we're not even sure that there was a drone. And the Gatwick drone attack fast. Device. It's funny how all the papers, not one word of apology to this poor couple who've been ridiculed from on high. Couple exonerated. That's all they've said, couple exonerated, So, ruin somebody's life by plastering all over. A quiet couple. A quiet couple. And also, eat a little, drink even less, and be merry-ish. Because they want you to be healthy this Christmas. And if you're going to be healthy, it's a case of not eating too much. And remember, please don't overfeed the pets. They're the ones who are going to suffer at this time of year. And is Mike with you tomorrow morning, Steve, says little Julie. Yes, he's with me for the next 3 days. Her Majesty, the UK must overcome deeply held differences, respect each other as human beings. Also, the boy of 2 among the migrants who was rescued in the Channel, his 7-year-old sister among a group of 16 migrants the other day. They paid smugglers £4,000. I don't know where you get £4,000 from in this day and age. Oh, wait a minute. I have to ask Katie Price. She's just spent that on Christmas presents, which seems an excessive amount to me. I've never heard of somebody spending that amount of money, especially when they don't have that sort of money around. The Eye this morning, we've got quizzes, I suppose, because there's going to be no papers tomorrow, are there? I shouldn't imagine. Ministers holding a summit today on how to tighten security at airport. Bit late now, isn't it? Bit late now. We just had all this sort of complete upset, and they go, we'll have a meeting to discuss what we're going to do about the airports. What do you mean, do about the airports? It's absolutely ridiculous. All Simon wants for Christmas is Bruno Tonioli. He's decided he wants him on the programme, so he might be offering big money. I think they just want him because he's a bit overexcitable. That's probably the best way to describe him. Also, the Duchess of Cambridge stunned Christmas shoppers. She went to the Range to buy festive gifts. I'm assuming it's the place you go to buy silly things for the royal family. She bought trolley loads of pictures, children's books and artist materials, and then queued at the till. Somebody asked her for a selfie, and she said, I'm afraid not. She had security with her. Oh, look, who is it today? Who is our page 3? Oh, it's Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret, I keep telling you, they're just models who get their kit off. They do knickers and bras and stuff like that. It's the same as calling them a page 3 girl or a lingerie model. They just sort of put them under that title of lingerie model, Victoria's Secret. Christmas dinner will cost 15% more under Labour. Do people really care what Christmas dinner costs? I know the papers are very keen to show you every year. We managed to get Christmas dinner for £24 or something and feeding a family of 8. People have got pictures here of Catherine in the Range buying little things. She could be buying presents for the Queen, we don't know. But the Kate and Meghan will sit together at Sandringham to hear the Queen's speech about healing even with the most deeply held differences. And I'm assuming they do have deeply held differences, because they don't seem to be getting on, but we don't know what we're going to do about them not getting on. It's a bit of a pain, really, because you want them to sort it out. Looking at the pictures of this tsunami, we're trying to get hold of our correspondent over there. We can't at the moment. We can't gain contact. Now, whether or not the phone lines are not answering the other end, I've got no idea. But I'm looking at this at Anak Krakatoa, this huge... I mean, it is just phenomenal. Nature is just awesome. It really is. It brings death, it brings misery. At the same time, it brings this awful majesty. They say now 222 people have died. So if we can hopefully get hold of our guest, Kathy, we'll have a chat. Also, Anthea Turner. Oh, she was irritating on television the other day. It must have been a thing from ages ago, because she's still irritating. And her pal has waded into the Star's cash row with her sister, who yesterday slammed Wendy Turner Webster for selling her story to a newspaper. They haven't got any money. Got to do something, because Anthea, you remember, severed ties with Wendy and her husband Gary after allegedly lending them tens of thousands. Wendy, who lives in a Travelodge hotel with ex-Minder actor Gary, said Anthea bombarded her with texts to get her to repay the loan. Lizzie Cundy, you've heard of Lizzie Cundy, haven't you? She's sort of around just about everywhere, says, this has really been, a shock. Shame on you, Wendy. Why don't you mind your own business? It's their problem to sort out. They're the sisters. Let them sort it out themselves. She was kind to lend them money, and so, for Wendy and Gary to do this, yes, but if you lend somebody money, just supposing, you lend somebody £10,000 and they go, I'm going to pay you back. If they've had to ask to borrow £10,000, the chances are they're not going to be able to pay you back because they're paying off debts. That's the way it works nowadays. It's very difficult. That's why you find banks turning people down for loans, because they go, you don't have a good track record. You've got to have a good track record of paying things back. If, of course, you've never borrowed money, you've got as big a problem as the person who's trying to borrow money, because they've got no history. So if you've got no history, they're not going to lend you any money, and some people survive on these payday loans. Gemma Collins says people think I'm a fat joke. I'll prove them wrong. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, it's very sweet of you to try and walk the walk, but you're just an overblown-up Barbie doll. There is no dancing on ice, because dancing is something you can't do. What you'll be doing is you'll be being dragged round the ice. That's what it'll be. Drag being the operative word, because loads of pretty outfits. I mean, I just hope that her and Arj, the intelligent one, sort of get married and disappear somewhere. Couldn't care less where, as long as it's far, far away. That'll be quite good. But she's very good at giving it plenty of chat. But when you hear her, she speaks like a 5-year-old. So, I'm the GC and this and that. When she talks to Bobby Cole Norris, it's like listening to two bookends. It's very sad and tragic. Road hell today as half of the motorists head out. Going to be clogged today. Millions visit relatives. Who visits relatives on Christmas Eve? Come on. Oh, it's you lot. Right, OK, that's fine. We knew that would be happening. The Truth About Me and Bex by Catherine Jenkins. This has resurfaced again. Plus, the Beckhams needn't feel too glum at the end of the year. They've got plenty of business to celebrate. I reckon Christmas with the Beckhams is miserable. Seriously, I've just got a feeling. They don't look like they have any laughs. I mean, they no doubt will release some pictures, as they generally do, because they're obsessed with the publicity. But to be honest with you, it never looks like a bundle of fun, does it? But you never know. Things might work out eventually. They might get a picture of her smiling with him, as opposed to this peculiar leaning kind of thing she does when she has a picture taken. Obviously, she's seen proper models doing it, but as she was never a model, it just looks slightly odd. More of your texts and emails. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And it says, Scotty boy is too much of a match for our Steve, says Jane. Aussie boy, you've been missed. Don't go down that route. I can handle it. Don't you worry. And Steve, we hope you have a joyful Christmas. That's Lottie. Stoke, who says, we listen to you most mornings as we have two very young children who like an early start. We like an early start. We like it. Well, we have to. We have to. Indulged in a few snowball cocktails last night, Steve. What's your Auntie Enid's seasonal drink of choice? Wincarnis. She's into anything she thinks going to extend her life, I think. So that's it. Steve, to add, I was wondering if people may think that Adventus is an aftershave, but being a men's perfume elevator, we couldn't care less what it's called. It's better when you can afford £250, which is what it costs per bottle, because it's not very cheap. But that's not the most expensive. My friend Warren said he discovered an aftershave which was £600 a bottle. £600 a bottle. Seems like an awful lot, doesn't it? But Aventus, Creed, it's all written in... I think it's all written in French, actually. Something to do with 1780. Whether or not it's been around since 1780, I've got no idea. But it might have been. That's just about it for this morning, because the programme has whizzed through this morning. I don't think you've had a programme that's gone through so fast. Slade guitarist Dave Hill, are you hanging up your stock? I mean, you listen to all the Christmas radio stations. Slade must be making a fortune, especially with Hey Mr. Churchill Come. That one's fairly popular too. But he's not pocketed a penny from Merry Christmas, everybody. The 70s rocker revealed he's not looped in on most of the recordings, while Noddy Holder and Jim Lee rake in cash every year. Well, of course, Noddy doesn't sing with Slade anymore. I think they have somebody else. Dave says, I've heard it gets more royalties from more countries than any other song ever recorded, but I only get performance royalties. There'd be a big difference. A big, big difference. Another one here. Tommy Cooper's daughter has spoken out to set the record straight about her late dad. Vicky Cooper's decision to do her first ever telly interview comes 4 years after she was left horrified by a drama which portrayed him as an alcoholic wife-beater. Well, I don't know about the wife-beating, but he loved a drink. He loved a drink. I always remember my opening line. I did a charity thing with Tommy up at Ealing in a nightclub up there, and he was slurring all over the place. It was, seriously. And I remember saying, Tommy Cooper, aided by the Bell's Distillery, liked a whiskey. Ollie Mers is taking his family back to the future this Christmas, well, the 1980s. And he says it's an 80s Christmas themed, 80s outfits, 80s themed decorations. That's why Ollie Mers has never made it big time, because he's still stuck in the NAF regime. It's not going to change at all, is it? And Simon Cowell, as I say, wants to poach Bruno Tonioli for Britain's Got Talent. The pals are close, and they're both in Barbados. Same place. They all go to the same place every year. It is the most famous place in Barbados, made famous by the fact that they go there. And there'll be a lot of famous people there, and they have a lovely time. The Pub Giant, which we were going to do earlier on, is the Pub Giant who was slammed over the too cheap booze offers. They reckon 15 quid for a week's worth of booze. That seems a little bit too cheap for me. People talking in the Daily Star today about the sisters should make peace. This is Anthea and Wendy. I should imagine they're both absolute nightmares. Never lend money to people. If you lend money to people, expect not to get it back, because otherwise they wouldn't have asked you in the first place. But Anthea, I mean, she's prepared to fall out with her sister over it, which I think is a great shame. Steve. Anthony says, I did a little calculation. Steve averages 180 words a minute, speaks for around 150 minutes per show in a year. That is 180 words times minute times 150 minutes times show times 5 times 7 million-ish. 7 million, which is fantastic, isn't it? But that's just about it now, isn't it? We've got to go. Nice, isn't it? I quite like the idea that we spent Christmas Eve together. Then I went out yesterday for a couple of sherbets with Paul Cooper and his team. There's about 50 people turned up, so that was quite nice. Today, it's the Christmas the first of the Christmas dinners. Although actually I've had a Christmas dinner before, and it was very nice. But I'm looking forward to a big Christmas dinner today and a big Christmas dinner tomorrow as well, because I'm lucky enough I actually get two. I get two Christmas dinners, which makes you appreciate the size that I am. Because because this is the year that I'm going to lose weight. It's not a New Year resolution. It's not one of those things where I go, oh, I'm definitely going to lose weight, because I need to. But I got my eye test back the other day. Remember, I'd seen a picture. It looked a bit cloudy, and apparently there's a little problem, but it's not a big enough problem to worry about. So that's quite good. Santa has been and kindly dropped off the Bucks Fizz. So why is Christmas Day the only day you can get sozzled by 10 a.m? It's because traditionally, well, in our house it always used to be, my mother didn't want to open the presents until she'd had a glass of Bucks Fizz. And it has to be a glass of Bucks Fizz. Nothing else would do. And it's got to be, for the only day in the year when she used to have it, freshly squeezed orange juice into a glass. And so, I mean, because I didn't drink when I was at that age. And I was a very late developer for the drinking. But it was a case of she would go, right, we'll have the Bucks Fizz, and she would sit down in her dressing gown with a pad of paper and write down all the presents that we'd been bought. And then, of course, you have to write the thank you letters after Christmas. So you've got that to look forward to. Then, of course, I should imagine by now, turkey's probably in the oven. I don't know how long they cook. Is it about 5 hours turkey? When do we aim to eat on Christmas Day? Do we eat lunchtime, or do we eat 2, 3 in the afternoon? I've spoken to some people who eat at 6 o'clock in the evening, which always struck me as being a little bit late for a heavy meal. But, who cares? It doesn't matter. But we will take all your texts and emails. Somebody says, I'm still up early to make the smoked salmon, and a little tired after midnight mass. And then, adore you, Steve. But missed out Ragtag and Bobtail plus Tales of the Riverbank. Colin says, long may you continue. That's a case of, keep healthy. I think keeping healthy is very good. Went to bed at 2 p.m. this morning. Do you mean 2 a.m., I think? Beautiful midnight mass in Oxford, 4 hours sleep, and I'm up with my first incredibly gorgeous grandson. I should imagine Will Guyot's up as well at this time of the morning. He seems to be getting less and less sleep at the moment, now that they have a new addition to the family. And the good news was, as you discovered yesterday on Twitter, that all his parcels turned up. Christmas arrived, and very happy he was too, because he was getting a little bit worried when we were doing our little chat the other day. It was a case of, if the doorbell rang, it meant that Amazon had done the delivery for him. And that's what people have done. I mean, around here, it's constant present giving. Seriously. I spent a good 20 minutes opening a big bag of presents to me today, again, from, you know, very kind people. I'll tell you about it all a little bit later on. So I've got a huge bag of DVDs and little things that light up and, you know, just loads and loads of... Oh, it did this the other day, you know. It did it yesterday, and I can't work out how it turns itself off again. It is on silent. It's got the speaker with the... I don't know why it's making a noise. Don't shout at me. It's Christmas Day morning. Honestly, why am I in trouble over this? But I don't know why it's making that noise. And then somebody tried to explain to me how you turn it off, but I've got it's muted. It's got mute on here. I know what I'll do. I was going to say I'll turn the phone off, but then I might have some important celebrities who want to call me on Christmas Day. Because my friend Chris, I think, has gone up north, which is quite nice. Beth is, I don't know, sozzled somewhere, I should imagine, poor soul, I should imagine. And there'll be loads of you as well who went out drinking last night. And did you go drinking last night, Dave? Did you? You didn't. Were you a good boy? Good boy? Oh, pointless asking, Aussie boy. You could just imagine you'd be propping up some bar somewhere. All right? Hello, girlie. You work in... I know, you have been very well behaved. I'm quite surprised, actually, because this is the first year you've not had a girlfriend, isn't it, for the festive season? He's going out for a very expensive meal tonight. It's a guilt trip. I'll tell you about it a bit later on. We love a good guilt trip. And this is such a good guilt trip. This is a really, really good guilt trip. In fact, every time something happens, I always think, I'll store that in my memory bank, and then I can regurgitate it. Because it won't stop. I told you, Will Guy was up. Look at this. Tuned in already. There he is. He's up and ready, which is which is good. I don't know. I love it when people are up early in the morning. I think it's fantastic, and it's nice actually. I like it when people are up early and they're listening to the radio, because that makes such a difference. So we'll take more of your texts and emails throughout the program. We're here till 10. So, in fact, we can possibly open presents together, I should imagine. Colin, very nice indeed. Talking... a man who dropped a 30,000 champagne bottle. Oh, who would that be? Who would knock out a 30,000 pounds? We've all got Prosecco. Our gift from the company this year is Prosecco. So that's quite nice. It's got an LBC label on. You see, aficionados of LBC would want to keep that as something to... because it's memorabilia. I've got tons of memorabilia at home. I've got poster campaigns, everything. In fact, at one time I had loads... I know, it makes me sound very Anaraki, but I'm not really an Anaraki sort of person. But at one time we had loads of T-shirts, we had jackets with our names on and everything, which was lovely, actually. Love your festive phone jingle. I don't, it's driving me mad. I can't work out how you turn the blooming thing off. There you go, it's done it again. It does it by itself. It's almost as if it comes to life in the studio. Phil Vickery and Fern, very Merry Christmas to you're all up. All up. I love it. I love it. I think it's great. And Will is up, who says, tuned in, all the presents are wrapped. God, I bet you had a late night. In fact, if you have got new additions to the family, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be sort of exhausted, I should imagine. Over in Rome, I was looking at the picture. I've been in St. Peter's Basilica. It's a vast place. It really is. And the Pope doing his sort of message. The Queen's done her message. They'll all be going off to church today. Hope you get a Prosecco or 4, says Will. Do you know, actually, Will, I won't. And I'll tell you the reason I won't is because I don't drink and drive over Christmas. It's the only time... Well, it's not the only time I don't drink and drive, but it's the only time I'm not bothered about drinking. I've got water in the car, and it's lovely. Somebody says I was up early just to listen to you, and Steve made Jamie Oliver's gravy yesterday. Jim wants to know if I arrived by drone. Do you know it can't be that long before we have drones that can carry you? You know, if you're a fairly light person. Steve, the day would not be complete without your friendly voice and witty observations. I know. And Pete's in Tunbridge Wells. He listens every day. Currently preparing the veg. What, at 7:10? Mind you, why not? Why not? The Queen will call for unity. Oh, did you hear Simon Conway earlier on? Didn't he do well? Didn't he do well? I thought you did very well, actually. It was quite nice. So I heard most of the programme. From the very beginning all the way through, which was excellent. Steve, wish you and your listeners a very Merry Christmas. Thank you for your shows over the last year. We loved the Magic Circle. Thank you. And the Wade family says your iPhone's going bonkers like mine with all the emails and texts. I don't know why it's making this noise, because I can't work it. I've turned all the sounds off and it still does it. Still does it. It's my birthday today. Steve, my husband, has already got me a little present. Do you know what Eamon and Ruth are doing today, says Donny? Hopefully not appearing on television. Because they've been on television so much this year. She's then on QVC. You can't put him on QVC unless he was going to be, you know. And somebody said, this is Mark in Mill Hill. He said, here I am listening as always. Hope you have a great new year. Good God, we haven't even got through Christmas yet, have we, really? So do you know, I did this yesterday. I got confused with the computer. And I've just done it by myself, so I now know how to read and how to delete things, which is very good. Went to bed. I know you taught me yes, but I've remembered it today. Great producing, seriously, honestly. But I was listening actually to a little bit of Matt the other day, which was very good. He was telling us about the 38 degrees that they have when they're eating, or when you're eating for... Does he know that you've never been to Australia? Have you told him that bit yet? Is this some joke that you're keeping going? Because I know the truth, that because we've got Aussie Mike here, but the joke is, he's not Australian, okay? He's never been to Australia. He's only been past a travel agent's window where there is a picture of the Great Barrier Reef and Ayers Rock, and he thinks he's been to Australia, but I don't think anybody's told Matt. So I might have to sort of, you know, let you down gently that you've never been to Australia. Which is, no, it's funny, isn't it? Why is it? When did it, because he's a New Zealander. He's a Kiwi. He's a Kiwi. He does the hacker. In the office, you get, when he does the hacker, it's worth watching, I tell you. It's a little bit lonely, but he goes on with it, doesn't he? Which is good. So I went to bed, 2 a.m. this morning, beautiful midnight mass in Oxford, and I'm up with my first incredibly gorgeous grandson, 3 months old, Teddy. So it's obviously very popular at the moment. Perfect Christmas for me, especially after having my picture taken with you at the Magic Circle. I've still got the 2 pieces of paper from Jamie Raven. Hubby took 7 pics, and you were talking on all of them, says Bunny. You've got stunning eyes. Do you know, I'm a bit disappointed in my eyes. I always wanted to have blue or green eyes, and I'm grey-green. I think it used to say that on the passport, but I can't remember, actually. Tinky says you're going to open the phone lines. I don't know. We've had this for the past 15 years, and I've always said, let's open up the phone lines. And for some reason, we just never get round to it. I think it's because we're fairly busy, and we've got an army of people here, a right load of people, to sort of answer the phones and everything else. It's a bit like working at BBC Local Radio, where they've got loads of people working on the shows, but nobody listening, which is always quite sweet. I always do that one, actually. Steve Allen, the man with a heart of gold, says, Jane, have a lovely day. I'm absolutely going to look forward to today without any shadow of a doubt. I've got to drive down to Epping, which is lovely. Steve says, above all, a very happy Christmas to Auntie Enid. Hope she gets her teeth back. They're not giving them back. They've not given it. She had, I don't know if you're up to speed with my Auntie Enid, who's now, I think she's about 98 now. She's in an old people's home. She doesn't know she's in an old people's home, but we put her in there some years ago. But she's literally charmed everybody. She's charmed everybody in the home, but they had to take her teeth away a short while ago. She started grinding them, and so they've taken away. But it doesn't matter, because her entire Christmas lunch will be liquidised this year, which apparently people do to get round. You know when you have your stomach stapled, and it means that you can't take in a lot of food, so it's very good for people who are dieting. Well, apparently, people who are dieting cheat by... I'm so sorry. I'm very popular. People cheat, and they end up having this all their food liquidised so they can eat it. Andy Peters is up this morning. Andy Peters will be sitting under the tree, and he'll be counting how many presents he's got. But mince pie count this year, 3. 3 mince pies for Andy Pitt. Now, there's a body with no fat on it. Seriously, no fat at all. He sort of is me, but sort of in a different shape. You know, he's just... I wish I had no fat on my... I don't know what my fat count is. A lot, I should imagine. But what's your fat count, Mike? Can you pinch an inch, as they say? That was the indication. On your side, can you get a good old handful down there? 3 handfuls, yeah. So a set of luggage going on with Mike. Dave, of course, nothing. Nothing, I shouldn't imagine. Skinny little wretch. No sort of fat on. And Julian, nothing at all. Nothing at all. I mean, seriously, he is... It's like, break as well. Oh, you're producing this morning. How lovely. I love it. Christmas morning, it couldn't be better, could it? LBC, we've got a whole team of people here, so if you're feeling a bit lonely, come round here. We got loads of people to talk to you. They'd all love to meet you and have a... Stop it. Is that from you? It says it does say take the break. It does, it's so rude. It was the producer sending me a message going, take the break. I mean, that's how bad communications have got on this programme after sort of surviving yesterday. Emma Barton, as you know, plays Honey Mitchell in EastEnders. And she's also a fairly regular listener. And so she sent us Merry Christmas greetings at 7:20 in the morning, which I think is an achievement. I think it's fantastic. I'm very, Jerry Butcher as well. Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful day from the Butcher family. So thank you very much. We take all of these this morning. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I might, depending on how it goes, I might open up the phone lines a little bit later on as a bit of a Christmas treat. Little Julie says, Merry Christmas, Steve and Mike. She likes Mike a lot now and wants pictures and everything else. She says, please pass on Christmas greetings to your Spikers Facebook group. So, many happy hours of drinking Prosecco and opening presents, which I'm sure you will have. Right, let me just clear some of these down, then we'll take them. So a lot of people say, Sally, living in York, says, Happy Christmas to my daughters, who I've educated to listen to you on LBC. Thank you. And a lot of other people talking about the Magic Circle show. We've got another one coming up this Sunday as well, which is lovely. Also, I did send you a Christmas card. I don't know where the Christmas cards have gone this year. I seriously don't know. It's all very, 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 very surprising, actually, because they've disappeared. I've got an idea, says Gary in Woolwich, for turning the jingle off. Use a hammer. That's nice, isn't it? Use a hammer. I could use my little teeny phone on the programme. I wonder what the ringtone is on that. I haven't discovered that bit yet. I will do. Steve, did you see the moon last night? Says Julie from No. I did see it. I saw Venus the other day. It was so bright. And somebody had written into LBC saying, oh, I know what that is. And I said, that looks like Venus. And it was. It was very, very bright. It could have been anything. Eileen and Chrissy in East Dulwich, presents opened. You're joking. What, at 22 minutes past 7? You couldn't wait any longer. I thought we'd do them about 8 o'clock, but I know kids don't do anything like that. But coffee on from new mugs, champagne chilling. How lovely. Where did you go to celebrate midnight mass? My bed. I was asleep. I slept through everything. Loved it. Mainly because, at the end of each day, you want to get some sleep. Donnie says, perhaps Auntie Enid would like to pop down to Eastbourne. I don't think she would, actually. I don't think she knows where Eastbourne is. We could always run her down there and just leave her with you for the festive period. Of course, I'm listening, says Sally in Tunbridge Wells. Haven't been able to sleep. Lived in South Africa for 30 years. Christmas is not the same in a hot country. If you open the phones, the whole UK network will blow up. We did that one year, actually. We did go into meltdown, which was good. Nathan is in a foggy Manchester. He says, first time listening to you on Christmas Day, Manchester. Actually, it was foggy when I came in this morning, but the roads were empty. And I think perhaps a lot of people went out last night but had an early night. They decided they didn't want to sort of hang around to it, because otherwise it can ruin your Christmas day. You can go out, and at the time, I know what it's like, because I've been there, and you have a few drinks and you're in nice company and you're chatting away and it's all very wonderful. And then you suddenly think, I've got to go to bed. So you stagger back down the road. The only places that are open are kebab shops, and it does look very tempting first thing in the morning. And then you climb into bed, and then you wake up the next morning early, because I wake up early anyway, and you go, oh, my head. So the idea is take an aspirin before you go to bed. Steve, Mark and Alana from Rill. Santa's been. Harriet has just brought her stocking through to open on the bed. Off to the living room now. There's something nice about just the tree lights in the living room just being on. It's wonderful. It's very nice indeed. Health and happiness from Ollie in Purley. And James says, why don't you just open up one phone line? I don't know. It doesn't work like you can't do that on our system, because we've got, I forget how many lines, are loads coming in, 10 lines coming in, and so it just comes in and then it splits them onto the board. It doesn't work any other way, actually. Are you a fan of cold beef, Steve? Yes, I love cold, especially in a crusty roll. Oh yeah, oh yes, definitely. I don't know what I'm going to be having for lunch today. I did book it some time ago, but I can't remember. Well, remember, you know when that you're eating out and they ask you back in July, what would you like for Christmas Day? And of course I've got no idea what I've ordered. I might have ordered a prawn cocktail and then turkey, because we're eating out in a pub in Epping. Merry Christmas, Steve and producer, say Caroline and Ollie. That's nice, isn't it? They're spending Christmas this year for the first time as a married couple. Surprising, that's what my two are doing. My two are doing exactly... Look at this, honestly. I mean, we are so similar. They're spending the day as if they were a married couple. They're not, obviously. They're not, heavens above. But when it comes to present buying, they're up there with the best of them. They really are. It's just... Can't wait to tell you the story later on, which I will be telling you. Rest assured. That's what that fatal thing is. I said earlier on, if somebody says to me, I'm going to tell you something, don't tell anybody. I always say to them, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me, because I can't, I'm terrible at keeping secrets. In fact, even the producer admits I can't keep secrets. And so people tell me things. And then you think, I don't know, does the other, I don't know, am I supposed to say something? And I didn't spill the beans, no. Yeah, he did ask loads, Dave. He did ask loads. And in fact, it was then that, because I didn't actually say anything when he said, he's not got me a Christmas present. And I went, And I sort of looked at the floor a little bit and he went, oh no. It was because it was so sweet, because I thought they'd already agreed not to do Christmas presents. But then, so I didn't tell him. That's why you're getting the meal. That's why you're getting the meal. But then and then we found out earlier that it was only yesterday that he said, yeah, let's do Christmas presents. I mean, honestly, how can you forget from yesterday? How is this possible? Goodness sake. Can I remember what I did yesterday? Everything. What, did I do something bad yesterday? I don't think I did. I wasn't. I was in a very good mood yesterday. Very cheerful, very happy sort of mood. I think because it's Christmas Eve and I don't know what to do on Christmas Eve. It's like New Year's Eve. There's one thing I'll not be doing, and that's going out and propping up a bar somewhere. I can't think of anything worse. Terrible. So, Carolina and Ollie spending their first Christmas as a married couple. Is it different? Is it different being a married couple to being a single couple? I wonder, really. It probably is, isn't it, really? Because all of a sudden it's been signed, sealed, delivered, as they say. So Phil Vickery's up. I should imagine Phil is so organised in the kitchen. I should imagine it's just going to be amazing. Merry Christmas from Eastbourne, says Lee. And then poor old Sophia, up all night with, oh, no, toothache. Oh, my God. And then Steve Allen comes on the radio. I thought there was going to be some sort of sarky comment about that. Yeah, it's just made the toothache worse. Never fails to make me smile, so you've cheered me up a little. Oh, toothache. Wisdom tooth pain. I have every sympathy. I know exactly what it's like. As I've never had any wisdom teeth, it doesn't really make any difference. But it's a case of toothache. I think toothache, backache. What's the other one that is wrong? Backache is a nightmare. I've had that before. Toothache I've had many, many years ago. Headaches, I suppose. And it's got the word ache on it. It's totally unacceptable. And then, of course, you look around and you go, no tablets at all at home. No tablets left. So you have to sort of go out. And what is open today? Garages. So what do you end up buying somebody? A Ginster's pasty. Or a set of firewood, or something like that. Because there's nothing else to buy, is there? Nothing's open today. Tomorrow it's all back open. So you don't need to go mad, but you probably did go mad the other day buying just about everything. Lovely Rita Simons. Final show of the day done. She's doing pantomime down in Bournemouth. Then a day off to spend a rare day with the family. So that's nice. Could I say the word day, she says, anymore? No. And then there's Kevin Spacey, which is making the news at the moment. He's all over the internet as well. And KFC had a national chicken crisis this year, remember. You couldn't get the blooming stuff. And so there was one woman, she was forced to go to Burger King. People become obsessed with certain foods, don't they? If they couldn't get it, people were driving about all over the place just to sort of find Kentucky Fried Chicken. So it must be very, very addictive. Very, very addictive. What do we got? Clive Bull. Actually, I think it's the same today. It's Ian Payne who's going to be following me on LBC this morning. So we want to take as many of your texts and emails as possible. And we are Brexit-free. We're one of the very few programmes that are Brexit-free. There's no point. I've heard every argument under the sun. Whatever happens, happens. I don't care anymore. I don't think that there are any more questions to ask about Brexit. But I'm sure Eddie Mayer and Ian Dale and James O'Brien and Nick Ferrari will all find different things to talk about. Kevin Maguire was talking about the Gatwick drone fiasco. He says, I hope the airports don't shut tonight after reported sightings of a bearded bloke dressed in red on a flying sleigh pulled by reindeer. Because they still haven't found it. They haven't reappeared, have they? They haven't reappeared anymore. So, were they ever there in the first place? or was it just made up? And that poor couple, now they've appeared on television. They're on medication. They're on medication. Their lives have been turned upside down. We were going to do a piece the other day about whether or not they have grounds to sue, because they've been basically outed by every single newspaper, been called all sorts of names, and it was nothing to do with them. Oh dear. Kevin the restaurateur says strange behaviour by 3 people, paid for their turkey in full but never collected them. Weren't some turkeys rustled the other day? Didn't somebody have all these turkeys and they got stolen? It was like £20,000 worth of turkeys. Well, where are they going to turn up? In a market? Probably. Can't think of anywhere else, actually. Russ the Postie, he says, not in the shorts today because I'm still in bed with the wife, Brenda. There you go. And you don't wear shorts in bed? I thought everybody wore shorts in bed. But that's just probably me again. The Indonesian disaster and the agency which has come out, the number of people killed in the tsunami between Java and Sumatra has now risen to 429. 429. It's an absolute catastrophe. But for those people who were probably looking forward to their holiday, there is nothing there. It's just total devastation. But we've seen this before with tsunamis, but I didn't realise there were that many people. When we first started, we were talking about 40 people. Now we're 429. Always love the show, says Chantel. She says, I do cat rounds. What are cat rounds? I don't know what what's a cat round, Chantel? But she does fluffball cat services. Do you groom cats? It could be cat sitter. That's right. Because whenever a friend of mine goes away, her next door neighbours look after the cats. They just go in and feed them. So perhaps that's what she does. It's like sometimes in Regent's Park, on a Sunday, you see loads of people dog walking. And there'll be like somebody with 20 dogs. So how do you control them all? I've got no idea. First Christmas with my grandson, Joey Steve, and I'm the first awake. Good. Andrea's in hospital in St Albans. Well, in a hospital. She lives in St Albans. She says, thank you for the banter. Are you lying there waiting for an operation, or have you had an operation? And Dave in Bermondsey says, Merry Christmas, Treacle. Because the reason we say that is because years and years ago I used to have a driver, and he called all his girlfriends Treacle. I say all his girlfriends. He had quite a number of girlfriends. But he called them all Treacle. I said, why do you call them Treacle? He says, it kind of makes it easier. He said, because... He said, I can't remember their names half the time. Dean says, happy Christmas to you and all the listeners, especially those alone. Yeah, there will be people who are alone this Christmas. And 25 years, Steve, since I spoke to you on this morning, your Christmas quiz, when you sent me a VHS tape for the children. We used to give out sort of prizes for things. We used to do a Christmas quiz. And very popular. And then I suddenly, of course, that now turned me into this hatred of Christmas quizzes. My brother's obsessed with Christmas quizzes. Me, he goes, and we'll be doing the Christmas quiz, and I go, that'll be nice. Thinking, please not, but we go through it every year, actually, which is okay. Thank you, says Chris in Southwest London, for just being on the radio this morning. Well, it's a group effort. It's a team effort. They all do it. Georgie, Mum's cooking Christmas lunch. I'm off again on my ambulance for another 12-hour shift. Merry Christmas from Whetstone. I know Whetstone very well indeed. But good for you. But there will be. You think nobody will be calling ambulances out on Christmas Day? I promise you they will be. I promise you they will be. There's no rest up, is there, in London or anywhere else? There must be certain places where it's fairly quiet. But lovely. Lorraine, have a very happy day. She lives and breathes Christmas and loves everything about today. This is from Neil. Wishing the lovelies and all your listeners a fantastic day and a peaceful, healthy new year. Have you opened the present yet? Nope. No. I don't open till later on, because I don't have many. You know, you get to my age, you don't get many presents from people. And so I always look forward to it. It's a bit of a treat to actually have some presents to open. So I've opened some here at the studio, which is nice. But Steve, only discovered your programme a few months ago. Now addicted, says Kevin, Home Alone in Bermondsey. Have you seen the advert with Macaulay Culkin, where he comes back and they sort of recreate the same sort of thing? It's really clever, actually. He doesn't seem to have aged too badly for a sort of geeky child who was sort of very, very popular. And I've watched the films time and time again. I thought they were just wonderful. Rona's in deepest, darkest Wiltshire. And she says, dinner was prepped yesterday, just have to shove it in the oven. Nobody else is up yet, so it's the calm before the storm. My mother would be up at this time in the morning. The turkey would be all prepped from last night. The vegetables would be prepped. All you've got to do is turn the stove on, turn the oven on, and put your roasted potatoes in there, and then baste them, and then pour off the oil and let them sizzle and cook so they're crispy. I only like crispy roast potatoes, and 9 out of 10 times you don't get them. But for a couple of years now, I've had really, really good roast potato. It makes such a difference. But I can't remember what I've ordered for pudding in this pub that we're going to today. It's a very famous pub down in Epping in North Weald. Steve, I'm just wrapping one last present from my son I'd forgotten about. 2 out of my 4 children are awake and asking to open a present, says Kavita in West Hampstead. Oh, I always used to, we used to in our family, if it's any help, when you'd say, oh, can we open the presents? My mum would say, you can open one. Pick one present. You can open that before breakfast, and then you will, have your breakfast. Then you go back upstairs, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, comb your hair, and then come back downstairs. And then, and only when I've decided, my mum used to say, we can open the presents. So I think present in the singular, and that way you can stretch them out, because otherwise, you're not children like that, rip the paper off, so they can pick one present each, and that's as far as it goes. which is good, I think. Stephen and Liz from Morden, lovely. I'm amazed that you're all up so early in the morning. I'm delighted, actually. I had this dreadful worry yesterday. I thought, I wonder if this year people are going to stay in bed and go, oh, we're not going to listen to the radio. But lo and behold, you proved me wrong yet again. Shelley says, real treat this morning, Steve. Normally listen to you on the way to work, but this morning, all tucked up in bed, which is lovely. Listening till 10, says Joe in Toddington, and then dashing to McDonald's for breakfast. Oh, no, they're not open. Tell me they're not open. Christmas Day. Do they do anything festive in there? I could just drink a chocolate milkshake. Oh, dear. Dan says, 12-hour shift on an ambulance, lightweight. We're on for 16. Finish at midnight. And Steve says, I've no family, no presents, but it doesn't matter, as I do have Steve Allen on the radio. So happy Christmas to you and your team. Oh, they'll be thrilled. They like things like that. And, was it Shelley? Oh, Pauline. Lots of love to my sister Jacqueline, who's provided us with lots of food today and an amazing hamper. How lovely. I love hampers. Costco do a really big hamper, which has got everything in it. Cheese and the biscuits and all the stuff that you need. All the stuff that you need for Christmas, including the bottles of booze and probably some mulled wine, which is particularly delicious. We love things. I just looked, strangely enough, I don't know, I just looked to the left, actually, thinking, I wonder where the papers have vanished to. And I suddenly realised they don't do papers today, which is madness. I've just woken up and tuned in, says Ian. Did you take any calls yet? No, we haven't had a chance yet to take them. I mean, we probably won't. We probably won't. But I always sort of say we probably will, because I'm never too sure, actually. Somebody very kindly has put a whole list of phone numbers, actually, for all the places that you need, like a Women's Aid Refuge charity, LGBT switchboard, Samaritan, shelter, all these sort of places who today come into their own. They work throughout the entire year. But today is the day. I saw a load of homeless people the other day on the Strand. Must have been a group of about 20 of them singing carols, which I thought was quite sweet as well. And my friend Ryan is big in the world of music. Ian Dale has sent Happy Christmas to all his listeners and his Twitter followers, even those who can't stand me. He said, let's have a time of people being nice to each other. That's what the Queen said, isn't it? That's what the Queen said. Interestingly enough, my friend Carl has talked about this poor couple, Paul Gate and Elaine Kirk, because they've spoken on television, and they say they're completely violated, currently receiving medical care and overwhelmed by the support from all over the world. I mean, there has to be some sort of compensation to ruin their Christmas. Absolutely ruined it. Kept for 36 hours. What they were asking them for 36 hours, I've got no idea. No idea. What's this one, actually? I have to keep checking, because sometimes I see people... I just don't know what Carol McGiffin's doing. She said, everybody's gone to bed, so it's me, a sausage roll and a glass of red. Bless her heart. Jenny Faulkner. She's got the carrots for the reindeer, the mince pies for Santa, and a non-alcoholic beer, because we're not encouraging drink sleigh driving. You don't want any of that going on, do you? And Matt's a taxi driver. He says, doing the veg now, awaiting the wife and my 12-year-old son to arise. Yeah, but isn't it nice when nobody's around, then you can get on with things? I think that's fantastic. I've already made the mistake, says Paul. of opening my drone out of the box and decapitated the Christmas tree fairy. You can play out the box, can't you? Just be careful. Just be careful. We don't want any... Oh, dear me. Chris in South West London said, I'm causing trouble already. Have your radio station playing on every TV and radio in the house. Yes, that's what I like. That's what we like. We like people to be listening. And the Borowskis in Crowborough say, we listen every morning, every day, every year. Leon is 3 and Layla, who's 5, have so far emptied their stockings and figuring out the wonderful world and art of yo-yoing. They're now eyeing up the mound of presents downstairs, so have a magical day. Yes, leave them with the yo-yos, I think. Much better. Stephen Fleetwood says, keep those brilliant one-liners coming. Yes, I don't think we've got any one-liners today, actually. We used to have. Yesterday we did one-liners. And somebody says, Anita and Jim in frosty Bickley. I tell you, that's what I should have mentioned at the beginning of the programme. It is frosty. It is very Frosty the Snowman out there. Colin says the couple falsely accused of drone sogging. It wasn't so much falsely accused. They hadn't been charged. We knew that before. And they weren't arrested. They were being questioned, but it took 36 hours to question them. To be honest with you, I think they've had a really rough deal. Everybody says the same thing. When you watch what went on, all it takes is one person to phone and say, I know a couple, and he flies drones, whereas he doesn't. He hasn't got any drones. He's only got a helicopter, and it was in bits anyway, so he couldn't have flown the thing. Why they didn't establish that within the first hour of talking to them, I've got no idea. Where they go from here, I'm assuming lawyers, because they've been absolutely pilloried and hung out to dry, and it's not right. It's not right. It's defamation, I'm sure. Jill the nurse and Tia missed you early yesterday morning. Wasn't the same as setting off for work. If you set off for work and you're used to doing the programme, and then you don't actually sort of get the programme because we're on at a different time. And tomorrow, I'm here between 7 and 10 as well. I think Aussie Boy's in tomorrow at the same time. So with tales of Christmas Day and present swapping and stuff like that. Oh, it'll be so exciting. We're actually going to do a little bit of tempting thing with him. He has a joke present, then he has proper present. Main present, joke present. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to put the main present down to see if because once he sees it, he's going to go, want that. He's already said, I don't want a main present, but he does really. And once he sees what it is, I would want it. I would want it. Wouldn't know what to do with it, but I definitely want it. But you would know what to do with it. So it's lovely. It's nice. It's very nice. Very classy. What is it going to you for? I've got no idea. You're an Australian over here. What did Matt Stadlen call you? An Australian what? An Aussie orphan. What a dreadful thing to say about you. Not an orphan, are you? Family have moved a few times, but he's not an orphan. He does have family. 14 minutes. Steve Allen, Christmas Day on LBC. Steve Allen, Christmas Day on LBC. I was talking to somebody the other day. They were saying, have you ever done voiceovers? I said, well, I have, but I'm not a voiceover voice. That's why I think in radio you get lots of different people. You get all sorts of different presenters. So somebody tuning in yesterday to think they were going to be hearing, a heated debate about Brexit and drones would be sadly mistaken over the festive season. Because we don't do that on the normal programme. So, as long as you are aware that Nick Ferrari is definitely not here today, and he's not here tomorrow or the day after. Andrew Castle's going to be doing day after tomorrow, and I'm going to be here tomorrow between 7 and 10. But you hear these voiceovers, and you think, I wonder what these people look like. And I've always been disappointed, to be honest with you, because they never look as you expect them to look. People look completely different. If you've never seen what I look like, you have an image in your mind probably of somebody with flowing auburn locks and muscles where you shouldn't have muscles. And then you see a picture where you go, a bit drippy, actually, really. Woken up this morning, says Joe in Sawbridgeworth. You know why we know Sawbridgeworth? Because that's where my goddaughter had her 13th birthday party, and that we don't talk about. One of my stressful periods in life. I think I was more traumatised by a 13-year-old party than anything ever again, but she did have a beautiful dress. Sawbridgeworth is where the Beckhams used to live. They sold the house to buy something in the Cotswolds and something in Notting Hill Gate, and I'm assuming they've got houses just all over the world, but for what reason, I've got no idea. It's very odd, most peculiar. So enjoy your lunch in Epping, says Joe. Well, you enjoy your day. She says, I'm not cooking today because we had the power cut. Oh, that would be a nightmare, wouldn't it, really? Love your show, says Debbie. Fantastic restaurant meal yesterday. Didn't get home till late, but I had to wake up early to listen to your show. I'm tuning in every day. I love it. Thank you. Yes, some friends of mine are over in Dubai at the moment, so a very good morning to Dubai. I've never wanted to go to Dubai. Barbara Windsor's been quite... Oh, look at the size of that box. Look at the size of that... Aren't you embarrassed? Look what you've got. Look at that. Oh, what is it? It's a present. What's in the box? It's lovely, isn't it? So he has two presents. He's got the joke present, and then he's got the main present. I love the bag. The bag's very nice. Very, very posh indeed. So two presents in's good. Look at him, honestly. You can't wipe the smile of his face. He's so happy. So happy. Kim in North Weald. Steve, have a lovely day down the pub. Will you be visiting the railway? No, just the pub, actually. Just the pub. But I forget how many there are. I'm trying to work it out, actually. I've got this figure 13 in my mind, but I think it's 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. It could be 10. Could be 10. It's quite enough as far as I'm concerned. Quite enough. But lovely to hear you on the radio at a reasonable time of day. Thank you. It's always nice to do something a little bit different. Over in Perth, Wayne says, just finished Chrissy lunch and now sitting in the park with my dogs. A gorgeous breeze, 27 degrees in Perth. Oh, stop it. We don't care about that. 27 degrees. This is my first Christmas with you, says Spicer. I'm alone all day, and yet in being a spiker, I don't feel too badly. Thank you for motivating my seasonal spiker cheer. Is he opened the present? Is he not going to do it? Is he being difficult? Oh, he do it during the... It's so exciting, isn't it? So exciting. I want to know what's in the big box. The big box is very impressive. That's really... Look at him, honestly. He's so happy, honestly. Because when he was younger, they didn't really celebrate Christmas in his house, so he used to have to stand outside next door's house and look through the window. They used to have a tree and all the rest of it. Off to run. Oh, blimey. Sean in Bister's going to run today. Are you mad? Why would you want to run? It's the Bicester Park Run, 5 kilometres at 9 a.m. Oh, Sean, you're mad. It's like the people who go swimming in the Serpentine on New Year's Day. Why you'd ever want to do that, I've got no idea. Tom's in Southend. He said, I'm recovering from a broken ankle, so you're keeping my spirits up. And Gareth in Blackpool says, looking forward to the Misery Fest. It's the EastEnders Christmas special. Always gives me a nice warm glow. I know, they've never had so much misery in one square, have you? It's always like that. It's always just terribly, terribly uninteresting. You go, I think there's going to be... Isn't there a murder? Or a death? Or something. I'm sure there's something like that. I'm pretty certain. Or was that Coronation Street? They always have to have something that is fairly miserable, because miserable sells on the ratings. People like misery. The more miserable it is, no good having a happy Christmas. The whole idea is, get out my pub, and then there you go, Princess, or whatever he used to call Ange, and he served her with divorce papers. Seems funny to think that Leslie Grantham's not with us anymore. Because he was a regular listener to the programme. But good luck, Sean, with your run for today. Steve, Merry Christmas. The only show to have on this morning. Thank you for your humour. For the previous year and the other years. Going to a lovely old pub in Hertford for Christmas lunch. So no stressing with the sprouts, says Carly, Jay, Ellie and Max. How much did you pay to go to a pub? We went to a hotel, I think, the other year. I think, was it a couple of years ago? I think it was about 80 quid a head, which is that doesn't include booze. So it's quite expensive. If you're going to go out somewhere, then you've really turned it off, actually. You've really turned the noise off. How did you do it? Is there some... Oh, here we go. Oh, it's the little thing at the top. Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, I've done it. It slides across. Oh, right. So clever. You slide it back, and I've just slid it back. It's lovely. I've done it, so it's muted it. For some reason, that seems to resonate with Michael. I don't know why. It's in one of those sort of moods today, aren't you? Do you have that on your telephone? Can you slide it back on your telephone? Oh, is that your phone? Oh, right. Have you been through his photos? I always think that's very telling on somebody's phone. Yeah, you should always check somebody's photos. You never know. I remember doing that to somebody's phone a short while ago, another presenter's phone. I was shocked and horrified. I won't tell you what it is. It's far too shocking and horrifying. Have you had a glass of Prosecco this morning, says Prayesh. No. Do I sound like I've had a glass of Prosecco? Definitely not. I thought about it, but I thought, no, I've got to drive. Steve, please say hello to my mum, Eileen. She is spending Christmas on her own in Dulwich this year. She listens to you religiously. So do I. I'll tell her I'll give her a ring later. Well, you tell her. Yeah, she said she'll ring you a little bit later. And Elizabeth is in Whitstable. Ah, my friend Mike lives in Whitstable. He's in the process of moving. Well, he thinks he's in the process of moving. He's not too sure. It sounded like a complete... I was telling you a few weeks back when we went out, we had our early breakfast for all the early breakfast presenters, which was lovely. And so we just had a little sort of brekkie out with sort of scrambled egg and smoked salmon and usual sorts of things. And we did have a bottle of Prosecco. And he was telling us the intricacies of buying a house. Oh, it's a nightmare. A nightmare. Do you remember I told you that my godchildren want to move? Well, obviously the whole family wants to move. They've seen a house. So they saw the fatal thing to do. You see a house you like, and then you think, right, we've got to sell our house. They need to sell their house to afford this other house. It's lovely. And before the house had been on the market, can you believe that a couple came round to have a look at the house? And they very nice indeed. Can I just use the toilet? Yes, just there, isn't it? Didn't just use the toilet. I mean, use the toilet. Literally, I mean, why would you do that in somebody else's house? Very odd. I think some people just want to go round and be nosy, just to see what other people's... That's what I'd be like. I'd want to know what other people's houses look like inside. Because you can't tell from the outside, but once you're inside, you go, oh, it's quite nice, actually. And some people do lovely things. Nice to hear you on Christmas morning, Steve. Happy Christmas to my darling wife, Judy, who's currently making sandwiches and rolls, which we're going to take to a centre for the homeless in Colchester. Oh, well done you. Be nice, won't it? So you can take some rolls and sandwiches and things like that. We just got satsumas this morning and mince pies. And what else have we got? Oh, apples. I bought some apples yesterday because I do love an apple. Do love an apple. So on your phone, I love the way you can pull it back the same as I can, which I think is great, isn't it? Well done there. We learn something new on the show every day, Michael. Every day a revelation. And Johnny says there's all these different people that people listen to because people flip round the radios. And I've suddenly realised at this time of the morning, there's quite a few big names out there broadcasting. Not doing the same as we're doing. They're sort of doing the this is, that was, here we go, and a time check. You know, which is a bit tedious after you've heard it 3 times. You know, down 16 places, in at number 3, and dropping 42 places this week. It's Bros. You know, the kind of thing you always want to hear. You know, what is the Christmas number 1 is the Sausage Song. Actually, do you know, I watched it again this morning. That's the one, we built this city on sausage rolls. And the kid's very cute in it. The kid's very cute, and the parents are lovely as well. And it's number 1, which is great. Mo says, when my daughter was 5, she came into our room at 4 a.m. to say Santa had been. We'd been in bed for 2 hours. I said, good, now go back to sleep. Bless her. She did, and went back to sleep till 7:30. Yeah, we used to do that. You'd look at the clock, and you could only see the clock in my parents' room. I don't know why we never had a clock, but it was in my parents' room. So you'd open their bedroom door, and you'd look at the clock, and it would go sort of 3:30. And you'd sort of think, is it too early to wake up your parents? The answer is yes. Yes, it's way too early to wake up your parents. You know, at least leave it to 7:30, 8 o'clock. But most parents, yeah, probably most parents, have worked out that over the festive season, you have to get up early. Especially little, they're so excited. They're so excited, but to actually get her to go back to bed, it's fantastic. Tom in Hackney says, just got into LBC in the last 2 weeks. First one up on Christmas Day, drinking a stout and making mustard and ginger cocktail sausages for later. This is the best part of the day. What, listening to this programme or making the mustard sausages? They sound quite nice, don't they? Another one here. Merry Christmas to the team, says Peter. Later will be the uncle doing magic tricks at the family gathering. Good for you. Good for you. Big supporters of magic, as you know. Buono Natale from us in Italy. That's John and Gilly. Is it pronounced that, Buono Natale? I think that's Merry Christmas, isn't it? Is that, sorry, that's... Close enough. All right. Do you do languages? I wasn't sure if you did other languages. French, Mandarin. You do. You see, I do Mandarin, but with a slight Szechuan accent on it. It's not as good as my Cantonese. My Cantonese is delightful. You don't speak any languages at all, do you? Let's not fib. You do struggle with English. I know. I don't know why, actually. Because we were talking about Walkabout the other day. Apparently, it's all gone apart from the front. No, you didn't. Somebody sent it in to me. You did not tell me that at all. You said you knew where Walkabout was because you'd propped up the bar there on a few occasions, but you didn't tell me that it had been pulled down. No, you didn't. When did you tell me? Excuse me, we're having a major is this a 5-minute argument or a 10-minute argument? You didn't say that. You didn't say it was being pulled down. You're very naughty. Trying to wind me up at this time. No, are there no walkabouts anywhere? What, they just in London? Why was that reason? That's such a shame because Australians are such a cult. Is that, of course, there's one in Brighton. Is that for the gay Australians? Brighton, the gay capital of the South, and I'm assuming there are gay Australians. I don't want to talk out of turn here. Are there gay Australians? Do they sort of meet up? I mean, to be honest with you, I've thought of all sorts of connotations of what gay Australians are like. Actually, no, we had Courtney Act on the television the other day. Gay Australian and dresses. Looks fantastic as a woman. I mean, seriously. She was going out to pubs, dressed as a woman. I don't think people realised it was a woman. Very, very beautiful indeed. Right, listen, Alan's in Beirut. Happy Christmas. No, we send it back. Happy Christmas to you in Beirut. You've got more to worry about than we have. We're sort of fairly okay over here. Thank you very much indeed. So, more of you texting it. Keep them coming. I can keep reading them, I promise you. 4 minutes past 8, we finally got what I'm having for Christmas lunch, which I ordered back in God knows when. Apparently I'm having Parma ham, turkey, and then Eton mess. I love Eton mess. I'm going to be up on the ceiling this afternoon because it's just sugar. It's meringue, cream, strawberry. Oh, it sounds delicious, doesn't it? But Parma ham, I don't know why I went for Parma ham. I suppose at the time it seemed quite nice, but that's what I'm having. And hopefully you'll be having something nice. Oh yes, the producer's just had his comedy present, and he was on the floor with it. When I say he was on the floor with it, he was on the floor laughing because of what it was, because he has a propensity for, I mean, I can't work this one out at all. I've never heard of this in my entire life. Water, okay, bottle of water with cucumber in it. I mean, I have never heard of putting cucumber, which is 90% water anyway, in water. Most people put lemon in, don't they? Lemon. I've got lots of sort of lemon drinks and stuff like that. And so in this big box, Nick Ferrari was very kindly sent a hamper by somebody. So in there was a bottle of water, a knife, and a cucumber. And so, of course, when he opened it, it just brought back so many happy memories, didn't it? Because that's the first thing he always wants when he goes downstairs to the studio. He wants a bottle of water with... I've never heard of it. Cucumber is tasteless, isn't it? But that was a good size and very refreshing. Yeah, but to be honest with you, this year, cucumbers are smaller. Last year, big, thick cucumber... God, I mean, Paul Cooper was selling them. I don't know where they came from, because I thought we've got to... See, that's quite small cucumber. Looks big to some people, I realise, but that's... I love cucumber. I adore cucumber. I don't want to put it in water, though. Never heard of that before. I would put lemon in and perhaps some ginger, grated ginger, something like that. I wouldn't do any of that, actually. You're going to make me some? What, cucumber water? I'm not sure if I would like that. And have you had it... You drink this regularly, do you? Cucumber water. Is this what you swear by? All right, with a slice of cucumber in it. Okay. Why don't you just... Ah, that's right. You see, mint would then probably change it. Why don't you just go and buy a cucumber every day, slice it up, bring it in and drop it in water? He's only brought one cucumber. He's not bringing you to the whole market garden, is he, for goodness sake? So how long does it have to infuse? You're not sure? Probably about 10 minutes or something? Oh, okay. Yeah. Watch the tutorial. Hope you're Brinnin Magic. No, I'm not today. The boot of my car, Chris, is so full at the moment you wouldn't believe it. And my brother says... at Marion's, drinking tea in bed and listening. Matt is cooking Christmas dinner today, but he had a late pub night last night. This is my brother's girlfriend's son, and he seems to be a bit out for the count. So obviously no chance somebody else is going to be cooking it. And then my brother sent me a thing the other day. And he said, when he said, avid listener, table laid, games are ready, food packed in the fridge, Mandarin trifle also ready to be made. See you Boxing Day. It's going to be a very momentous Christmas. So I thought he'd won the lottery. So I wrote back and went, momentous. And he went, oh, already. I couldn't think of another alternative of great. He said, no, I haven't won the lottery. I felt quite depressed. Seriously, but can you imagine what a lovely surprise that would be if you'd won the lottery, like that bloke who won 76 million. I hate him. He that was in where Lincolnshire or something like that. He found it in his van, and he'd forgotten about it, completely forgotten about it. And you think, he nearly lost it. He nearly lost it. Chris says, you don't sound too keen. Not on the magic today, no. But apparently, I have sussed out putting cucumber in water, my friend Ian says, is very American. Very American. He said, happens all the time in Phoenix. So that I wonder why. What is it about because it is 90% water, isn't it? But Google the benefits of cucumber, because if it's eating cucumber, then I could eat cucumber for ages. I absolutely. Sorry, let me just do this here. Otherwise, I'm not going to get. Honestly, I knew I'd spill it on the floor. I'm having to get through my cups of tea today because it's the thing that gets me through Christmas Day morning. If you have just woken up, incidentally, and you're just pulling yourself together and you're looking at the world thinking, where in Dickens are we? And in this case, you're listening to LBC. Alan's in Beirut, as I say, and Steve, Paul and Carol, Glasgow. Brilliant surprise, you're on till 10. Yes, I have to be honest. So here is, healthy skin, the benefits of cucumber in your water. And so, I was right. Place sliced cucumber and minced sprigs and lime slices. Pour the water into the pitcher, cover and refrigerate for anywhere to 1 to 8 hours. The longer you infuse the water, the stronger the flavour will be. And so there are benefits. Cucumber water can help soothe your skin from the inside out. Staying hydrated helps your body flush out toxins and maintains a healthy complexion. Whatever. Cucumber's also very high in panthenenic acid or vitamin B5, which has been used to treat acne. There you go. But you don't have acne, do you? No, not anymore, because you're drinking cucumber water. That is brilliant. Does it taste... Really? Does it not just taste like water with cucumber in it? It's just... Which is delicious. Where did you discover it from? Is it sort of some old herbal remedy from sort of somebody you met in Australia once? Trendy cafes. Oh, do they really? How much do they charge for that? Oh, it's free. Oh, right. I saw a thing in Costco a short while ago. You might want one. And it looks like a water jug, a water vase, with a tap on it, and it's on a stand, and you fill it with water and put ice in and sprigs of everything else. Oh, is that what they do? Oh, right. And then you just sort of draw off a cupful. Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go, Marmite. There you go. Perhaps we've started a trend. Peter says, because he's the uncle doing magic tricks at the family gathering. I just want to go to sleep after lunch. I've got to see how long it's going to take me to get down there, because I've got to go through the city, and I have had a rehearsal to go through to find out where I've got to go. I've been before, but I don't generally go that way. I go from Twickenham, which is easier on the motorway. I should imagine it'll be quicker this other way. And so I'm hoping not to get lost, because I've rehearsed the route, so I know the route. Once I'm on the M11, I should be great. Well, that's the whole idea, isn't it, really? I know, I could just tell there's going to be a disaster. There'll be some blooming accident somewhere. Ali says, I'd like to wish you and yours, and one of yours, and LBC's most avid fans, Miss Angela Lindsay Lee, a wonderful Christmas. Currently living her dream in New York City. So many people do. I was talking to some friends the other day. One of my producers, he wants to go and live in America. That's what his dream is, to go and work out there. Thomas, he wants to go and live in America. Well, I thought, go. No, I didn't say that, actually. I don't like losing people. When people sort of move on, this is the sort of business where people do wander, actually. Wendy in Florida says it's very cold, 8 degrees centigrade at night in Florida. If any of your listeners are coming here next week, bring sweaters. Are you serious? See, we don't think that you need sweaters in Florida. We don't. In fact, ironically, I'm wearing a sweater today. I bought it the other day. I think it's cable stitch. I'm not really a sort of sweater sort of bloke, but it's the nearest thing. And I've got a lovely coat in the car, which is still in the bag. Not sure I can rescue it from the boot of the car. Farai in Birmingham says, you are the best part of my morning every day. Well, that's nice to hear. It certainly translates into audience figures. Listening to my daughter Neve, who first listened to you when she was about 10 minutes old. And a shout out to Kevin and Eileen, my mum and dad, says Finbar and Fran, and best wishes for 2019. I can't believe it's 2019, very shortly. I will be here, actually, on New Year's Day, but I should imagine many of you, actually, no, because you're very good. Having met lots and lots of you over the years, you're not sort of drinky type people at all. If you could categorise people, I think that, occasionally you might have one, but we're all of a certain age now where, to be honest with you, when people talk about, I can't wait to go out tonight and get blathered, and we're all thinking, can't think of anything worse. Who wants to write off the next day? Might have done it years ago when I was younger, when I was a little bit more sort of, sassy about things, and you would go out on... What? You would go out onto the town, and, you'd think nothing of staying out till 5, 6 in the morning. Now... I mean, why would I want to stay out till 5, 6 in the morning? Good God, no. I want to be compos mentis especially over the festive season, because just remember, and I do advise you, that if you've been drinking last night heavily and you didn't get to bed, please don't drive. The police they're looking for people this morning. Christmas Day travelling is one of their hot things, because they work on the assumption that you've been out drinking Christmas Eve, and and it's the worst thing is, isn't it, when that police car is behind you and you look in the mirror, you're sort of pootling along, singing Hark the Herald Angels Sing and In the Bleak Midwinter and any other carols you can think of, and I will be doing it today, all the way through the East End. I'll be singing carols to myself, and you get to that sort of stage, and all of a sudden, and there it is, it's right behind you, the police car, and then sometimes, if you're really unlucky, on come the blues and twos, Nino, Nino, and it's like a laxative. It is absolutely like a laxative. It's the kind of thing you think, oh my God, and then all of a sudden you can't drive. You have an inability to drive the car. You're keeping it level and it wants to veer over to the right, and you're thinking, oh my God, they're going to be looking at the car. And then they pull you over. And then you think, oh, here we go. Because I always say to them, no, I've not been drinking, because I'm very good actually like that. I'm sort of, I don't want to drink and drive because it's too dangerous. And also because, you know, I've got work to do and things like that. Tin and mince pies made for Christmas during World War II have been found in pristine condition under floorboards in a hotel at the Isle of Man. Steve, if somebody ate one of them today, I don't think they'd taste any better than the Aldi ones. Well, actually, if they've got booze in, you can basically keep them for a long time. If it's been a sealed tin, if it's a metal tin, which a lot of biscuits and cakes came in during World War II, then you could probably keep them for ages. Not sure I'd want to be eating them, though. I should imagine the pastry must have gone a bit off. You not think so? I think so. Another one here. Yeah, so if you go to Florida next week, take sweaters. Take sweaters. Eddie says, I'm working at the lovely Heathrow until lunchtime, then going home to have a sweet sherry or 5. My friend Ian likes a sweet sherry, definitely. And my friend Duncan, bless him, Merry Christmas, old chum. It's like, I feel we're going to end up... I used to joke with Dale about this. We're going to end up our days sitting on a balcony of a house in Florida, rocking backwards and forwards with pipes or something like that. Sadly, never to come to fruition. But it was the sort of thing you'd talk about, you know, when he's got old friends. And at the very beginning of the film Steel Magnolias, there's people rocking backwards and forwards on these big porches and these big houses. And you think, that looks like the ideal life. As long as you've got somebody to bring you a cup of tea or some cucumber. Is he really making cucumber in water? He has been gone a while. I'm quite looking forward to it, just to see what it looks like. Do you put the whole cucumber in there? Not obviously... I understand slices. But, I mean, do you peel it first, or do you just put the skin in as well? Oh, skin as well. Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. We're not sure about this, actually. Is it... Let it sit for an hour? Oh, right. Okay. Does it change colour? Is it going to go green and sort of something like that? Look at you, you're looking at it, honestly. Like, you're really excited, aren't you? I should do a time check, actually, because otherwise I get into dreadful trouble. See, Duncan says mint in water, delicious. It is, isn't it? Can you put, what do they call the other stuff? Not mint. Not garlic. Ginger. Could you put sliced ginger in water? Yeah, that'd be quite good. I wonder if you actually put it in a liquidizer and then blitzed it, whether or not that would be quite good. Are you eating the cucumber as you're going, or not? Are you just sucking around it? Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Live and learn. Merry Christmas, Steve, from my friend Rich, who works just around the corner. But he's having a bit of a break, although actually, because they have a little daughter now, awake at 5:30, checking if Father Christmas has been up. Whole family up now. That's the thing. On Christmas morning, you can't get away from it. If you've got children, they want to get up. They sense the occasion, they sense the excitement, and they really do get very excited. I was watching a YouTube clip the other day of a girl, and she got, I think it was One Direction tickets, so it was quite a while ago, and she screamed the place down. She couldn't believe she was going to see them. So there you go. I don't want any screaming on this programme this morning, thank you very much indeed, but you're very welcome, and I wish you the compliments of the season. It doesn't matter whether you're with family or friends or you're by yourself. We're all in one big pool this morning. Now, in the studio with the cucumber in the glass of water. We're going to leave it for an hour, because apparently it infuses in the hour, which is quite nice. So my friend Rich, he said the whole family is up now, early for Ruben's first Christmas. Oh, so exciting. Enjoy the day with the family. Yes, they are like my family, actually. It seems really, really odd that I've sort of got sort of two families. Well, actually, I've got three families, because not only have I got the godchildren and then my brother and the family, but I've got you as well. You're sort of you're the LBC family, which is always much appreciated. So I'm trying to find out what I've done with this thing here, actually, because somebody wrote to me a short while ago, and as you can appreciate, some people get the messages straight through, and some people don't. Jackie says, Malcolm is cooking turkey today whilst I wake up with a nice cup of coffee. Isn't it funny? I used to do that as well. I used to do coffee in the morning. And then somebody said to me, they said, you mustn't do coffee. I said, why? They said, well, actually, it's not great for you. And I said, oh, how much? I said, so I do tea. And then they went, actually, tea isn't good for you either. And I said, well, what is good for you? And somebody said, water. And do you remember the other drink that we used to have? When I was in Vienna, I used to drink there before I had the coffee in the morning. It's very easy to get into coffee in Vienna because it seems like the coffee capital next to Brazil. And it was just lemon juice in water. Lemon juice in water. And you know, hot water as well, not cold water. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. And it sort of is like a cleanser, because what you're supposed to do, as we've already told you about the cucumber in the water, which Mike drinks, and it's supposed to be good for cleansing the system. So we will try it. I'm always up for sort of trying new different things here. Rugby in reality. I've got no idea what that is, but it sounds fantastic. Rugby in reality. And calm before the storm here. Emma 3 and Ryan 1 still fast asleep, whilst Jen and I listen to you. Thank you for keeping us company throughout the year. A 3 and a 1-year-old. I don't know what the ideal age for children enjoying Christmas Day is. I really don't, because when I was, up until the age of 15, I still got excited. The smell of a Christmas tree, the lights on it overnight, everything else off. Oh, it used to look wonderful. Still does now, actually. And Ray and Vi in Sutton, and David S., who says, here's to more shows. I don't think you can have any more shows. Oh, look, I'm going to cry if you two are going to do this. Has he got the gift? Isn't it the best? You know, he's been bought Creed. He's got a bottle of Creed, which he loved. And yesterday, did he tell you, Dave? I gave him a little tiny bit in a bottle. There's a little tiny bit, and he said that'll last me about a day, I think. So now he's got his own bottle. Are you wearing it today? Got your own bottle of Creed. Look at that. Make it last. Don't waste it on people. We will be heckling, says Ursula, at the Magic Circle on Sunday with little Julie and Daphne. We're in the front row. I love people being in the front row. And another one here, Scott, as well, is that everybody's up this morning, which is fantastic. And another gift of Christmas, listening to Steve this morning, says Rick. And my friend Anne-Marie Minhall, who works on our sister station, Classic, she says sprout tree on. Every year she gets me a sprout tree. Every year. She says it's not the festive season until this happens. I have two things in my life, Anne-Marie, that happen. One is we go to Wilton's Music Hall. Please God, they're not doing it next year. But anyway, we always go there, me, Rick and Ian, and we do that as a Christmas thing. We go and have a couple of drinks in the Blind Beggar, but we couldn't this time, so we went to the pub next door, which was equally nice. But it wasn't the Blind Beggar. And then we go to Wilton's Music Hall, and we sit there and we watch Box of Delights, and Ian gets very excited about the whole thing, and then he has some more drinks, and then he gets a bit tiddly, and that's when it turns into a bit of fun. But anyway, so all the people who are, listening to the programme at the moment, if you've got children, you are probably trying to hold off opening the presents, but it is 25 past 8. There is a limit to how long you can keep them waiting. Pauline says, lots of love, my amazing colleagues on the Milton Keynes Children's Wards, working hopefully not very hard today. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't want people, but they will. They will be working hard today, but you want to think that they won't be. Stuart Manning, my friend, has sent me in a lovely picture. Really beautiful. Really lovely. It's a lock. That's all I can... Not a lock, as it, Scottish. Beautiful, actually. And... I see that do you know Will Guy never stops working? Honestly, this bloke, honestly, how he finds time to make a baby, Lord alone knows. And also lots of people who bought their doggies presents as well. And my friend Dan is about to set off on a 100-mile drive with his mother. Hopefully, he says, we'll be on speaking terms by the end of it. Oh, don't. That's what happened to me and Dale. We're in America. Was it in America? Was it with Dad? No, it wasn't with Dad, actually. It was another friend of mine. And we fell out. We're fine now. I mean, obviously, just one of those sort of things. And it was one of those sort of things where we're sitting in the car, and I really wanted to go to the this big house which we go to, Sam something, I can't remember, and we drove straight past it. I was so cross. I was in such a bad mood, actually. Merry Christmas, everybody, from Clive Jones as well, and also the Magic Circle. You know, I've left my sequin jackets at the Magic Circle. I'm hoping they're still going to be there, but I might have to do another one. And my friend Chris, as well, has got, oh, bless. He's got the kids, everybody doing quite well. And then a lot of people are complaining. And Jordan says, I can't stand performers moaning and complaining about being overtired. Because actually, it was so funny, actually. The one thing that we had at the end of Simon Conway's show last night, he said, I bumped into him, and he said, it's so exhausting. And also, the reason was he had a sore throat. And if you're talking for a long stretch of time, sore throats don't go down very well. And so, in fact, Will Guy was on with Simon as well, actually, which was lovely. And Mary Poppins. Anybody seen the new film? I've not seen it. And Josh, he said, taking a break from my usual Christmas Eve tradition of getting drunk to bring you the news. And he'll be back with us tomorrow morning on LBC. Also, a lot of people said, there's one here. This is somebody called Andrew, and his turkey has finished. He's already cooked it. Have we had the Queen's message? We get the Queen's message today, don't we? The Queen's message. It's today, I think. Yes, 3 o'clock today. I will be watching. I know it used to be the tradition in everybody's household to sit down and watch the Queen. A lot of people sort of wandered away from it now. Perhaps this is the year that they were. Oh, that looks lovely. Jamie Oliver's got a picture of a bird in the oven. And very nice it looks too. He says, how long do you think you need to rest your bird for once it's been cooked? He reckons 2 hours. 2 hours to rest it. Is this because the meat tastes better? 2 hours? Cool, I don't think I could wait 2 hours. Doesn't it go cold in 2 hours? I just got this feeling, actually. And I'm quite worried about that, actually. I'm quite worried that 2 hours is going to be the norm. I'm not sure I could wait that long, actually. Scottish Boy has sent a message to you. Scottish Boy. He says, I'm off to Christmas brunch now. Is a boozy brunch allowed before I head in this afternoon? No, it's not. Okay? It's not. I mean, it depends how boozy you're going to be. He said, how hungover is Aussie Boy this morning? Well, he's not hungover at all, actually. He's seriously, he's bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. We're about to drink, well, we will in about 40 minutes, I think, his favourite drink, which is cucumber in a glass of water. It looks as dull as you could possibly think a dull thing could actually look. Mike in Bickley in Kent, which I'm not aware of, says here, on my own today, but enjoying as usual. He says, I'll be down the pub lunchtime. Well, there you go. Listen, everybody does what they really want to do, don't they, about Christmas time. And I mean, some people don't even like turkey. So I can't understand somebody who doesn't like a traditional Christmas lunch. And that was what I was going to tell you. Can people vary? And so, Scottish Boy is what do they call it? Pescatorian or something? Pescatarian. That's right. So he's like a fake vegetarian. And so every day, if I buy him a sandwich, it will be something that's not got any meat anywhere near it or anything like that. What did he do the other day? He had a Big Mac. Well, how variable is that? I mean, either you've got beliefs or you don't have beliefs. He's not hungover. It's a Christmas miracle. He's definitely got the bit between his teeth now. And Marion saw Mary Poppins on Sunday with Amy, Jess and Tash. Loved it. So I want to hear all about it tomorrow. And then my brother says Marion had a problem with her shopping delivery yesterday. They substituted her turkey with one half the weight. They also had no gravy. But not as bad as one customer. She ordered 8 tins of Quality Street, but got a bath mat. Oh, dear. Anyway, so... can't wait. This could be a disaster tomorrow, isn't it? It's Christmas. I'm allowed a cheat day. That's what he put it down to. The fact he was having a Big Mac is a cheat day. I thought if you were committed, it's like being, if you're vegan, then you're obviously going to be vegan on a point of principle, or vegetarian on a point of... You don't then go, oh, it's Christmas, I'll have a Big Mac, or a quarter pounder, do you? That would be cheating. It's like if you're gay, man, you don't then go, oh, it's Christmas, I think I'll sleep with a woman. You know, that doesn't happen, does it? Might do. Yes, the cucumber water thing again, I'm afraid. I've got it here. I'm not... to be honest with you, it looks disgusting. It hasn't... I'm tempted to try a little bit of it. I've got bits floating on the top of it. I don't know. I'm not sure I want to be that healthy. LBC, always a surprise round every corner, I've discovered. I bet you've got presents under the tree, and they always get to the end, and it'll be the one present, and it's got no label on it, and you'll be going, whose is that? And you go, oh, no idea. So you open it anyway, and then you go, oh, I know whose that is. It'll be for some relative you haven't seen for ages and ages. Everybody's going on runs this morning. Sanjay is off to the Lloyd Park, Croydon. One of the many around the UK starts at 9 o'clock today. Oh, I have kind of sympathy because I'm not a fit person, as you could tell. You just, that's just not that sort of person. I'm very jealous of people who can do it. I suppose if I thought about it properly, I could probably get myself fit. But I'm going to be drinking this water stuff in here with the cucumber. It still just looks a bit odd, doesn't it? It looks like the kind of thing you sort of find in a hospital ward. Semi-housebound at the moment, Steve, recovering from a total knee replacement. Well done. Religiously doing my exercises so I can make it to your magic show on Sunday. Don't you dare not make it. It's a lovely show. It's one of the best shows we've had. I mean, they're all good. Believe you me, they're good. But this one you're really going to like. It's a really good... So if you're lucky enough to have tickets for it, and you have to get in quick next year, it's, if we go that long, I suppose. Love your banter, says Noreen, Goffs Oak in Hearts. Listen to you every day. So hello to all the nurses at the Lister Hospital in Stevenage. MAU. My daughter, Louise Arnett, who's a junior sister. Also all the staff at the Edgware Walk 1 Centre. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, you're better than pantomime. Certainly a lot cheaper. Karen's in Cambridge. My boys are now teenagers and aren't even awake yet, so an extra hour listening. Actually, by the time they get to being teenagers, they're sort of over the Christmas thing. I think you get to 10, 11, 12, something like that, and kids get really excited about it. And that's what I love about it. I love, seeing the look on children. I told you the story the other day of the lady and her husband who came down to the Magic Circle, and they've just adopted this little boy. He's 8, and he's an absolute cutie. We had some really, really cute kids who were really so well behaved at the Magic Circle, because it's very easy to get a bit carried. You think, is that going to work and is that not going to work? But everybody was lovely. Teddy was great. Everybody was great. Neil and Lorraine looked good. It was just... And I said, it's like we sort of arrive at the Magic Circle strangers and we leave as strangers. But no, it is like being in a big family. It's like being part of LBC. It's like being part of the Spike. I've always used the Spike as the indicator of, if you want a different radio programme, I think this one could be described as slightly different. And, some people like it. Some people don't like it, but if you don't like it, then go and listen to something else. It doesn't make any difference to me. I don't see a sort of a list of people and then all of a sudden names drop off. It doesn't work like that. Merry Christmas to you and everyone behind the scenes. They are behind the scenes, but without them, to be brutally honest, Jay from Ascot, we couldn't do the programme. I can't drive a desk. I'm the most useless person ever. I have no technical ability at all. And Danielle is listening at the moment. She says the whole family is listening to you on the radio. Can't wait to see you, because I've not seen them for... let's have a look at presents. Oh, presents looking good. You need to send me a picture, Dan, of the tree. I need to see the Jones family tree this year. They always do well for Christmas presents, and I like... it's the trees, though, that I absolutely love. I'm just hoping... I don't know how long the journey's going to take me from here, because I've got to get back to the car, obviously, and then pootle down there. But the speed camera's all the way through, so I've got to be very careful. So, loving the programme. Currently enjoying a walk by myself down by Richmond Bridge, watching the sunrise. Off to my father's and their mother's this Christmas. I have extra Tupperware this year to keep me fed until the new year, says Jay. How lovely. We're in Lapland, says Marie. Can I have a cup of tea? Tea, please, yes. 1 bag, yes. Just milk, no sugar. Diabetic. Thank you. And we're in Lapland, snowing, and -10, just getting our snowsuits on, says Marie. Sorry, we moved away from you, Marie. I do beg your pardon. Went with the Huskies and Skidoos yesterday and toasted marshmallows. Oh, how lovely. Well, they've got actually snow in Lapland. Well done. They get snow in Africa, People think they don't, but they do. They do get snow in Africa. It's the most unlikely places you can get snow nowadays. You get snow in Australia as well, wouldn't you? Yeah. It's lovely. There's something pretty about snow. But I have to tell you, as a complete dodo bird out on the motorway, I don't want snow when I'm driving, because it's really awful. Really, really awful. So I don't mind watching it. I would love to sit there, you know, in a chalet or something like that, just watch the snow coming down with a hot toddy. With a hot toddy. That would suit me fantastically. Do I like what? I don't like... I've gone off Baileys. I went off Baileys yesterday. Well, I didn't go off yesterday. I mentioned yesterday I can't do Baileys anymore. I'll tell you why. I think I overdosed on it. I overdosed on it. And all of a sudden, because I used to do Baileys and a good slug of brandy over the top of it. Yeah, Baileys and brandy. Oh, it goes down very well, let me tell you. I discovered that with loads of ice, stir it round. Have you never had it? Ah! Drive you crackers. Seriously, 2 or 3 of those, and, you don't care. Seriously, absolutely anybody's. Seriously, you could be the life and soul of the party. You absolutely could. So, listen, have a nice time in Lapland. We went with the family, the godchildren, and it was lovely. We did skidoos, we did those snowsuits you've got to put on, which they give to you, and the boots and all the rest of it. It was lovely. But this is one here, which is an amazing friend called Eileen, and she's spending her Christmas in St Bart's Hospital this year, and lots of love from all your Notting Hill nanny friends. Doesn't that sound exotic? Your Notting Hill nanny friends, Eileen. Hope you're listening to the programme. Actually, LBC, I know this sounds really odd, and I keep telling you all the time, I'm always amazed. I don't know where you go, you can find people who listen to LBC. I can be out somewhere, and somebody goes, "You're Steve Allen." I get that quite a lot, actually, mainly going to the pantomime. So Dan has sent me, the tree's good this year. Tree is good. That's really nice. I like a good tree. And luckily they have a conservatory to put the tree in, which leaves you with the sitting room. So that's lovely. Whole family listening. Dear, honestly. You better ask Dad how long it's going to take me to get down there. I'm hoping. I've said to them, listen, start without me. Because otherwise, they might be sitting there. I've just got to hope I get there. So, what else we got here? We can take some more of your texts and emails. We've got so many this morning, which is fantastic. I love it. And over on Canvey Island is Claire. And Claire says, happy Christmas to my favourite presenter. Love your shows. I wish I'd got a proper phone that doesn't... This one doesn't have a camera. And I've been a good girl. Take care. Have a great day. Thank you. Deborah and Manuel in Mallorca. Manuel's just made a lovely cup of tea and we put the turkey in the oven. Shouldn't you have had it last night if you're in Spain? Isn't that the way it works? Our best friend Graham will be listening in London. So there you go. So Merry Christmas to you, Steve, and all the family and friends so far away. And that's what we think about at Christmas. I've said that before. That the one thing sometimes, and we have to think about it, because there will be people, who'll be getting through Christmas in their own way because something's happened, either an illness or a bereavement or anything like that. Or as I said yesterday, people could have lost their jobs and it's a very difficult time. Or just people don't have enough money, so people borrow and get themselves into terrible debt. And I understand what that's like, because I don't think there's a person listening to the radio this morning who would admit to actually always being good with money. I was terrible with money. I used to get myself into debt. And I didn't want to be in debt, but I didn't know a way out of it. So I used to cheat. I used to go and write out cheques in the days before you had the card to put in the machine to get cash out, the diddly-dit machine. I would go to a bureau de change and write a cheque out, but the commission rate but I didn't have any money. And I thought that would give me a bit of time until it got to the stage that the bank called me in. And I thought, I'm in so much trouble. Because what I was doing, I was writing out cheques, knowing I didn't have the cash in there. So he took my chequebook away from me. So I had no access to money at all. I had money coming in, but it was clearing off the debts. And then we sort of worked out a payment plan. And it was only that and an accountant that I had who sort of put me straight. Because I couldn't get my Visa card down. Because I would pay the minimum every month. And of course, you're paying nothing off. And that's what got me into this terrible state. So I know what it's like to not have money. I know what it's like to sort of think, if I keep the lights off, nobody's going to notice. I know what it's like not to open the post. I know what it's like to start panicking over things. But there is always help. The Citizens Advice Bureau are amazing for sorting out and being honest with you, because there's no point in telling fibs to somebody. If you've screwed up your finances, somebody's got to say you've screwed up. Now let's have a look, honestly. How much have you got coming in? Now let's look at the outgoings. That's it. So that's why you've got Anthea Turner, who's fallen out with her sister. Big time. Doesn't want to talk to her ever again, because Anthea lent the sister money, and the sister hasn't paid it back. And so Anthea kept sending her notes and all the rest of it, and texts and tweets, I want my money back. Which, of course, I said, if you lend somebody money, they haven't got money, have they? They have to borrow it. Why would they, better pay you back? They don't have it. I lent money to somebody once. They said, don't worry, I'll pay you back. I said, listen, this isn't an indicator. I said, don't worry about it. If you have to ask me for some money because you're in dire straits, I said, well, then, that's sort of the way it is. So we kind of sort of forgot about it. It was much easier. But it's terribly difficult. And I understand exactly where people are, when it comes down to money. My godchildren are very good with money. I think they're very good with money. Dan's very good with money, although she does like her makeup. She does like. Dad says it'll take roughly 50 minutes to get to us. Well, that I should be actually on the button then. On the button, which is good. and then Dad said, well, the way you drive, about 8 hours. I'm a very good driver, actually. Well, I think I'm a very good driver. I'll find out later on today. Lot easier, I think, tomorrow. Amy made Bailey's fudge this Christmas. None left now, as it was gorgeous. Do you know, it's the only thing I don't like, fudge. I don't know. I've seen Cornish fudge, and they go, oh, it's really creamy and everything else. And I've tried it, and it just doesn't do it. Toffee, I love. I'm very good with toffee, but fudge, I can't. Do you like fudge? Oh, do you? Do you have fudge in Australia? Do they have fudge over there? I know you do have different sweets, because we've talked about different sweets you can get in Australia. Sorry? Tim Tams. Because my friend Stephen Milne, who used to do one of those programmes overnight on the television with the big wheel, he's moved back to Australia. He'd been here for ages and ages, and so I sent him a text the other day, but of course he's changed his phone. So I sent it, and it bounced back on me. It went, oh, we don't recognise. Oh, God, honestly. So he'll have to send me. He will hear this programme. He's like that. Dave's in Inverness. Oh, no, it isn't. Wait a minute. Dave, can you wait a minute? I have to take a very quick break. Otherwise I get into most dreadful trouble. It's what is it? 13 minutes to 9.
This is LBC.
Why are we so drawn to the sea? Where does it take you? Discovering distant shores with hidden treasures? Dining and dancing your way across calm waves? And indulgent service on board Queen Mary 2? Escape the...
Feeling rotten, says May in the frosty Highlands. I've got some flu virus. Oh, dear. Isn't that the way? You can't enjoy Christmas. Even if you're by yourself, if you're sitting there go, I don't feel at all well. We've all done it. You get coughs and sneezes, and you get all the other little bits and pieces, and you kind of think, oh, why doesn't it just go away? That's the only thing that we can't sort out. There is no cure for the common cold. No cure. They closed down the Common Cold Research Institute. People would go there, be injected with the flu virus, and they'd sit there for a week and a half, go, like that. And it's awful. You sit on the train, you feel horrible, your head's a bit, I always thought saunas were the best thing. And I know where I'm going. I'm going along the Thames. I'm going down the Thames past the Mermaid Theatre up to the Tower of London, Chris, and then I'm doing a left, and I'm going round through the city, and then I'm on Commercial Road, I think it is, or Mile End Road, or somebody's blooming road, I don't know. And then I get to the Bow Flyover and I do a left. I have done it, actually. And they're now sending me the thing of what I've ordered to eat. No, it seems all right. I'm sure Parma ham's lovely. I could have had a prawn cocktail, but to be honest with you, I'm probably going to go round the bend on prawn cocktails. Just driving home, Steve, after having a 12-hour night shift and seeing 2 people out having a festive jog. Good Lord. Also, Merry Christmas to you and all your wee elves, as May, as I say, is in the Highlands, which is lovely. Ian in Amersham, he says, what a treat to wake up to your dulcet tones. I don't know, treat is the word for it. It's, I think I was sort of short straw. They went, who wants to do Christmas Day? Steve Allen will do Christmas Day. And David Inverness says, thank you for telling listeners in February about the Paul Simon concert in July in Glasgow. My friend Hugh and I called the same day for a wheelchair space. Great stuff. Big fan of Paul Simon. Big fan of Paul Simon. Mind you, big fan of Neil Diamond. I'm a big fan of Neil Diamond. And never met him. Love to meet him. Lua from Bristol says, I've had pork and cranberry sausage rolls and pigs in blankets cooking this morning. I have to take my Christmas food to work with me as I'm a support worker. And it's just myself and the elderly lady I care for spending the next 3 days together, working 12-hour shifts and sleeping in tonight. So wishing all the carers, because they don't get a mention sometimes, carers. I think LBC does more about carers than anybody else. We've done all sorts of programmes and fundraising and stuff like that, because nobody appreciates what people do. They're just the most amazing people. Mind you, I think nurses are amazing as well. I seriously do. But carers especially, and also the young carers. People tend to forget that I've seen them on the television. I think Noel, on his Christmas presents, had a young carer on there, and she was only about 12 or 13, and she had to look after both parents who were disabled, which is lovely. Hello, Popsy.
Hello, my darling.
This is Anne-Marie, ladies and gentlemen. Mwah. Mwah.
Merry Merry Christmas.
Oh, bless.
Steve.
Look, I always get this.
Look,
This is tradition, isn't it?
look at the wrapping I've done on it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I want to say it's a work of art, love. I mean, you've excelled yourself.
No.
Do you know what?
Cucumber water, no.
No, they're the ones obsessed with it. I'm not the one obsessed with cucumber water. Love my sprouts. Love my sprouts.
Merry
Thank you so much.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. I've not seen... Oh! Sorry, the top bit fell off. Don't worry. I'll find it. It's fallen between my legs. I can get it. Don't worry. You're working today?
I am, yeah,
Good
in
for-
about an hour and a bit.
About an hour and a bit.
Yeah.
That's about the right
That's
amount
all
of
right, yeah.
time.
It
It's
wouldn't
lovely
be
to see you.
Christmas. Lovely to see you. It wouldn't be Christmas if you and I weren't here.
I know. I think that as well.
Do you know?
They seem to like us being on at Christmas.
Yeah, well,
You know why? It keeps us out of trouble.
lots of love to you.
Love you to pieces. Thank you. Anne-Marie Minhall, I can't even speak now, is a presenter on our classic station, and every year for, I've lost track of how many years, she brings me in a sprout tree. Every year I get the sprout tree. And it's so sweet because, we're in a business where, sometimes it can be a little bit competitive. Sometimes she's not a fan of the cucumber water, though, so this is an indicator, isn't it? But sometimes the business can be very competitive, and other times it's not. We're all I know loads of people in the business working on other radio stations, and, they're all lovely. Well, one or two aren't, but there's mainly they're all absolutely lovely, because that's it. What we're all doing is we're all in a pond, swimming for our lives, and we've got to make sure that we get an audience. That's what it's all about. It's about audiences. Never used to be. Strange enough, I was talking to my boss about this ages ago. In the early days of LBC, there wasn't any competition. There was no competition whatsoever. We were the first commercial radio station, followed by our sister station, Capital, which came in a few days later. But there was no competition. And so LBC walked the board. The big turning point for LBC was the Falklands War and the coverage that we did with Kim Sabido and the team. It was just amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. And since then, there's been, loads and loads of other radio stations, and everybody trying to offer something that's a little bit different. And it's difficult to find something that's different. I think only on speech radio can you sort of sit back and take stock of the situation and enjoy it enough. Because it's a very friendly business. You bump into people all the time. They go, "Oh, I've heard your programme," and things like that. And I always think, what, at 4 a.m? And the answer is, of course at 4 a.m. Happy Christmas to my mum. Her name is Christine, says Amanda. Her present is the meet and greet tickets to see you on the 7th of January. Yeah, I've forgotten about that. Well, actually, I hadn't forgotten about it at all, because I have my Magic Circle show this coming Sunday, and then on the 7th of January, which actually is ironic. I think it's the day that Jordan is in court over a little incident. So we'll be doing the Leicester Square Theatre, and I think there's about 400 of you who are coming down to that. People always say to me, "What are you going to talk about?" I've got no idea. But there again, I do a programme every day, and I've got no idea on that. So we look forward to seeing Christine. We shall have a photo taken. It's always very lovely. They're always very nice people. So you'll like it. You'll like it, Christine. Picking up my 100-year-old mum from her care home this morning, and all going to my son's house. Say Brenda and Ken from Bengio. Where's Bengio? I don't even know where that is. It sounds foreign. Is it Spain or something like that? Chris and Steve over there in Spain had their turkey last night. Watermelon and a sprig of rosemary is deliciously refreshing. I had watermelon juice the other day, and in my fridge I've got cut What? I've got cut watermelon, because it's very good. Have you ever bought a watermelon, cut a hole in it, and then put vodka in? Have you never done that? Yeah, you turn the bottle upside down and it drains and it soaks up in, and then you leave it for a while, and then you sort of slice it, and that's particularly nice. Sort of functional, isn't it? You could do the same with a mango. If it wasn't for the big stone in the middle of it, it'd be all right. Always looks a bit silly, actually. Steve, watermelon string of rosemary delicious. They give it free to customers at a Moroccan food place in Leeds Kirkgate Market. Do they? Well, I'm definitely going for that one. I'm a big fan of that sort of thing. Anyway, I put cucumber in water, says Jane in Wiltshire. It's lovely and can't even speak now, refreshing. But I've got one here. I'm just not... I probably am going to try it. I keep swilling it round the glass. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's just... does it smell? It does, actually. It does smell, doesn't it? I'm sniffing the coconut. The cucumber. Began with C. It was close. Lovely. Yeah. Have you tried this yet? What, of mine? Oh, you got your own, have you? Oh, right. I'm going to start sharing glasses. I don't know where you've been. Oh, right, you have got your own. How lovely. But, yeah, I'll try it. Do we feel any better? Your skin's looking amazing. Is it try it now? Oh, I'm not sure. It's not going to make me sick, is it? I've a very sensitive stomach. Very sensitive. Why are you looking like that and smiling in anticipation? What's in it apart from cucumber? God, it's like bath water. It's disgusting. It's water with a bit of cucumber in it. What do you mean, do I like it? You make it sound like it's some sort of exotic cocktail. It's... God, rubbish. Rubbish. If you're hungover, God, you must get through cucumbers like there's no tomorrow. Your local greengrocer has you on speed dial, does he? So he can say, do you want any cucumbers, Mike? I'll send some round for you. It's a bit bland. It could do with something a bit more in it, like ice. Ice would be good. You know, ice. No, I don't want any more ice now. I'm a bit worried about the dire consequences it will have on my bladder driving all this way. I've got to sit in the car for 50 minutes. Luckily, I've got some of those because you know the trouble I have. Honestly, my bladder is the worst ever. Seriously, I mean, I get caught out every... The worst thing was sitting in a theatre being stuck in a middle row. That was my nightmare day. God, blimey. So now, whenever they go... All my friends know, if we're going to the theatre, book an end row seat for me so I can get to the toilet. I'm useless. Useless. I cannot control it at all. I don't know if it's the diabetes or what it is, but I'm not sure about cucumber water. I don't know if cucumber is a diuretic or something. I don't know. But, yeah, you don't know what that is, do you? Just another big word for you to look up in your Roget's Thesaurus, which is lovely. No, it's sort of interesting, but it's bland at the same time. And you drink this, do you? Is it good for your libido? I mean, I suppose it's quite interesting, but it is a piece of cucumber stuck in a glass of water. It's not exactly the most amazing invention. Sorry? Who cares whether it's fragrant? That's why we buy Creed. If you want fragrant, you buy Creed. You don't tip Creed in your blooming cup of water, do you? Steve, great to listen to you and become a trend from now on. Sprigs of what in the water with a cucumber? And how long to infuse? Well, you can put anything in it. You can put lemon or lime or something. But I would think that the lemon or lime would be so powerful it would overshadow the cucumber. You not think so? That's what I would think, actually. I mean, put it this way, I'm filling a programme. I'm just, I'm not really bothered whether people want to try cucumber and a bit of water. You might as well just eat the cucumber. It's got enough water in it anyway. So, how long to infuse? Apparently an hour, but we've just made that bit up. We've got no idea. Look at it. If it smells all right, then go for it. Went to my 6th panto of the season last night, says Neil in Stafford. Best of the lot, The Regent in Hanley, Robin Hood with Jonathan Wilkes. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, some people are so good at panto, aren't they? My friend Biggins is up doing his panto, and he's good. G&T and cucumber for me. No, you have cucumber in what is it called now? In a what? Pimm's. Yeah, in a Pimm's. You can put practically the entire market garden in there, which is lovely. Steve, Merry Christmas, says Simon. We had a private... Oh, are we onto the news already? Oh, it's only halfway through. We had a private chef cook dinner last night. So nice to have somebody cook and tidy up. Thoroughly recommend it, yes. Well, we have people cooking for us today. So we're very much looking forward to that, and I'm sure it'll be... So 50 minutes. I should get there just at the right time. 10 minutes in the toilet, and then we should sort it all out. Because I've got the feeling... Christmas, you might have just woken up, actually. You might be one of those people waking up going, oh, where am I? Where did I go last night? What did I say? Did I embarrass myself? Have you finished with the other half? That's always a thing over Christmas, isn't it? Arguments. Producer, hilarious. He's going to book... Let me just explain... I'm not going to tell them the place where you booked. Is he listening outside? Oh, he knows that you're going out for something to eat. Oh... Well, he will now, because I'm going to tell him. Because if you go out for Christmas dinner, the chances are people book we booked this one today, I think, I might be wrong, back in July, August, whatever it was. they got the last couple of bookings in, so the producer, okay, the story is that they'd agreed not to do prezzies. Makes it sound a bit cozy and fluffy slippers, but it's not like that at all. And so they agreed not to do presents, but then one of them does a present, and it's a really nice present. So the other one goes, I know, dinner this evening. And I'm going, great. So he told me where it's going to be, and it sounds very nice indeed. And then I suddenly thought, you reckon you can get a place to eat on Christmas Day? Are you through to them now? This is so exciting. This is actually as it's happened. I wish we could record the conversation and play it back, you know, as he pleads with them. Oh, please put us in. We'll eat in the kitchen if necessary. Because I think that most places who are offering Christmas dinner will be sold out. It's the one big... Wait a minute, is it a short conversation or a long conversation? If it's a short conversation, that'll mean, I'm terribly sorry, sir, we don't have any... Oh, no. Difficult to tell, isn't it? They'll have a check, see if they've got a cancellation or something like that. Don't mention my name, you'll never get in. Yeah, oh, you've said you're a quick eater. He won't be a quick eater. He likes to take his time over food, I should imagine. Oh, it could be promising. This might be promising. Because I reckon that Christmas Day, you're never going to get a booking anywhere. And they would end up sitting in a service station forecourt having a Ginster's pasty or something like that with some milk or, you know, a flavoured drink or something like that. Is this not looking promising? Oh, it's so sad, isn't it, really? But the trouble is, you've got to book these things in plenty of time. So, you know, we've been out to restaurants before, but this one was, I promise you, this one was booked such a long time ago. So I like the idea that Simon had a private chef in to cook dinner. I mean, that is a luxury of all luxuries, isn't it? Somebody who comes in and... I always wanted, you know, Phil Vickery or Gordon Ramsay or Jamie Oliver to come around. Can you imagine if you could afford to buy them to come in and actually cook Christmas lunch for you, and then it arrives and they cook it, you go, oh, it's delicious, it's lovely. Oh, how wonderful. Barry says, I'm just parking the motorbike up to ride from Newcastle to Yorkshire to have the day with the folks in Wensleydale. More layers than an onion with my heated boots and jacket. Oh, shit, I can't ride a motorbike. I did have one. It was a scooter. I had a Piaggio Hexagon, which was about the biggest scooter that you could get, which you could sort of legally ride if you didn't take your licence, and then it got stolen. And then I sort of decided I didn't want to go on a motorbike or a scooter ever again. It looks blooming dangerous to me. Seriously does. Very dangerous. Been listening to you for 20 years, says Jean in Hornchurch. We know Hornchurch. He's put the phone down. Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh, no. What were you saying? I tell you what. Yeah, they do cheese nuggets in McDonald's, and they're quite... You could get a bag of those. That's actually quite... You could sit... Why don't you... I tell you what you could do. You could go and get a takeaway... You could do this. You won't get into the Savoy. No, how much is Christmas lunch at the Savoy? Go on. £100? Are you serious? Go on to the Savoy website. Go on. Tell me how much Christmas lunch is there. Way more expensive. Good God. You could pay that in Hornchurch. Seriously, £100? You're so out of touch. So out of touch. You probably go, can I get a bottle of Prosecco for like 15 quid? Because you can in the bar in Shoreditch. They're not going to do things like that. Goodness sake. Honestly, but no. So that's the reason I don't drive motorcycles. I'm far too worried about falling off. You know me and falling off. I seem to do it on a regular basis. My daughter Erin got an Alexa, and she immediately asked for you at LBC. You got to laugh. Merry Christmas from Dean of Worthing, currently in Devon on hospital watch for Anne, and love to all those who know me. Thank you very much indeed. I like it. Do you know, all of a sudden, you suddenly realise Christmas, there's even more people listening to this programme than I ever imagined. Mind you, this isn't my normal programme. I normally, just in case you were wondering, start at 4 a.m. until 7. And you might think 4 a.m. is a ridiculous time to wake up, but I promise you, we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I mean, seriously, we have a bigger audience at 4 a.m. than some radio stations have for the entire week. Not difficult when you're doing something a little bit different. Cucumber in water is lovely. Are you all into cucumber in water? I think, could you put raspberries in water or something? I've had a few sips. It's not like, it's not the best thing that you've ever recommended. You know, Prosecco with a cherry would be quite nice. I've had a drink. The vase is dead. It's gone down. The water's gone down. I'd rather eat the sprouts raw. An inch. Might be... I don't think you can do Brussels sprouts infused with water. I think Brussels sprouts have to be cooked. I think there's something about them. As I was saying yesterday, don't feed your pets, dogs in particular, mince pies. because sultanas are poisonous to dogs. So if the dog starts throwing up in the corner, you know you're in big trouble. Steve, sitting here wrapped in Christmas fleece with Pooh Bear, water bottle. I'm not 6, try 66. Listen to Cliff and probably will again. Lovely man, happy Christmas. Yes, I mean, we've had some fantastic guests In Conversation, and Cliff, of course, was just one of them. Brian said, I'm sorry I missed the Magic Circle. Did you see my empty seat? I did. I think I had 2 empty seats, but sold out, and the one this coming Sunday sold out, and the show at the Leicester Square Theatre sold out, which is always very pleasing, because they all raise money for charity, which is lovely. Michelle says, been a pleasure listening over the last year, and Andrew says, I know bars where they ask you if you want lemon or cucumber in your gin and tonic. Really? You see, I think that should be standard. If you're having a gin and tonic, I mean, surely you're going to put a slice of lemon in it, aren't you? Do you remember when it was very popular with those bottles of beer, Sol or something, and you'd have a slice of lemon in the top, lime or Corona? Pretentious rubbish, honestly. I've never anything like it. I used to work in a bar, and people would say, 2 Coronas and a Sol. And you go, yeah, do you have the lime? Yeah, whatever. And you'd slice the lime and shove it in the top. What was the point of that? Because it was lager and lime. Did it? I just thought it was pretentious. It was like the other one they had. It had all these other drinks, and you they were all different colours. Might have been a Breezer. Was it Bacardi Breezer? That used to come in different... It all looked very pretty, but it was all no rubbish. Why can't people just drink normal beers and stuff like that? Or just go for a bottle of Prosecco? And what's the other one, where they put salt on their hand and then lick it? That's tequila shot, is it? Margarita. What's the point of that? Who wants salt? It's horrible. It makes your mouth go all funny. So they does it? I've never had one. I had a Sambuca once. Never again. Is that the one that they set fire to? I don't want to do that one. That was really quite dangerous. I didn't like that at all. And then there used to be another one where you go into a bar and you drink the flags of all nations. Have you done that? Somebody goes, France. And so you've got to come up with the 3 spirits that represent the colours on the tricolour. No, I don't do that. I don't have a problem with drink. Well, getting it in the mouth is the problem. Spilling it is my main problem. But that's what you did. You were drinking the flags of all nations. And so you could, obviously if it was white, then that would be vodka. That would be a clear spirit. Or you could probably go for gin or something else. But it's amazing. Or failing that, if you really want to get drunk cheaply and you're a student, you know this one already, it's drinking a pint of beer with a straw. I guarantee by the time you get halfway down, you've gone completely. It's the amount of air that you take up, which is terrible. Steve, Merry Christmas to you and all at LBC. Thank you very much indeed. They will be thrilled. We're in Wassenaar, near The Hague. Very nice here. Celebrated yesterday, so today, chill day. And so wish the Murphys in sunny Feltham. It's not I don't want to ruin it for you, but it's not sunny in Feltham. I promise you. I was there the other day. And that's from Adrian, Kathy and Rose May. So there you go. Everybody's out this morning, which is fantastic. George from Epsom says, Merry Christmas to you, Steve, at LBC, all my friends and family, and to all the runners doing the Banstead Woods Park run this morning. Everybody's doing running. Everybody's doing running. I'm very impressed. Well done. Congratulations. Steve, as you are giving out tips, do you throw the cucumber away? And how many infusions can you make out of that one cucumber? Well, I don't know. Yes, I mean, ideally, because you want it fresh, so every time you slice it, that's what you put in. So if you finish this water, which I won't, then you sort of throw out the cucumber and then you slice more cucumber. It's got to be fresh every time. I don't know whether it works or not. Hello to Emma, frantically wrapping presents in Peterborough. We both love listening to you in the early morning. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, as I say, it bears out on that one. And Caroline in Twickenham says, thank you for the cucumber tips. Please could wish happy Christmas to my cousin Chris and his wife Sandra, who are 4 a.m. spikers. I tell you, if I could show you a picture of the spike, you'd all be very... Are you trying another place now? He's trying other places. Where's he trying now? You don't need to book for Burger King. You should just better walk in off the streets. Oh, dear, this is so... I can't believe it. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. People don't have spaces on Christmas Day. He still thinks, though, that they do. Right, some more here. And this is a Merry Christmas to all my family and friends. Nona Giuseppina. Oh, probably done that wrong. Giuseppina. And brother Ray and wife Lucia, who are hosting Christmas today. Happy 2019, everybody, with love. Mel and Ray Hudson from Carpenter's Park, Watford. We're moving around the world, aren't we, on this programme this morning? And saw it yesterday at the new Watford Cineworld, says Sharon. Practically perfect in every way. They had the obligatory American with a dreadful English accent. I think they do it on purpose. Americans don't understand. They think that all English speak as if they're a Merchant Ivory movie. Which, of course, they're not, but that's how the Americans see it. And so they say, oh, we've got a Manchester accent. Oh, hello, how are you? And you go, that's not Manchester. But on the other hand, we can't do all the different regional accents in America, so it doesn't really work at all, does it? Jan says, we've been going to a carvery every Sunday and having turkey, so we're having a change. We're having beef and pork with cauliflower, leek and cheese. Oh, that sounds lovely. I love cauliflower cheese. It's a bit fatty for me. I say fatty, it's sort of, I think because it's the way it's cooked, but I do love that. So we're having that and roast vegetables. None of your favourite crispy roast potatoes. We don't eat potatoes anymore. No cheat days for us, says Jan. That's what I like to hear. Want a time check? Of course you do. It's Chris waiting to run the 5 kilometre in Bushy Park this morning. So listening to the programme, so good luck to everybody there. And Dave in Ilkley, thank you. Not even on Christmas Day would I even tell that joke, as you can imagine. Somebody said Steve Allen's a national treasure. Yes, the answer being to that one, it's where do you dig him up from, I suppose. Dallas is doing a big mince pie, which I will ice around the edge. Just a thought. But where would they have found mincemeat in World War II? Well, they did. People saved up their coupons, didn't they? Throughout the years, and then so at Christmas you always knew that you had enough for the butchers. You might get some sausages or something like that, and mincemeat. Lots of people made things. I mean, in those days people were a bit more creative. Nowadays people go out and buy everything. Kevin says he's in Dudley. I nearly said Dudley again. He said, I've got the easiest Christmas lunch to prepare. Just put out the Lidl lobster to defrost. I'll add a bit of salad, and I know. If only I loved lobster. If only I loved lobster. I've seriously, I so wanted to like it. And I got taken out by some people here a few years back. We went to a place, I think it's just called Lobster and Burgers or something in Soho. And he said, let's have lobster. He said, what do you want, half a lobster? I said, yeah, half a lobster. Grilled, yeah, grilled, blah, blah, blah. And so this thing arrived. I hated it. I've never felt so awful about eating a lobster. It just didn't, I couldn't bear the taste, couldn't bear the smell, everything. So I just ate the chips. Which was a bit feeble of me, because I like to try and pretend I'm a bit more adventurous when it comes to food, but it turns out I'm not. It turns out I'm a little bit traditional. I don't mind being traditional. I think that's fine. Noreen and Brian, hope you have a lovely, lovely Christmas. And Elaine says, it's great listening to you while I prepare the veg, peel the prawns. No young children here today, so everybody else is sleeping still. So Merry Christmas to you and all helping you. Well, I say helping. He's trying to book a blooming restaurant on Christmas. Was any luck with that one, that last one? Oh, no. I don't. See, have you been onto the Savoy's website? Go on, just do it as a favour for me. Indulge an old man and tell me how much Christmas lunch is at the Savoy. Because I think you're going to be surprised. If you think you're going to get it for £100, I don't think you're going to be getting it for anything less than... Yeah, well, I don't want guessing with you. Don't make me come round there. You know what I'm like when I'm roused. I'd love to find out how much it is. I think it's about £140. Yeah, £120. That's not including your booze. £220 for Christmas lunch. That's not including your booze, is it? So that's out, isn't it? Unless you hide him under the table and feed him. Yeah, availability will be booked out for... I should imagine people book the Savoy, the Dorchester, all these places. Seriously, they'll be £220, is it? I tell you, do me a favour. How much is New Year's Eve at the Savoy? Let me guess. £400 to £600? Something like that, I reckon. Knowing what, places are like, it's terribly expensive. You'll have a band and dancing and people dress up. Some people do it as a tradition, but, they don't have limitless places. So if that, we had a restaurant, which we tried a minute ago. I won't tell you which one it is, but it's a very famous restaurant. They had a 350 is New Year's Eve at the Savoy. There you go. That's not, is that including your drink or a glass of champagne? 4-course meal and, wow. It's ever so expensive, isn't it? It suddenly makes you realise we're obviously at the lower end of the food chain here. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how much the food is costing today, but I shall pay my end. I think I shall do something like that. But it's very expensive to do. But and if I say most people go, you won't find one person booking for the Savoy. It'll be a family of 4 or 6 or 10, and that you can imagine how expensive that is. But I mean, you're top notch, aren't you? Really? We're having a Brexit Christmas dinner later, says Alan in Fife. No turkey or Brussels. Thank you. I've started on the Quality Street, says Lewis. It's acceptable on Christmas morning, isn't it? Oh, it's acceptable any time. It's acceptable any time to have Quality Street. But you're right. My mother used to say, no more. And you go, why? And she go, because you'll spoil your appetite. And you say, are you mad? And you put away as much as you can. Steve, you get snow in Saudi Arabia too, says Anna in Putney. Christmas greetings from Northumberland. I had a knee replacement, says Joe, 16 weeks ago, and it still isn't any better. At least you're making me laugh when I'm doing the exercises. And just a little reminder to take a water receptacle for you on the car journey today, says Eddie. You know what you like when you get caught short? Maybe a blanket as well to conceal yourself. No, I have a special bag. I bought some ages ago. They're in the boot. If I can find the blooming things, and it's meant for children on car journeys who go, want to go toilet. Oh, you found somewhere. It's here. He's staying here. They're going to open the canteen up here for him. That's not. So I do have a water receptacle. Seriously, I've got every eventuality. I'm a GP referral fitness trainer. I'd love to get you fit for the new year, says Pat. Oh, listen, seriously. I mean, I'm absolutely not. It's lovely. Thank you so much. She said, you could do a run. I train older adults. Stop it. Stop bringing the age thing in. You know me and age. I'm very funny about that. Steve, Merry Christmas to you and all your lovely listeners. Having tea and croissant with peach and Prosecco jam. You got somewhere? Oh, that's fantastic. Waterloo Station. Which one? Where? Oh, right. Is that good? How much? Find out how much it is. South Bank. How much? 100. What each? 150. That's more than you wanted to spend. Is that fine? Oh, okay, right. Wow, that's good. At least you're in. What sort of food is it? Are you having traditional? This is so exciting. You wait till they discover. Are we on the radio? I bet he said, we're on the radio. Is it possible to have a table for 2 discreetly in the corner? Another one here says, I'm an avid Mr. Moyles show lover, but seeing as he's not on, listening to you instead and loving the chat, my parents sing your praises. Especially my mum, Mina. Have a wonderful Prosecco-filled Christmas. It won't be. It won't be when I'm driving. Might be when I get back in this evening. And listening to you, says this one here, is part of our Christmas tradition. So happy Christmas to my lovely boyfriend, Gary, who went out and bought me a bottle of pink gin yesterday. Do you have to make... I thought you made pink gin with Sir Angostura bitters. You've got to get the credit card out. You've got to get your credit card. You're doing the credit card? Yeah. Because you can't just book a place, because somebody else might actually want it. At least he's got somewhere. Well, that's good. Don't drink the cucumber water, says Julie. It will come back to you all day. Will ruin your Christmas dinner. I've only had a few little sips. Oh, don't worry. I'm well versed in what I can eat and what I can't. Joni in Potter's Bar. Hello to Mike and Linda, spending their first Christmas in New Romney. That's lovely. That's very nice. And PJ and Jill in Cork, which is in Ireland. Regular listeners, constant spikers, huge fans of your Little Bit Extra. Keep telling it like it is. And a special hello to the long-suffering Aussie boy. Yeah, Aussie boy. Oh, here we go. It's so exciting. Been a nightmare. I said it was too much. But he's determined to go for it. He's now given them his credit card details. Eat as much as you can. Okay? Yeah. Tuck it in, take it. Oh, really? Oh. He's tried about 6 places. At least we got something, which is good news, isn't it? 25 and a half minutes past 9. You might still be opening presents. You might still be going, oh, we've got some more presents to open. Jan in South Norwood says, how brilliant to buy Creed for Aussie Boy. What a treat. It is a treat. Has he cancelled it? Oh, it's going to be a row. I can tell there's going to be arguments. Is it? Oh, we don't know what's happening now. Oh, it's heated words. Has he cancelled it? Oh, you've kept it on. It's too much. Did you see how much it was at the Savoy? £220 at the Savoy. So much money. I'll be taking a doggy bag. If only you'd sorted out the Christmas present problem, this wouldn't have occurred. But, Steve, to you, your team, and all of the lovelies, you most definitely helped me get through a tough 6 months, and so is the support, says Jan. I know, it's, sometimes, we all have things, don't we, in our life, and you think, and then you look at somebody else's life, and you think, you've had it tougher. You've had it tougher than me. So that's it. I never I never try and complain about it, because there's always a lot of people worse off. Much worse off. So I always think, there, but for the grace of God, go I. And you're more than welcome to pop in, Steve. We'll have to go to Blue Water to get me a free squirt of Aventus Creed Aventus, and nice present. But you're more than welcome to pop in if you fancy. So, and Mark says, working from the police control room today, so a shout out to all the other emergency services, of which there will be many people sitting there hoping that the phone doesn't ring, but knowing that there will be domestics and all sorts of incidents. There will be drunkenness, which is something I always think. I think we need to heed what the Queen is saying. And the Queen is saying we need to respect each other a little bit more, and of course, none more so in her own family than the rifts that seem to be going on. It's an odd one, isn't it, really? You mentioned Biggins. Can you get him on at some point? The world needs a big dose of Biggins at the moment to cheer ourselves up, says Chris in Newbury. How did you become godfather to your 3? I just sort of kind of inherited people. I got 1. I didn't know I was getting 3. I got 1, and then I got another one, and then another one popped up. So I ended up with 3 godchildren. Other people have asked me to be, and I've said, no, I can't. It's so expensive to be a godfather. It seriously is at Christmas. Now they've grown up. It's a case of, they don't really want presents. They don't really want it. They don't ask for anything. But I give them money, because money is more useful to them than buying them, a box of toffees or something. My lovely Lynn. Oh, here we go. It's Nadolig Llawen. That's my worst Welsh pronunciation. I'm so sorry. Cariad. And she always does this every year. Wishing you a lovely day, says my Lynn. Look forward to catching up with you towards the end of the week. Absolutely. I think once we've got into next week, we'll all be on, we'll be focused, all singing from the same hymn sheet. It's just over Christmas, there's so many things to do. So many things to do. Listening, Steve, don't drink gin and tonic after drinking Baileys. I wouldn't drink gin and tonic, Jonathan. I really wouldn't. And I'm not a gin and tonic person. And Baileys I'm not drinking either. The only thing I'm really happy with is a bottle of Prosecco. When I say a bottle, a bottle of Prosecco, which is quite nice. I mean, I think it's better than champagne. I know people traditionally have champagne and they love it, but I think you can get away with Prosecco, especially for weddings, stuff like that. Much easier. Listening to you on a mountain in Asheville, North Carolina. This is Grant Lionheart Scaffolding from Lingfield. So they're on a mountain. What the goodness name are you doing on a mountain? Never heard of anything. Never heard of anything like that. But it sounds lovely. All those people skiing as well at the moment. I love the idea of skiing. I can't do it. Christmas regards, says Donnie, to my girlfriend Louise, and ask her not to dump me. Should she be considering it? Is it kind of on the cards? Jill says, driving for 2 hours after a 12-hour night shift to spend the day with my dad. I've been listening since 7 a.m. Thank you for keeping me awake and laughing. That's what it's all about. We have to do the news, though, because it's 9:30 here on... I tell you, once you've tried it, you won't go back. Oh, blimey, I tell you. It's an absolute eye-opener. I promise you. I've got such a good story. Sorry, there you are. You're back again. I do beg your pardon. I'm sorry, I was talking to the boys next door. They're actually going to celebrate the festive season, which is good, because you didn't celebrate last year, did you? Did you do last year? What did you do? No, you're working. So today they've got the meal. It looks quite. It's so expensive though to eat out, isn't it? I mean, even I think it's expensive, but it's only once a year, I suppose. Alan in Tooting. Happy Christmas to everybody at LBC. Have a lovely day. For a table today, try the Duke of Wellington in Portobello Road. Can recommend. Went last year and very good, says Eve. But finding a table, they have got a table now. Don't worry, they have got a table. But it's God, what a pain that was. Harry in Epsom says, my wife always insists we go to church at Christmas, but she's not interested any other time of the year. We don't agree on this one, as I'm a firm believer we should attend at other times of the year when churches are empty and need the support. Yes, I remember I've told you, to a lady years and years ago, and she hated people who only went to church at Christmas. Because she was a regular churchgoer. She said, and all of a sudden the church is filled up for midnight mass or for the carol service, because that's where you want to go for the carol service, isn't it? I do. I mean, I spend ages watching YouTube, and it's got carol services and everything else on there. Warren says, don't stuff the turkey. Fastest way to food poisoning. Cook the turkeys, cook the stuffings separately, which works very well. He says, Prosecco better than champagne. No! Not better than champagne. You might be right. And Cliff says, Merry Christmas to me. Get lots of nice people listening, which is great. So. Lime in a Corona or similar is supposed to be a deterrent to flies. Saying that, one flew into my soul in the Prince Blucher a couple of weeks ago, so it's probably a load of old rubbish. Flies at the Prince Blucher. Never heard of such a thing. Never heard of such a thing. We'd be more than happy to host your producer at our house and his partner, free of charge, plenty of food, currently making Jamie Oliver's red cabbage with pear and chorizo. Well, that sounds quite nice. I think you have to do it's his gravy, isn't it? They've all got them. I was reading everybody's the other day. Thank God I don't cook. Thank goodness I don't cook. Steve, I've tried the cucumber and water thing. Excuse me, failed miserably. Stuck the whole cucumber into a tumbler of water. All the water came out. What a mess. See, you're not doing it properly. That's why you need to listen to this programme. It's far more educational for you. Thank you for making it easy waking up early morning. Just ready to go to work, picking up customers from Woodford Green to Heathrow, says Taff, who's obviously a taxi driver. So this is a busy time. Double money, isn't it, today, I think? Kavita says, now all the kids are awake and playing with their presents. I'm turning all the radios around in the house so I don't miss your show. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm doing something different, says Nikki. I'm going on a peaceful anti-fox hunting demo in Elham in Kent. It's for the foxes. Somebody says, I hope Aussie Boy is being paid extra for being your stooge. Listen, just the fact that he's able to gaze upon my figure is quite enough, actually. I mean, he should be grateful to work. There could have been other shows he could have worked on, but he got the short straw and got this one. But he finishes at 10, so he's quite happy with that. Time they've actually sat up on the roof and, had a nice time. It'll be lovely. Actually, it's so cold out there today, isn't it? It's very, very cold. Is it lovely? Oh, of course, heaters. I've forgotten about that. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Jason David, ding dong. Oh, yes. How about a shout out for all the charity workers helping the homeless and all the other people working this Christmas Day? I know some people do it so well. Some people, just feel that they can afford to give up a day and help other people out who don't have the opportunity of having a Christmas lunch. And the satisfaction that you get is paid back in spades. It's amazing. So well done to all the charity workers who are working this Christmas for the benefit of other people. Christmas greetings from North Windsor. That's Slough. Love the Magic Show on Sunday. That's Andrew, Lisa and the cat. Major Bentley. Thank you very much indeed. More of your texts and emails as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Wouldn't be Christmas without you to ease me into the day. Merry Christmas to you, Steve, and your gang, as well as your Facebook spikers, and of course, my new husband. That's the most important bit. I always think, new husband, always... But, sorry? Do I want a tea? Yeah, I'll have another tea, yeah. I'll have another tea. Yeah, I think so. Took ages last time, didn't it? What's he doing? Boiling a kettle? You can't get the help now. I thought you just go round there. You push we've got one of these hot taps, delivers boiling hot water, and the other one delivers cold water. So you can imagine what a nightmare it is for me. Very precarious making a cup of tea. People go, you'll be all right. And you go, yeah, fine. So we'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 22 minutes to 10. I wonder if people are still... Actually, my lot will probably not have opened all their presents because they like to wait till I get there. And then my brother will have presents tomorrow. And so I get to watch people doing presents there, which is quite nice, isn't it? Very fortunate to sort of have all these places to go to. And I do enjoy my Christmas dinner. Out of all the dinners in the year, my Christmas dinner, my Christmas lunch is the one that I like better. But I can't remember which celebrity, I can't say that word this morning, celebrity it is, who has their Christmas dinner at 6 p.m. at night. On Christmas Day, 6 p.m. at night. So what you eat all day, I've got no idea. Perhaps just nibbles. That would be nice. Sue says, Happy Christmas and a huge thank you for a year of early morning entertainment. Well, don't worry, it goes on next year as well, I'm afraid to tell you. I never like saying that, actually, because people will say, oh, right, you're here next year as well. You go, yes, that's how it works. I think they always sort of go, let's put some nice in-conversations into the mix for Christmas, because it is a bit all over the place. Some presenters can work, some presenters have got family that they would like to be with over the festive season, but for us single people, it doesn't make any difference. I can go and enjoy my Christmas lunch after this without... I've noticed that my poor little poinsettia is keeling over. It's got... it looks like it's dying. I wonder if we gave it some cucumber water, whether that would help it. Would that help, you think? It's very, very good for it. I love the way you're sort of convincing me of doing cucumber water. Oh, and I did get loads of presents. Loads of presents. Wait a minute. Excuse me, just 1 minute. And there was a big bag waiting for me down at reception from Marion Khan. She says, for Steve, practically perfect in every way. I wish I was. I wish I was. That would be nice. Oh, I've still got some orange to eat. I could have that on the journey down, couldn't I? A little bit of orange or something, because we've got loads of satsumas here and sandwiches and everything else. What time are you booked in for your 5 o'clock? God, you'll be starving. No, Jamie, no. But you could have tried Jamie Oliver's parents' pub. They have a pub, yeah. I bet they've been booked up for ages. Yeah, you don't have much of a chance of any of these sort of things out in the things. So hello to Ian Crocker. And Warren says, just tell him I love him really. So there you go, Ian. Loves you really, okay? I tell you, it's great. So the Bailey's fudge has gone from the fridge. So that's not particularly good, is it? Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. And what was another one? I'm trying to find some more of these texts. I've got so many texts and emails to get through. You just have to give me a brief moment. I was trying to find out, actually, is it a lottery tonight? Do we do a lottery on Christmas Day? Probably not. Probably be tomorrow or something like that. But I do like to find out what everybody's talking about. And I was looking at the weather. No snow forecast. How disappointing. How very, very disappointing. I don't want lots of it. You know, I just like the idea that you know, we might actually have some, which is good. And another one here. This is from Toby, getting Christmas messages. I think there's something magical about Christmas, isn't there? Julian Clary, wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas. He's in pantomime at the Palladium. And my friend David says, have a fabulous Christmas full of tinsel and booze. Tinsel and booze. What a combination. Sarah Milliken is getting chatting to people. She said, there are people who need some company right now. You can make contact, make them listen. Yes, I mean, I tend to find that radio's a good leveller. Radio's a very good leveller. And Paul, who's having a nice Christmas as well this year, which is good. You know, a lot of people going home. Greetings from The Hague, which is lovely. And Daniel, what do we know about Daniel? Oh, he's a personal ninja by the sound of it. I don't even know what that is. Is that one of these warriors? Music advisor, hours to suit, full training in espionage and invisibility. How cool is that? He says, why can't LBC have Steve Allen's show on every day? such a relief from listening to the world going to hell in a handbasket. I suppose, well, you know, tomorrow, who knows what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I quite like the idea of... I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, but we will have newspapers, which, of course, we haven't had at the moment, because the newspapers... Why don't they print a Christmas Day? So many people work the Christmas Day now. Why does it make a difference? And you can't have the... Merci. Okay. Why you can't have newspapers on Christmas Day? You know, that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Mind you, there isn't anything to print. Nothing to print. Can't wait to tell you my story. Can't wait to tell you my story about how good that other thing is. It's the Christmas present to end all Christmas presents. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Are you in the loop or out the loop? I don't know with you. I don't know whether, you know... I'm going to tell you a story in a minute. I'm going to tell you privately. I'm not going to tell people on air. It's a private story. Private story. But very good. Very good story. I love a good story. So tomorrow we'll have the papers. Asheville in North Carolina is a great place with a fabulous market, says Ron. I've lived for many years in nearby Greenville, South Carolina. We need a 4x4 pickup truck to navigate the roads and to blend in. Oh, right. So my car would stick out like the sore thumb. Terrible, isn't it? Peter and Suzanne in sunny Lanzarote. Oh, I hated Lanzarote, as you know. Everybody knows it was dreadful. And David and Chris have had sprouts on toast for breakfast. Oh, my goodness, how disgusting. How disgusting. And Jane in Welling says, I'm working all day as a carer, but looking forward to seeing my elderly clients. Don't forget, if you've got an elderly neighbour, pop in and see them or invite them in for a cuppa and a mince pie. Yeah, they might not want a mince pie, though, mightn't they? They might want a chocolate biscuit. In which case, you're going to be out on a limb. Sprouts on toast. The one thing we're not having anymore, we're not having avocado. We're supposed to be cutting down because they say that the avocado trade is funding crime and all sorts of horrible things. So I kind of sort of, I don't know, I sort of cut it out. I thought people would be affected by the coffee. There are these mad people, look, going for a swim in the Serpentine. What's the point of going for a swim in the Serpentine? Why do they do that? The annual Christmas... Look at them, all terribly unfit. People in their sort of bikinis and... Oh, there's men wearing Speedos. There's one woman got tinsel round her neck. Some... Oh, God, it's so cold. That water is so... And they swim in it. What's the point? Mad people. Completely barking mad. Fruitcakes. They do it all year. They loved it. What's the point of doing it? Is it because they're on the television? I mean, they do it every year. I've seen it when there's been snow coming down and they still go swimming. Apparently, once you're in, it's icy cold to start with, and then apparently you feel warm. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's like climbing into an ice-cold bath or a shower or something like that. But they do it, and I don't know why they do it. It did start. I mean, the Serpentine Swimming Club's been around for ages, and one lady says, I did not really fancy a dip. I'm land-based. What have we got? More of your texts and emails, which we'll have. No, please don't make me drink any more cucumber water. I couldn't bear it. What a ghastly idea. Shan't be doing that at all. Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. It's always at the end of the programme, isn't it, really, where you sort of get a little tiny cough and you think, that's exactly what Simon had this morning. Steve, spare a thought, says Mark, for all the turkeys and other miserable creatures that suffered and died. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I think that's just sort of playing on people's emotions. If that's your bag and that's what you believe, then fine. I don't believe that they suffer. I mean, on the other hand, if you want to believe that creatures do suffer, I mean, it's fairly quick, I believe, for turkeys. Seems to be when Gordon Ramsay was dispatching them, but it doesn't stop. I remember, I think people were complaining about a farm that was doing fresh turkeys, and you could pick your turkey out that you wanted, and then they would sort of prepare it for you. It was alive when you saw it. And I think some people wrote stuff all over this farm, basically being abusers. And then the bloke, far from having the effect of people not buying turkey for Christmas, it had the adverse effect. He sold even more turkeys. He said, thank you very much indeed. He sold more and more turkeys, and he was very happy. Very happy. But what I'm going to do... Oh, sorry. So I'm just looking at my sprout tree. Sprout tree. I can't believe it. Only Anne-Marie Minhall would walk in with a sprout tree on this programme, which is lovely. So lots of people, saying... They're going to be busy. I mean, assuming you're all going to be having lunch today and then you're going to be putting your feet up and half of you will be asleep this afternoon. You're bound to be. That's what I'll be doing the same thing. I'd just like a little, not a lie down. I've got to the age where I can do a nap. I love a nap. I'm the sort of person who can just sit. I can sleep anywhere. Seriously. I fell asleep at traffic lights once. I'm always denying it, but a friend of mine who was in the car said, you fell asleep at traffic lights? I said, no, I didn't. He said, yes, you did. I said, I didn't, I promise, but I did actually. I just sort of dozed off, just at that brief moment. So, but I'm fine at the moment because I think the coldness outside is gonna keep me going, until we reach lunch, which is great. Epping is freezing, says Kim. Christmas doesn't start until I hear you on LBC and have an after 8 for breakfast. I asked somebody that a short while ago. Can you have after 8 for breakfast? Is that possible to eat after 8s for breakfast? And the answer is yes, you can. You can have anything you like for breakfast. I mean, just traditionally in this country we have savoury, but you could basically have anything you like. But people have pain au chocolats, don't they, for breakfast? Stuff like that. That's become the new norm for the Brits. The new norm for the Brits, which is quite great. I like traditional. I'm sort of egg, bacon, sausage, and still going after my dream breakfast, which has got fried bread in it. But it's never going to happen. Never going to happen in a million years. Only because it's just so bad for you. It's just sort of, you might as well just lie down and pour a bottle of Mazola into your mouth. Same kind of thing. So, freezing Epping, it'll be down. I've got heating in the car, so I'm all right. And also, I discovered the other day I've got heated seats, front and rear. What for? I've got no idea. The first time I discovered heated seats, I thought I'd become incontinent. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you laughing at? You can tell me. I'm an adult. Oh, tell me after the show. Oh, is it rude? I don't want to hear about it then. Don't do rudies on this book. All right, tell me after I finish. No. Oh, is it? Oh, right. I wonder if it's what I think it is. We like that. We've all got secrets around here. Everybody's got secrets. You've never known a place. It's like the Magic Circle, House of 10,000 Secrets. Around here, you know, everybody's got a secret. Everybody's got a story. Everybody's got a story. You keep bumping into people who've got stories. So I think that there's also another review of the year with Nick Ferrari coming up, and I think you will probably find tomorrow morning there's another In Conversation. I think there's another In Conversation. We had one today, and then we had one the day before, because I think we've got about 10 In Conversations going out. I think so. It's certainly a lot. I think it's a lot. And then I was watching, is it London Live? Which is sort of it's almost like hospital radio television. It's kind of, you know, I don't want to be rude about them, but frankly, they look as though they're broadcasting from a biscuit tin. And so the other day, I sort of turn it on, and they have there's a ginger boy on there who does he's actually very good, but it's sort of, there's nothing about ginger. I don't have a problem with ginger, seriously. I've worked with Matt Stadlen. And then you sort of think, because you're not really ginger, that's sort of just, it's not, it's all, no, it's not. No, it's sort of off blonde, isn't it? Yeah, it's dirty blonde, I think. I don't know. You're not as bright. Matt Stadlen's much brighter than that, isn't he? He's got very, yeah. It's very. Yeah. And what was I saying? Oh yes, I've forgotten. So anyway, we were sort of talking about sort of people's hair and all the rest of it. And I can't remember why I was telling you that story now. I've completely lost my train of thought. We're talking about ginger and all the rest of it. Oh, that's right. London Live. And so on comes this woman to read the news kind of thing. And she's sitting there, and I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, are you in the right job? It was the oddest thing ever, because she's wearing an outfit which was lovely, but it didn't look very suitable for somebody on television. It looked probably suitable for somebody who's going to be spinning a wheel. And she looked as though she had, I might be doing her a disservice, fake hair. She looked as though she had extensions, which would sort of put it, because she had too much hair. It looked as though there was too much of it. And the more I looked at it, the more fascinated I became. And I was looking at her, and I was listening to her voice, because it's almost like she's had elocution lessons but occasionally it slipped a little bit, and I'm thinking she's obviously trying to sort of read and try and make herself sound articulate. And I thought, I'm not sure if it's working. But it was the hair. I was strangely drawn to the hair. It was like watching Courtney act. Phil in Bushy says, just completed the Oak Hill Park run, so hi to Sarah. It's the wife, incidentally. We've been to see you at the Magic Circle and the Hippodrome before. You're still alive, so that's got to be good news, isn't it? Sid said, couch to 5K. If I can do it, so can you. I've never been sporty, but I can run for 30 minutes. When I say run, I use the term very loosely. I look ridiculous running. Seriously, I'm just not... years ago, when I was younger, obviously 15, 16, I could run. Couldn't do it now. I'd look ridiculous. I would keel over or something like that. But just going back to this London Live, they have some good films on, but it was this sort of woman and all this strange hair, which looked as though somebody had either given her some heated rollers for Christmas, or she had... Because I can't work out now, but when I see hair that's particularly long, I automatically think fake hair. I automatically think clip-in bits. You can get these clips. I mean, I've seen them doing it on QVC and stuff like that, and I always think it looks terribly impressive. Only works for women. It doesn't work for men. Men can't do clip-ins because it would look ridiculous. But men can wear toupees. But she was wearing it. And then I saw somebody show... Oh, that's right, Cheryl. Cheryl also loses the contract with L'Oreal. And the next thing, she's promoting hair extensions. Bit of a climb down, I thought, on that one. Poor old... That's Cheryl, who hasn't had a hit single this year. And why? Because the single's rubbish. It's as simple as that. She can't help it. She's not really a great singer. Jordan, apparently, having spent £4,000 on children's presents for this Christmas... I wish I was as broke as Jordan. £4,000 on presents. A complete... And then she said, don't worry, but after Christmas, I'm cutting back. And then promptly announces she's going to take her boyfriend, Chris, away with her on holiday. No, not cutting back at all. Does she ever do a day's work? Has she ever done anything? I'm not actually sure that Jordan's done anything in her life. Has she ever had a proper job apart from getting her boobs out? The answer is probably not. That £4,000 on kids' presents. How do we know that? She told us. She told us £4,000 on presents. Ridiculous. Very nearly time to go. Actually, not just yet. Is that the out time? It can't be, can it? Would that not be taking up a little bit? 58:10. Okay, sorry, this means nothing to you listening at home. Sorry, love. It's what? Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, right. That's about 20 seconds. 58:10. What am I hitting? Sorry, you have to beg my pardon. What out time are we hitting for the 59? Oh, right. Excuse me, I can do that. I need to suck a lozenge, don't I? Luckily, I've got some with me. Strepsils. It's sort of medicinal, which I like, actually. It's always very nice indeed. So, just about finishing, but I have to tell you, just to completely make your Christmas perfect, we're back again with you tomorrow morning between 7 and 10. Loved your heated seat comment there. Brilliant in the Mercedes in the winter, says Mike in Bromley. And somebody says, and this is Mark in Cheadle, he says, I understand your ability to nap. My wife can and does regularly. Fall asleep mid-sentence. She denies it, of course. Grateful, isn't it, though, when you can actually get a word in edgewise. Somebody says, I hope St. Nicholas brings you crispy roast potatoes. That's Fawn. Yeah, I hope so today. I mean, tomorrow, my brother is in strict instructions. Crispy roast potatoes absolutely have to be the norm. And well done to all those people doing the runs today and to hopefully making some money for charity. Well done to you. I hope that the rest of your day is fantastic. Today we had some in-conversations on as well, and then after I'd finished, I managed to find the East End of London, a miracle in itself, and there wasn't much traffic on the road. The police were out. I saw a couple of cars that had been stopped, and I managed to get to the Bow flyover. And then it seems ages till you get to the M11, because I had to go down to Epping. And I managed it, and I left here at 10. I had to go back, pick up the car, and then got there at 10 to 11. Even by my and I didn't break the speed limit. Did I? No, I didn't. But I had to make sure that I was on the right road. And then I thought, where am I? And they went, oh, I know exactly where I am. Because I was going to phone them and go, I'm on the 11. What junction is it? Got down there, went off and had our Christmas lunch, which was lovely. Then we went back and then we opened presents. I seem to have loads of presents yesterday. I mean, my godchildren always do very well for presents, but their presents now involve things like belts. I think for my youngest, I bought her a Gucci belt, and she got some money as well. And people got all sorts of things. They got nice things, but for the mums and the dads, they get candles and a box of chocolates. So Maureen got a box of chocolates and a Joe Malone candle, lime, basil and mandarin, and exactly the same for Sheila and Mike. And I'll tell you more about Sheila and Mike and their odd present this year. Every year we get an odd present. I always get an odd present. I've had a onesie before now, which they insisted on seeing me in. This year they insisted on seeing me using the present that they bought me, and I decided there was just not a cat in Hades chance of that ever happening. But we went back and we had, I just drank loads of water yesterday, then got back in the car, got back in, watched about 20 minutes of Home Alone 2, which I think is Lost in New York, and decided that I really didn't care about Kevin McAllister at all. He was quite clearly an evil little child, as he was impersonating his father in the hotel and doing everything else. It was good. And they used him in that new advert, which I like. Climbed into bed, got up this morning, and then for some peculiar reason, the car company that I use have sent me a confirmation of a booking for the 2nd of January. Haven't even got as far. I mean, mine's an ongoing booking. If I need to change anything, then what I do is I just sort of phone up and say cancel the car for this morning, or cancel the car for whatever it is, or put on an extra. So I've got to change the time for New Year's Day. But this is for the 2nd. I've got a few more cars to go yet. I've got one tomorrow and one on Friday. And then we're into the weekend. And that will, to me, be seeing... I don't think I've got anything to do this weekend. Brothers today for the second Christmas lunch of the festive season, so looking forward to that, as always. And I shall just pootle down the motorway, and the roads will be packed. I mean, already, if Dave has already been out and bought the stuff in the sale, he said it wasn't too bad. But so if you're out at the sales at 6:30 in the morning, what time are you getting up? So if you are thinking of going to the sales today, my advice is get up now. Because if people are out shopping already and it's only coming up 7:10, you can imagine just how busy everything's going to be. So there you go. And then I call in to Hammersmith, to the petrol station, because I couldn't think where there'd be a Marks and Spencer's open at 3 o'clock in the morning. That was. And so I thought, I'll get some sausages. They didn't have any little sausages, and I fancied some little sausages. And so I bought some milk and things like that, just in case we were going to run out. Excuse me. And as I come out, there's a bloke who's parked his car in front of mine. I think he could have been private hire driver, because it was one of those sort of cars. It was a Mercedes, so I knew it wouldn't be Uber or anything like that. And you know when you get the feeling you're walking towards your car, and there's sort of my car, and then there's his sort of parked a little bit in front of mine, and I thought he's either going to say, "Are you Steve Allen?" or he's going to say, "Nice motor." I get the combination of the both. And what did he say? "You Steve Allen?" So, and he said to me, and I always going to remember this forever. He said, "I love listening to your programme, blah, 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 blah." I said, "Thank you very much indeed." He said, "I'm Muslim." I said, "No kidding." No kidding. Why not? He was a big lad. He certainly dwarfed me, but anyway, we had a selfie taken. And then he toddled off and I toddled off. So we're both doing exactly the same jobs. We're both working. You know, and there are loads of other people who are working. There are carers working, staff in hospitals, people who've got to go in for... Can you imagine if they're expecting you into Next at 6:30 in the morning and you're working in retail? That is over and above. But they always do it. I seem to remember in Kingston a few years back, they were queuing, I think, by 6:45. I think they opened at 7 in those days for the sale. And you think, well, most of these places are desperate to get your money. Really desperate, because they're complaining you're not spending enough. So all the papers are full of, this is going to be worth £1 billion to the industry today. And I'm sort of thinking that it's an awful lot of money to take off you. And also, you've had Christmas Day. It depends whether you've spent it with people, doesn't it? And if you spend it with people, I remember the last thing you want to be doing is getting up at 6 in the morning. Come on, get dressed. What for? We're going to the sales. What? Come on, we've got to go to the sales quick. We've got to get out and park the car. Because they're not going to ticket at this time of the morning, are they? I hope not. Although I'm not sure if today's a freebie day in London. Might be where you are, but we have very strange times around here. Form says, Happy St. Stephen's Day on the feast of, good King Wenceslas last looked out on the feast of Steve. Because I had my own feast day. And what did he eat? Deep pan, crisp and even, I think. I don't know. It was some of the old joke from ages ago. It says, when conversing with Eddie Mayer, personable, interesting and entertaining. I'd forgotten, actually, what I said on that interview. You do an interview, because if you don't work to a structure on an interview, and Eddie said, we'd love you to do the programme. I went, yeah, of course, absolutely, I adore Eddie. And so we sat in this very studio. What I talked about, I've got no idea. It wasn't until I actually heard it back this morning that I've realised what I've been saying. My boss is going to kill me next week. Oh, Steve, I don't talk like that, do I? He's going to be a little bit like that. I could just tell you one of those things. And it's interesting. And yesterday was lovely. Managed to get down there. So many presents to open. And I got really, really useful presents this year, apart from the one, which always comes from Sheila and Mike. And it was the most... Every year I get something different. This year, come closer, I don't want to shout this out, I got a willy warmer. I didn't even know what a willy warmer was until I saw it. And to be honest with you, I think they guessed on size, but there you go, you can't do anything about that. And so it's, because they'd said to me, are you cold first thing in the morning? I thought, an odd thing to say. And so I unpacked this box, and it gradually got, it was like doing Pass the Parcel, but to myself. Because there were so many presents. I was sending pictures to my friend Jordan of all the presents on the floor and the tree and everything, and the dogs were excited. And it was just nice, because we're at that age now where we're not rushing to rip paper off things. We just do it so my youngest goddaughter goes round and picks up a present and gives it to the individual concerned. And so then you open your present. Of course, everybody's interested. So what have you got? And then, as typically, the parents of my godchildren can never remember what they bought me. In the same way, what we tend to do each year, because when you get a little bit older, they want stuff for the house. And so they then say, well, listen, we bought this. So I don't buy them something they don't want. I've always bought them what they've bought for themselves. I just then reimburse them, and it then becomes a present for me. And they had a pair of boots, which was a hat stand, which they loved. They had cushions and a sheepskin rug. And that was, so they got something that they wanted. The kids got what they wanted. I think Nathan got a tracksuit. I can't remember now. He got a tracksuit. The youngest one got a Gucci belt, which he was really excited about. And I can't remember for the life of me what Charlotte got. always forget these things. But it was lovely. It was really nice. And what did I get? Glitter all over this present, which came from Sheila and Mike. And as I say, always interesting. So you open it, and then they go, getting closer. And I'm thinking, what is this? I've had the oddest presents in the past. This would have to be one of the oddest. She'd been into Ann Summers. This is a lady of a certain age. God knows what they must have thought when she went in there. God knows what they must have thought she's got in. And she bought a willy warmer because they'd heard me say on the programme, first thing in the morning, it's freezing cold. Well, it would be. I mean, I'm not standing there stark naked waiting for the car as far as I remember. So they bought me this willy warmer and then they're all going, go on, put it on. I'm not putting this on. Good grief. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't taken it out of the packaging yet, and I was going to bring it in to show them here, but I decided it was maybe, I know. That's nice of me not to do that. But what we will do on the programme this morning, because we're going to do the same as yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, we're still in holiday mode at LBC. We've got, all the programmes. There'll be a phone-in on after me, so we'll do what we did yesterday and the day before, which means we're going to weave in all of your texts and emails. That's my favourite expression of the decade, weave in, which means that they will be interwoven in with the look at, we've got papers. So we've got the complete set of papers. We'll go through them, and you can tell me some of your more unusual presents. They can't be as unusual as mine. But we had a lovely time. We went to the King's Head, which is the Dam Busters pub, and we had a great Christmas lunch there. And then wandered back. And then by the time I got in, I was so tired. And the boys next door. You remember the next door? They went out for their dinner, which was nice. Not brilliant, but nice. It was nice. The trouble is, when you look at the price of it, and it was £100 and something each, wasn't it? 100 and something each, was it? 115 each. And you try and work out, is it value for money? And the answer is, of course it's not. It's never going to be value for money because, for £115, for £230, because there were two of them, you could have bought 2 huge turkeys, you could have bought everything, the big and that's the way it works. But that's what you pay for when you eat out. So everybody had a nice time yesterday, and then today, it's amazing how it's become Boxing Day. Oh, it's the sales. That's all people think about now. It's the sales. Right, let's have the news, shall we? I keep forgetting. I'm so sorry with these. I'm hopeless on them. Already 21 minutes past 7. Oh, quick, I need some advice. Friend of mine has got wisdom tooth hurting at the moment. What would you recommend? He's going to go and find a dentist today. What would you recommend for a wisdom tooth that's hurting? Come on, I need your answers on that one, please. Stephen Hamburg says, Happy Boxing Day. I have to establish this. Do we say Happy Boxing Day? Does it? Well, I don't know what Boxing Day celebrates. I've really got no idea. Is it something to do with your work giving you some sort of present? But, because that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? So, enjoying, I think, Christmas holidays in lovely Exmoor. Oh, right, it's not even in Hamburg at the moment, with the children and the grandchildren. No shops here. Do you know, I could not live in a place with no shops. I know it seems really ridiculous. Actually, I tell you what you could do. Pinch your earlobes. There. That's a pressure point for acupuncture. I've done that before, and it's taken away all sorts of things. Furniture, pots and pans. Yeah, it's pinching that earlobe. That's supposed to be a relaxing. You've got certain pressure points on your body. Come in here, I'll show you where the pressure points are. And then it takes away. It's your lobes. I've done that quite a few times, and all of a sudden you'll go, oh, that feels much better. You need to ask somebody in the office if they've got any. Somebody in the office will have. I normally bring my bag in, and I'm like a chemist. I've got everything, absolutely everything. So any more ideas of that one, please? And don't say cucumber water. We're not doing cucumber water today, I've decided. Excellent show with Rupert Everett. Such an interesting person, says Sarah. Wish him great success in the future. He was such a nice interview. And I'm sure that, you read sometimes in the newspapers, about so-and-so. I was told, actually, about an interview that somebody gave to a journalist. And I won't tell you who it is, because somebody told me yesterday, and I said, I've got to go and read it. Because they started being a bit difficult. And they said to the journalist, I'm walking out the room. So they walked out the room, came back about 10 minutes later and carried on, and then expected that the journalist was not going to write about the fact that they walked out the room. And of course they did. They did. And it was an interesting interview, but it showed another side of this other person. Steve, another reason why you're the man, because you call it a programme and not a show. Well, I don't know whether it's a show or not. I think it's a programme. I think you could call it the ramblings of Steve Allen. It seems to work quite well. Somebody said, the beginning of the I know that they're all going to be listening this morning down there in Epping. I know that they're all going to be listening because they're all going to be up. Because tonight, is it tonight they're going, or was it last night? No, tonight they're all going off to the pantomime at the Palladium, which is like the most expensive show in town, with Dawn French, Julian Clary, tons of people. It's a really good show, really, really good show. But they will enjoy that. But they don't need to drive up to town because we know where to park, I promise you. Steve, don't you think Meghan using the pregnancy card all the time, leaving coat open, whereas most would keep the coat closed to keep warm, she's playing to the cameras? Yes. I had to think about that because I don't think she's consciously playing to the cameras, but I think the bit, when you see the royals out and they go to church with the Queen on the Christmas Day morning after they've had their breakfast, they will walk along. Sometimes they will hold hands. Meghan puts her arm through Harry's. That is not how it's done in the royal family. And somebody should really say to her, listen, I'm sorry, you're not in America. You're not an average actress in America. This is the royal family. They do it differently. And you should learn from Catherine, who sometimes, but Meghan always links her arm through Harry's. It just looks a bit chav. There's no etiquette there. It's like, sorry, am I eating from the out, in, or in, out when it comes to the knives and the forks? Most people have got no idea, so I always say, listen, just pick up whichever is handiest. It's like having different wine glasses. If ever you've been to Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace, they will have an array of glasses. One will be for water, one will be for wine, one will be for... And so it goes on, and you've got to know which glass you're supposed to be drinking out of. And it can be very intimidating. The fork and knife thing, and then we used to put a spoon and a fork at the top of the place setting, and you go, oh, good, we're having crumble or something like that. I had eaten mess, as it turned out yesterday. And actually it didn't affect me too badly. Normally being all sugar, I thought that would have affected me. But luckily it didn't. So when it comes to Meghan playing for the cameras, I think she does. I was watching the other day, I watched the Strictly Come Dancing thing with Tony Beak and the little short fat woman, isn't it? Anne Widdecombe. And she, what a miserable face on her. Does she ever smile? Can you smile more? She did very well. She gets loads of coverage, but she's very irritating. She's got no sense of humour. And they were doing a thing where they were sort of singing. Anton Dubek is looking around to see where his camera is. That's all he was doing, and I was watching him, and all of a sudden he noticed where his camera was, and he did the big smile and the winked at the camera, whereas Anne Widdecombe was off with the Pixies. And they sort of dressed her up as what? I've got no idea. It was all very bizarre. But it's a case of, here's old Widdy, and they're trying to bring her in so she's part of the loop, but she just doesn't seem to appreciate it, which is awful. And, John, actually, I've just reminded me, I've got, a hot water bottle in my boot, which is about 3 foot long. 3 foot long. Got some great presents, says Janice, but I didn't get the signed Steve Allen picture I'd asked for. We don't do pictures anymore. We haven't done pictures, which we used to years and years ago, for, I would think, in the reason of, probably about 10 years. Ever since we got computers in, they say you can download the picture from there, and there's quite a lot of pictures of me on there. But I can't download them. I don't know how to download stuff like that. I'm absolute rubbish. But we will take all your texts and emails. Great interview with Denzel Washington, says Peter. I did hear he's very protective towards younger actors to make certain they're okay on set. Brandy apparently is good for your wisdom tooth. That'll be useful for this time of the morning, won't it? Go out sozzled. Brandy. Cloves are supposed to be very good as well. And the sad news, apparently, the British Origami Association, apparently, very sad news there. Apparently it's folded. Thank you, Mike in Kings Langley. Did you get that? The British Origami... Oh, OK. He's not well either, but he went to the sale. He's got 70 quid. Who's got 70 quid on Boxing Day? You rich boy, you rich boy. I've got a 12-inch willy warmer, says John. Perfect answer for a cold foot. I get cold feet. But I wouldn't put a willy warmer on there. No. Yeah, toothache, oil of cloves and anti-inflammatory. And there's a big Boots over there. So you can get things like that, which is very good. Because nothing worse is if you don't feel very well over the festive season. Somebody said Neil reckons a bottle of brandy. Dear, that's what they used to use for operations years ago. When you went there, they would get, if they were amputating your leg, there was no anaesthetic. They would get you totally drunk. They'd all then hold you down and they'd just take the leg off. Good Lord, thank God we've moved on from that. Also to Andy, Dolores, Chrissy and Helen, the hairdressers. Thank you very much indeed. There you go. Mike will now tell you definitely got your mention this morning. Thank you very much indeed. And season's greetings to lovely friends at Noreen & Co. Read the Wisdom Tooth. Hot salt water mouthwashes. Hot salt water mouthwashes. I don't think we've got any salt. We must have salt in the building. We'd have it downstairs, actually. Whiskey numbs the pain for wisdom teeth, says Alan in Clayhall. Clove oil when rubbed on the offending article. I'm a dental nurse on call this morning. Corsadol. Corsadol mouthwash for your friend. It's not a friend. Oh, you don't go down that route. No, we don't have friends. They're just acquaintances. So Corsadol. There you go. We'll try and remember all these things. More of your texts and emails in a moment. We'll go through the papers. And you tell me how your day went yesterday, and I'll tell you more about my day. LBC News Time. 7:30 now. And with the headlines for you this morning, it's John Stratford.
An 8-year-old boy has become the second migrant child to die in the custody of the US government this month. The child from Guatemala was held after crossing the border from Mexico with their father. People are being told to stay at least 500 metres from the coast in parts of Indonesia over fears an erupting volcano could cause another tsunami. At least 128 people are still missing after a giant wave swept inland on Saturday. And Japan has announced it's going to resume commercial whaling after a 30-year break. It's also withdrawing from the International Whaling Commission, designed to protect stocks. LBC weather, mild and mostly cloudy, some but sunny spells. Rain across northern and western Scotland, a high of 11 degrees.
LBC and its sister stations from Global are coming together again to bring you the Global Awards 2019 with very.co.uk. There will be performances on the night from the pop band Little Mix and pianist Lang Lang. Voting has now opened. For a full list of nominees and to vote, download the Global Player app or go to lbc.co.uk. The Global Awards with very.co.uk. The date, Thursday, the 7th of March 2019. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Boxing Day programme, but I'm still not sure whether to say Happy Boxing Day or quick, get in the car, take your credit cards, it's sale time, and they'll all be... Do you think they'll all be open early this morning? And we know that Next are traditionally the first ones to open, 6:30 if you please. And I'm assuming the other ones must be getting ready to open as well. Ibuprofen and a hot water bottle, says Lisa. What, for toothache? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, you can lean up against it. Mind you, I can remember over the years, I got an abscess about 25 years ago, and I remember thinking, oh, my God, it hurts so much. And you'd wake up and you're banging your tooth. You'd do anything to it. Of course, it doesn't help. Because what it is, it's like a little reservoir that's pushing against the nerve. And so in the end, I went to an emergency dentist. I found an emergency dentist, and it cost me whatever it cost me. And what he did, he drilled up into it. The moment he drilled up into it and released the whatever it was that was in there, God, the feeling of relief, I can't tell you. I can't help. It was absolutely amazing. Richard in Chelsea... He says, before complaining of being lonely over the Christmas period, think what you're missing. Squabbling relatives, slamming doors, icy stares from mother-in-laws, ghastly uninvited visitors, and the worst of all, Brussels sprouts. I love Brussels sprouts. I can't get enough of them. I could Brussels sprouts, 20, 30, easily done. Those and some oh yeah, and I shall be having Brussels sprouts today. Hope they're little Brussels sprouts. Steve, love the programme. What's happened to the tea slurping? I do it every day. Every single day I slurp, because I tell you why, because it's hot, and I've done it. You know when you put something in your mouth, and you think it's gonna take the roof of my mouth off, and then you put your tongue up, and you think, oh my God, my skin's gone all wrinkled because I've obviously sort of burnt it, and you think, oh, I can't do that. It's like cold ice cream. When years and years ago I used to buy slush puppies, which are just frozen ice with a bit of fruit in there, but you get headburn. You take a slurp of it, and all of a sudden you're going, oh my God, it hurts. It's dreadful. But then you have another slurp of it. I bought one in Costco the other day. They do a mango version, which is lovely, but it's way too sweet. Way too sweet. So, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what do we have here? Oh, yes, we got Lorraine and Neil and Teddy and Gracie and Pearl. The hat's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. I did so much. This year, I did really well for Christmas presents. Really well. I've got a new dash cam, which is a super duper one, which is lovely. So I've got that. So useful if people decide to stage accidents. You get that a lot a lot now. You get a lot of people going into court going, actually, a friend of mine, it happened to him. Somebody pulled in front of him, jammed on the brakes, and of course, straight into the back, and then got out and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, it was my fault, blah, blah, blah." Luckily, I had the dash cam on, it recorded everything. So in court, they were able to go, you'd already admitted it. You know, because people aren't aware of it. But, you know, dash cams can save you a lot of hassle. So that was a good present. The other one, it's this thing, I think it's called, I thought it said Chipolata on it. It's Chipolo. And it's a little item which you stick in your, little tiny card. You put it into your wallet and one that goes into your phone. And it monitors wherever it is. So in other words, if I lose my wallet, God help anybody, then it will tell me where the wallet is. It sends out a noise, and for the phone as well, it will track it. Brilliant idea. So they all go off to church the other day, the princesses, Kate and Meghan. I think secretly, they'll never admit it in a million years. I think Kate is looking at it going, I'm so much more sophisticated than you are. And then you get the pictures inside of Harry and Meghan. She's got her arm linked through his. This is not etiquette. Somebody needs to tell her. She's wearing a Victoria Beckham coat, £2,500. The bag she's carrying is £1,500. Wouldn't get that as an actress in America, would you? And the boots were £1,250, whereas Catherine, looking amazing, is wearing a 1940s style coat by Catherine Walker, which is lovely. Bag, £495. Headband, £830, out of all sense of proportion. But the language, you know, I'm not sure, but you don't link arms with Harry, you know, unless you're 15 years old. That's what you do when you're very young, but you don't do it now at all. So they say sisters in Thor, because they think that I don't think it is at all. I think they've obviously been told, listen, try and get on for this. I don't think they don't get on. I just think that, you know, one thinks they're better than the other one, and the other one hasn't got any class. You can't give somebody class. You have to learn it. You have to learn etiquette. She needs to, you know, be taught things. You don't link arms with somebody. You are not, you know, that sort of person. You're in the royal family. Banksy's shredder trick was a crime. They say he broke the law when he shredded his own painting as it sold at auction for a record fee, a legal expert has claimed. The artist triggered a hidden mechanism to cut the girl with balloon after a bidder agreed to pay more than $1 million. But a solicitor claims Banksy could be in trouble if authorities work out his true identity. Oh, go away. Go away. Don't be so silly. Nobody knows who you are. It doesn't matter, because the bidder still wanted the picture even after it was shredded. You do get people who go, oh, Banksy could be in trouble. God, don't you just hate people like that? Just ruining it for everybody. It's just a bit of fun. OK, it's £1 million bit of fun, but still a bit of fun. I got the missus a new fridge for Christmas. Wow. I should have seen her little face light up when she opened it. From Mr. Jinx on my way to work as a cardiac nurse in the hospital at Derby. A new fridge. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I always laugh when somebody says, oh, we bought somebody a new fridge, and you think, it's not very, very romantic. But people don't want romantic presents now, do they, for Christmas? What they want is something that's practical, either an item of clothing. I mean, I'm possibly the worst person to buy for, because I don't really need anything. That's why, you know, this year they found a couple of presents which I hadn't seen before. So I was really pleased. Mandy in St John's Wood says, listening to you in bed, but going to the sales later. They'll have sold out. You have to go early to the sales. But sister and brother-in-law, lovely Christmas day, great roast potatoes. If you're Marks near Marks and Spencer Day, treat yourself to a bottle of their water stop it with the bottle of waters with mint. We did cucumber the other day. It's the most boring thing I've ever had. I've never had anything so dull in my entire life. Steve, are all your listeners raving alcoholics with their cure for tooth pain? I don't know, Cliff. I mean, that's the instant cure, isn't it? It's whiskey or a clove of and then you sort of dab it over it. I can remember this little red liquid in a little tiny bottle from some years ago. Keith in Waltham Cross says, do you know, the good news is it's only 364 days until Christmas. That's going to be good, isn't it? Can't wait to look forward to it again. Good Lord, what are these people doing? People are undressing. They're saucy students. They've been blasted for posing naked in their historic library. What's the matter with it? You can't see anything. They're all discreetly covered up. There's, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girls and 3 boys, and they've all taken their clothes off. But there's nothing to see. You see more if you go down to the beach. The Exeter College group posted the snap online and bragged they'd end up in the newspapers. Well, they have. They look absolutely fine. Producer said, oh, there's a couple of good-looking girls there. It's good. Boys are good looking. It's a fun thing to do. Goodness sakes. My mum's birthday today, says Debbie in Leicester. And it was my son Adam's 31st on Christmas Eve, all meeting up today. You don't get a big enough present, do you, if your birthday's on over the festive season? You end up sort of just with the one present. Kylie Minogue is dressed up as an elf for some reason. I've got no idea why. And she's she's cuddling her new man, who's called Paul Solomon. He's wearing his baseball cap on backwards, I think a peculiarity. But she's 50, and she was among celebrities sharing their festivities with fans. David Beckham revealed his hilarious hair. So funny. I mean, is it a weave? Is it a sticker? What is it? What is it? Why can't somebody just ask him? They always go, is it... And so they had all the experts in going, oh, do you think Dave's got a weave, or has he stuck some flock on his head or something like that? Why don't just say to him, Dave, come here. Dave, here. Have you had a hair transplant? What's the matter with that? You can ask somebody that as a question, can't you? Well, they're worried he's going to sort of throw a Queenie fit or something. People want to know. Somebody says it looks like he's been using thickener. Well, all of a sudden, we know he went from no hair to all of a sudden there was hair again. But I should imagine Dave is about as vain as they come. The rest of the family's fairly vain, but they don't get the look in. Actually, Catherine Jenkins was on holiday in New York with her family last February when David Beckham unwittingly turned her life upside down, and not for the first time. So, it's interesting. No apology from him. But there again, David Beckham doesn't understand quite a lot. She slams diva claims as crazy and upsetting, but as I say, he just thinks he's way above everything. The whole Beckham family, are sort of living in this cloud cuckoo land. It's got nothing to do with money. It's to do with the fact that Dave doesn't actually do very much. He does whiskey and he does pants and stuff like that, and he might or might not be building a football stadium. But at the end of the day, her life was turned upside down, because the footballer, with whom the opera superstar had previously been forced to deny an affair, had slammed her in a nasty email that emerged on the internet as part of the Becky Leaks scandal. But that's it. As I say, he thinks he's being terribly clever. I don't see it like that at all. I don't know. They were predicting, weren't they? Pictures of Beckham and the wife appeared in the papers, and they were saying, "Is this their last Christmas together?" Of course it's not. Of course it's not. They have a brand to protect. Can't do two brands. Can only be the one. Mark says, with all these extra hours, what extra? I haven't done any extra hours. I've only done the normal hours. I always do 3-hour programmes, and the In Conversations, I get paid for. So, are you going to buy a new car? I might. Wouldn't be a new car. I'd never waste money on a brand new car. That's not worth it. Only buy second-hand with with mileage. If you get them from the same place, people who say to you, it's not for you. That's what they're supposed to say. That's not the sort of car for you. Why don't you go for this one? Right, I'm determined to make sure I hit all the out times today. I'm going to try, like you're going to attempt to hit the sales. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Boxing Day, or as they now call it in the business, Sale Day. It's the sale day. This is all you think about. You don't think of anything on Boxing Day unless you're recovering with a dreadful hangover from yesterday, which is never very pleasant, is it? But today is seen as the day that we're going to the sales. Unless you really need something, not want, but need, what's the point? Stay in. It's much nicer. Paul says, I'm not stupid enough to venture out to the sales. Why would you? I went online yesterday to the next sale, got all I wanted in peace and tranquility. Then you have it delivered. In fact, Simon overnight was talking about his wife. And she orders loads of dresses online, 5 dresses. They arrive and she looks at which one she likes, tries it on. The one she doesn't like, she sends back. It's a simple thing. You don't need to go out and stress yourself out. Paul says the last thing I remember from yesterday was a brandy and pep followed by a Gaviscon chaser. Gaviscon chaser. Mike says, have you tried Brussels sprout ice cream? No, it's not right. It's not right. There are certain things you eat and certain things you wouldn't eat. And Brussels sprout ice cream would be a no-no for me. Well, do you know what I had last night? I felt really awful about it because I haven't done it in years. I mean, literally years. But as I was driving back down the motorway, I suddenly thought, do you know what? When I get in, I'm going to have a piece of fried bread. A piece of fried bread. And I haven't had fried bread for ages. I've talked about it. I've joked about it on the programme because it is just dipped in fat. Or in Mazola or whatever it happens to be, any of those sort of cooking oils. And I thought, I could definitely do with one. So I got in, I put a little bit of oil in the frying pan, and then I fried off 2 pieces of fried bread, and I ate them. As I was eating, I was feeling guilty. I thought, this is going to react badly. I'm going to be in such trouble later on, because if you have something that doesn't agree with you, it can make you quite ill. But I did eat both pieces. I thought that's it for another year. That's it. Steve, glad you had some great gifts. Was the red liquid clove? I don't know, so it might have been. I'm not sure. All I remember, you used to turn the bottle. I can smell it now, so it could be cloves. Oil of cloves, and then you literally take a cotton bud and you dab it put it in the bottle, and then you dab it on the tooth, and that's sort of supposed to take away the pain. I'm going with the brandy idea. It sounds much nicer, doesn't it? It really does. Steve, the sales are great, but spare a thought for the staff who have to work Boxing Day. When I worked for Next, I had to get up at 4 a.m. to make sure I got to work in plenty of time to be ready for the 6 a.m. opening, when there was always a queue, says Mary, and she's in Southampton. Yeah, I mean, people want to go shopping. I don't know why they do, but they just seem to. And Steve, loved your conversation with Eddie Mayer this morning. Also, what do you make of Simon Conway presenting 2 shows? Oh, he did really well, especially as his throat was going. It was going a bit the day before yesterday, and I saw him, and he said, "Oh, I've got a sore throat," and I know what it's like. I've done sore throat before, and it's not very pleasant. And also, if you keep blowing your nose, if you've got sort of eventually you make yourself deaf. Liz in Goffs Oak says, here we go, peeling spuds for 11 for lunch today. Lovely to have heard you over 3 days. Love fried bread with baked beans. I didn't have any baked beans. That's the only thing I've not got in the moment. I was going to do tinned tomatoes, but to be honest with you, it was too easy. I was too eager to eat the fried bread that I ate it. I'm putting money on the Gatwick Pear's agony. This is the window fitter Paul and his wife Elaine, who had quizzed for 36 hours. It's completely put them through the mill. And nobody can imagine what it must be like to be dragged through the daily papers, not one of which has apologised to him. They just went, oh, he was released without any charge. Well, I'm sure that some lawyers will be contacting him to look at suing and getting some money out of it. And it's one of I'm always the first person to say, oh, don't, because it sort of just spoils everything. But they've been through the mill and backwards, ruined Christmas. You know, there's camera crews standing in front of their house. You feel like saying, go away. Of course, it's public property. Children arriving at Bristol Airport during the early hours of December the 24th fell asleep on the baggage carousel. You know what children are like. They say, oh, just clunk, click, and go like that. So there's a bloke here who's actually posted a picture of a child covered in a yellow jacket, whilst another person tweeted, 2 hours, 15 minutes. In the end, Mrs May makes faster progress on Brexit than that. And so people were falling asleep on the carousel. There was a lovely thing on the Ellen DeGeneres' show the other day, where it was a family who adopted. She already had 5 children, but she loved kids, and she still loves kids. She adopted 6. So they've now got a family of 11, and one of them is Down syndrome. And she was and then they asked the other kids what it was like having a Down syndrome sibling. And one of the boys summed it up. He said, I love him. He said he's absolutely great. But of course, by this time, this little lad had fallen asleep on his mummy's ample bosom, and was snoring away right into the microphone which she had on her chest. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. But such a cute family, such nice people, and they were given. What were they given? It was something like $50,000 by Walmart. They do this thing in America whereby they go out there and they've got the Fox squad, and they go out and it's very similar to Noel's Christmas presents, where people write in and go, I'd like to nominate my producer, because of something, if you were looking for something in particular. And this particular lady was not very well. She'd lost her mother and her sister, I think, to cancer. And so she was eking out a little bit of money to buy presents. And so this girl from Fox turns up. I mean, so many of the TV stations do it, and said, listen, I'm so-and-so from Fox Squad, and we'd like to, we know you've had a bad year and everything. She went, yes. And she really wasn't very well, but the good thing is that she said, we want you to have all this shopping, and we'll pick up the bill. And so this woman started crying. The reporter then started crying. I shouldn't laugh, but it was so touching, because it's just doing a nice little thing for people. It's, as we were saying the other day, people who go into hospital, carers, people who go in there and try and take away a little bit of the heat for the full-time NHS staff. And I think one of the newspapers was running a bit of a campaign to make sure that people volunteered, because you can go and volunteer in your local hospital. They're always looking for people to help out, push a wheelchair, do all sorts of things. It's something nice to do, and luckily, I think record numbers of you have been doing it this year, which is very pleasing. People doing nice things, caring things for other people, like, you know, making them dinners, making sure they get a hot shower and stuff like that. Sian Gabidon apparently is an Apprentice winner. She's gone on holiday with a photographer so they can send pictures back. And she plugged her brand during a holiday with her boyfriend, who's called Clint. This month, she beat Camilla Ainsworth to Lord Sugar's £250,000 prize. But, you know, how long they last, God alone knows. God alone knows. So, getting your claws into Christmas Day telly, and it was EastEnders, Zog, Call the Midwife, just obviously doesn't appeal to men at all, I don't think. Mrs. Brown's Boys, Torval and Dean, which was a sort of a documentary drama kind of thing. The Queen and I, very nice. Emmerdale's, Coronation Street, and the great festive Bake Off plus Strictly, with a miserable-looking Anne Widdecombe, who I should imagine must be a blooming nightmare. Come on, smile, for God's sake. You know, and then Tony Beak, who put on drag. For whatever reason. Again, he's good Lord above, who's that? This is Jamie Oliver, has secured his dream role as a stormtrooper in the next Star Wars movie. The bosses offered the TV chef the rare cameo after discovering he's such a fan. He once wore the costume whilst walking his daughters to school. I love the line. I hope I haven't bitten off more than I can chew. Dressing The Fork is Strong, with Jamie, chef to star in new Star Wars film. I love the Stormtroopers. We had them all in Leicester Square a while ago, and there must have been about 50 or 60 of them. It looks really impressive. It's like we've had an invasion. It was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loved it. Still to come, ministers backing plans to help thousands of kids enjoy autism-friendly pantos. What on earth is an autism-friendly panto? Because theatres are being encouraged to adopt a 3-point proposal which would allow youngsters who miss out to attend the annual treat. Because a lot of people don't go. But they should do, shouldn't they? I think everybody should go to see a pantomime. Some of them are a little bit rude, but we don't worry about rudeness now. But that's what all of our lives were built on. It was all double entendres. It was seaside humour, naughty postcards. You know, I always remember one, it was on the front of it. I always remember it to this day. And it's so stupid. It's a picture of a shed in the garden. And on the front, it's got a sign, which is Joe's Tool and Pipe Works. And inside, you remember, it said, hope yours does too. I remember thinking, that was good, isn't it? Because years ago, when I was younger, we used to tell jokes, you know, I don't drink, I don't swear. What was it? I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't swear. Bloody hell, I've left my pipe in the pub. And that we used to tell in hushed tones, like it was the funniest thing going. Compared to some of the stuff that they come up with on television nowadays, we're fairly mild. Fairly mild. Nice to have your company, though, this Boxing Day. If you're going to the sales, go. If you don't want to go to the sales, please don't. It'll make it easy. You don't want to go there. It'll stress you out. And it will definitely. Caroline in Sunningdale says, I was so excited to hear about your day yesterday. You wait till tomorrow. But tomorrow we're all back to normal. Andrew Castle will be sitting in this seat tomorrow. But for the meantime, you've got me, Steve Allen, until 10 o'clock this morning. So send your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we got some stories this morning, make your hair curl, including Alan Sugar Puff's tweet has sparked a gay outrage. Can't believe it. Really nice to have your company. Welcome to Sale Day. That's what it is. It's Sale Day. You're all going out. Isn't it funny? You can't wait to get Christmas over and done with. We have such a long lead up to it. People go, oh, don't talk about Christmas. And then the one day, and then they go, what? We're off to the sales now. So that's it for another year. I have to keep reminding people now when to take your Christmas tree down and when to... Still haven't found my Christmas cards. Really no idea at all. Not a big fan of the Japanese and their whaling policy. They said they're leaving the International Whaling Commission to resume hunting the animals for commercial use. What did they take out, I think, last year? 330 whales they took out. What is it with them? Why can't... Don't they have any compassion or anything? I mean, the worst thing is watching them... You know, literally butchering whales that have been dragged. I mean, I just can't understand it. I mean, whales are just happily, you know, swimming along, minding their own business. Then along comes, you know, ghastly Japanese whaling boats, and they're not interested in saving whales. They couldn't care less. They'll do whatever they want to do. Sometimes, I mean, they've even been known to sort of get other things caught up in the hunting. I mean, it just seems absolutely awful that they do it. I mean, but couldn't they eat something else? You know, if cows were in the sea, would we still be harvesting them? The answer is probably yes, we would. So, you know, all this rubbish that the Japanese give you about, oh no, we're only doing it for research purposes, absolute codswallop. Absolute codswallop. They just want to kill whales to eat whale. I mean, I don't know. I've never been in a restaurant where they serve whale. I think in Iceland, I'll have to check with Darren Adam, but I'm pretty certain they eat shark. And I don't think I'd want to eat shark either. But I just feel a bit sorry for whales. They don't know what's going on. You know, I mean, you know, somebody says, oh, don't go anywhere near those ships. And then you look at the old whalers of bygone years. However, talking of old whalers, Apprentice boss Lord Sugar has been accused of homophobia after tweeting about puffs in my boardroom. Now, of course, they've tried to spin that, as usual. As usual, this story ends up with sort of an out from the BBC. A BBC spokesman declined to comment. Can't they speak? There's something the matter with them. I'm sorry, did he say this? Was this so offensive? Why'd you decline to comment? Is it just because you're a bit thick or something? Anyway, he'd been sent a mocked-up photo of himself on a Sugar Puffs cereal packet. The peer then shared it with his 5.3 million followers, adding, "Ha, I have enough puffs who come through my boardroom." Doesn't sound a very nice thing to say. Some people interpreted the word as puffs, which is a derogatory term for gay men. Well, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. Lord Sugar dismissed the criticism, insisting the backlash had been fueled by snowflakes. He retweeted one fan's explanation that the joke was referring to some apprentice candidates as puffs of hot air. And then he added, "Go to hell, you horrible blah, blah, blah." One person suggested Lord Sugar attend an event at the gay rights charity Stonewall to get educated, but the peer shot back, "Why don't you get a real job instead of trying to capitalise on the Snowflake Society?" I don't know, the controversy comes just months after another social media spat compared the World Cup during the World Cup when he compared the Senegal football team to beach sellers in Marbella. Lord Sugar wrote, "Multitasking, resourceful chaps." He was later reprimanded by BBC bosses who said the comment was seriously misjudged, but they didn't have a comment on puffs in the boardroom. I mean, who has a bowl of sugar puffs in a boardroom? Nobody. You don't. That's just an excuse, isn't it? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There's a picture of Amelia Morgan. You'll like Amelia Morgan. She's one of those people who goes down to the beach for a charity dip in a Santa cosy. She's obviously model. In fact, let's have a quick check here. A record 1,300 people went to Porthcawl in South Wales. What for? Why would you want to go into the water wearing a Santa Claus bikini? You must be mad. Mad. Apparently the BBC, sorry to go back to them so soon in the programme, have removed the word snow people from a kids show after parents branded it politically correct garbage. Host, I think it's Katie Munnings, tells CBeebies, Katie's Amazing Machines, "Snow is amazing. You get to build snow people and go sledging." I mean, it was really pathetic in the extreme. A source at the BBC said bosses were flooded with protests a month after The Sun revealed the Beebs' use of gender-free terms. Dad Simon Gard tweeted, "Put CBeebies on for my daughter and they're referring to snow people. More PC garbage." Somebody called Chris blasted, "So we can't say snowman anymore." Repeats, and a version on the iPlayer. Now see rally driver Katie going, "Snow's amazing, you have to get fun," before testing a snowplough. The source said bosses admitted defeat. Admitted defeat? Admitted defeat? What a bunch of wazzocks they must be. Snow people. Oh dear, honestly, poor old Katie. Poor soul, never mind. What else we have? A new movie asks whether the Queen's favourite lover was a duchess or a maid. Which queen was this? Britain's only bisexual monarch. Is this Queen Anne? I don't remember Queen Anne. I don't know when she was about. I mean, why should it... they always make it sound as if it should be surprising. You know, somebody who's actually... there could be somebody within the royal family who's gay. Good heavens above, honestly. Hold the front pages. Also, James Argent. I mean, he's getting fatter by the day, poor soul. And his girlfriend, Gemma Collins, on, off. Might try for the Christmas #1. No chance. She stunned viewers with her Christmas version of Hey Big Spender. It was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen. I mean, is it because she's so talentless that anything she does, barring breathing, is sort of one of these worrying things? In an exclusive interview, he said her singing is, come on, she's got a secret hidden talent there. Unlike you, who've got no hidden talent anywhere. The sooner we see the back of the both of you, the better. I mean, Lord above, honestly, we don't need that sort of rubbish on the television. We're going to watch her falling over ice very shortly. They've done so much pre-publicity about it. I think the whole show is going to be a total letdown. And Christine says, have you heard Talia Storm back in the GC, as good as Mariah Carey? Yeah, in your dreams. No sales for us, says Sarah in Wallington. We're going to the football. Wimbledon versus Plymouth Argyle. Plymouth Argyle? Who are they? It's like Accrington Stanley. Bottom of division clash, says Sarah. Well, you'll like that, actually. Why has Jeremy Hunt left it to the Australians to express disappointment about the whales? Are none of these soon-to-be ill-treated mammals Christian? Is that it? Says atheist Angus. I just don't understand why we say, oh, that's all right, the Japanese will do that. Why do we put a total ban on all Japanese products until they stop killing whales? For no logical reason. No logical reason. I mean, very shortly there won't be any whales. They'll have killed everything and everything else that's in the ocean. Why do we bother? Kick them out. Kick them out. Close the embassy down. Kick them out. If that's what you do, you don't deserve to be as part of the human race. Donnie says, you a fan of gammon? No. Absolutely not. Worst thing I've ever heard of, actually. Worst thing. Especially when it's studded with cloves. It looks pretty. It looks pretty. Then you're supposed to put honey on and then it glazed ham. I have bought one before, actually. It was the dullest thing I've ever had. It was duller, if you can believe this, than the cucumber water we had the other day, which apparently is supposed to be really good for you. Everybody I spoke to went, did you really drink it? I said, well, I did, actually. I did have a little drink of it, but I wasn't really a big fan of it, and it didn't make any difference to my life yesterday. I still drove that. Although I was really good, actually. Very good. Lots of people, little Romeo's out with Posh, obviously because Posh likes to go out to Winter Wonderland. In fact, they were all there, actually. It was a bit of an embarrassment, really. Louise Redknapp with her son Beau. That's nice. And Jamie with Beau and brother Charlie, which is great. Also, oh, how sad, honestly. Spencer and Vogue Matthews. What a pair of naffos. What a pair of naffos. She's as thick as a brick, and he's not much more better. Ollie Murs vesting around as... it can't be his Christmas tree, can it? It's the worst Christmas tree we've ever seen. Wayne and Frankie Bridge... She's desperate to be somebody. I think she was in a little girl group, but I can't remember anything else. And Sylvain and Samia Longshambottom, they were out there. David Walliams and his mother. There's always a picture of David Walliams and his mother. He seems to take her around everywhere. It's like an accessory. Open the back of the car. Look, Mother's here, which is nice. Apparently they are talking. Him and the other one. They're actually talking, which is, I mean, a miracle in itself. They didn't at Dale's wedding, but it doesn't matter at all. Sweet Dreams Love Santa. This is Posh's snap of a gift. Aren't you just bored with everything that the bloomin' Beckhams do? I mean, honestly, I'm sure if she broke wind, it would make the front pages of the papers. Most ridiculous thing ever. Meghan's still linking arms with Harry. He looks like he's in another planet, really. Another planet. Whereas William looks happy, Harry just looks fed up. Fed up. The Queen urges bridge the divisions with civility and common decency. We watched it yesterday. We did watch it, which is good. And Prince Charles has revealed he secretly organised an orchestra to wake up Camilla on her 60th birthday with a performance of music by Wagner, the darkest music you could possibly find. She was treated to the Philharmonia Orchestra playing Wagner's Siegfried Idyll in July 2007. But he said music plays a very big important... Well, not many of us can afford to bring in an orchestra, but a sweet gesture. The Queen looked fantastic. The Duchess of Cambridge chatting away with fans. But we don't see Meghan doing anything. As I say, just linking arms with Harry. Perhaps she's like that. It's very odd. I wonder if she'll go back to acting. I keep thinking maybe she might do, actually. And a female Tesco worker suffered a broken back as she joined shoppers trying to stop would-be thieves. Two people about to drive off were confronted after being accused of trying to steal alcohol. No kidding. Really? Good Lord above. She said they attempted to get away, but they're trying to locate the vehicle and its occupants. Well, it can't be difficult. They've got the number plate. Mind you, they can't find the drone, can they? They're no nearer finding the person who is flying the drone than anything else. They've got nothing at all. So I've got no idea whether or not there really was a drone or whether there wasn't a drone. If there wasn't a drone, then somebody's made hell of a cock up. Where did it come from? Apparently, I heard yesterday, I'm sure I heard it on LBC, they've spent £5 million already on that's what it's cost, Gatwick Airport, £5 million. There's also a man, he's lost £13. How has he done it? He's eaten mince pies. Just mince pies. Nothing else, just mince pies. So mince pies when he wakes up, mince pies for lunch, mince pies for evening. His name's Padraig. No. And he took on the challenge to raise money for charity. So he's gone from 11 stone 8 to 10 stone 7. He comes from Belsize Park. He's raised £4,000 for homeless charities. That in itself, it's an achievement. And the icon that is Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, the fabulous Michael Crawford. 40 years on, he said, I still ring my TV wife Michelle every week, but I only do silly voices for sick kids. Michael Crawford was very kind to me and to my late mother. Very kind. He was an LBC listener overnight, and he organised tickets for his show at the Royal Albert Hall. And he phoned me from the airport when he was going out to do an interview. He was lovely. I mean, to be honest with you, his Phantom was just amazing. But his chest, huge, big barrel chest, and he could sing like there was no singing left in the world. Fantastic. And we can still watch Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, and you can still laugh. You know why? He did all his own stunts. All his own stuff. Morning, everybody. I've just woken up, says Tony. Well, it's no good waking up 8:20. Goodness sake, we're practically halfway through the programme. Goodness sake, we've moved on. People were out in the sales at 6:30 this morning, which actually, I mean, originally, years ago, I would have laughed at somebody doing the sales at 6:30 in the morning. But actually, I think it's actually a brilliant idea. No more stress. You've done it. He's bought the shirts, he's bought the coat, he's bought the shoes, spent 70 quid, and he's got a bargain. So he's a very happy person. Just reading more on Michael Crawford, who's in the Daily Mirror today. He lives in New Zealand. I believe in 2007 he moved to New Zealand for the sake of his health, as it helped him beat the debilitating condition ME. And while his medical problems threatened his career, he has no intention of retiring, although he's closed the door on a full-scale comeback as he's worked into a little tiredness. And in fact, he's now 76. 76 is Michael. I remember him. He did a thing on the television, and because he phoned up the studio some years ago. He was doing Phantom of the Opera at Her Majesty's Theatre in London, and I was talking about it on the overnight programme, and I was saying it's the most difficult show to get a ticket for. You can't get a ticket for love nor money. Blow me down. The next night he phones the office, and the security man phoned and said, "Oh, I've got Michael Crawford on the phone for you." And I went, "Yeah, right." As you do. You just don't. It's like, I've got Prince Philip on the phone or the Queen's on the phone for you. And so he said, do you want to come to the show? He said, I'll arrange some tickets for you. I said, that'd be fantastic. He said, well, come round, let me know when you want to go. Come round to the stage door and I'll sort the tickets out for you. So I used to go up to his dressing room, and I went on quite a number of occasions. Michael had lots of celebrity friends who were going to see the show because he was so good. And so I went into his suite, and he was right above the stage door at Her Majesty's Theatre. That was his... So, in fact, if you stood over the road, you could almost watch him being made up, because he had 5 prosthetic pieces which were glued onto his face for the Phantom, and then the mask goes over the top. So if he was doing 2 shows in the day, they would leave it on. You can't take it off, and because he used to sweat so much, they put a tube in down the back, which went to a bottle that was suspended on his waist, so that they could take the sweat out of him, because it was so confining. So there was a lot of restrictions on it. But it was, I always remember his dressing room had a couch where he could lie down, and it had a dehumidifier thing, which was no, it wasn't a dehumidifier. It was pumping steam into the room, and he said that's to keep my voice at the right level, because it was quite demanding. When you think about it, nobody thought we'd had Steve Harley from Cockney Rebel, who I think had recorded the Phantom of the Opera, and then it went to Michael, and everybody's they used to queue outside to get tickets for this show, and I saw it on numerous occasions. A friend of mine was the manager at the theatre, and I went there, and I loved the show. I thought it was the most amazing thing. So I saw it so many times with Michael in it, and he was always very nice to me. And then when my mum was very ill, and she was a big fan of Michael's as well, and he arranged tickets for us to go to the Royal Albert Hall. He was doing a concert there. But he phoned me one time. He was on his way back to the airport, and he said, "I'm so sorry, Steve." He said, I can't do the interview. He said, "But I'll do it when I come back." He said, "Did you see me on this television programme?" And I said, "Yes." I said, "It was fantastic." I said, "You really look good," because he was just one of those sort of people. He was not seeking, praise in any way, shape or form. He just wanted to make sure that it looked right. He's very much a creature of habit. He wanted everything. It's like most people. I'm not particularly demanding, but I like to make sure it's right. I like to make sure that things are going well. I'm not very good with sort of mistakes happening. I'm not, all of a sudden a mic doesn't go on or something like that. I look on that as a mistake. I always think, no, that shouldn't happen. It has to be perfect. So I can be quite pedantic about things like that. But the rest of the time, I'm quite easy. But with Michael, he did all his own stunts on everything. And you think to yourself, nowadays, they wouldn't let people because of the insurance. But he's still going. He's still going. 40 years on, and he still phones, Michelle as Betty. And they were the most unlikely people. I can't remember. We did talk about how it sort of came about. He had a bit of trouble, and he was sort of hapless. He was one of those people. But I love him. I think he's absolutely fantastic. I didn't know he lived in New Zealand, small town there for itself. He said, I started out as an opera singer with the English Opera Group as a boy soprano. I seem to have finished up as a singer because that's what he does every day. He practices, and he's done so many. He did, of course. He was Count Fosco in The Woman in White. I went to see him for my 21st birthday in Billy, at the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane. It was, some of us belong to the stars, up there is where you'll find me. It was the story of Billy Liar. He told lies. It was, I always remember they brought a train on stage. And of course I was a bit naive in those days, and they go, whoo, and this train would come into view with steam all the way, and I used to think, that's so clever. And then I went backstage at Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, and it was completely different. But also he did Barnum. We went to see him in Barnum. It's just one of those enduring people that, if he's listening, wish him a very happy New Year. And so hope it's going to be a good year for everybody. You know, if you've had a bad year whereby things haven't gone as well as you might expect, you know, maybe there's been a divorce or a death or something like that, or a job loss or ill health, let's hope this year's a good year for everybody. I've got a good feeling about it. We might end up with Brexit or not Brexit. I don't know. I'll just be glad when the whole thing's finished. Everybody's gone on. It's too long. Get it. Let's do it, and then let's see where we go from there. Because otherwise, we're going to be talking about this for another year, I should imagine. Also, the papers say today the Boxing Day sales offer shoppers a great chance to snap up a bargain. No, they don't. What they're doing is getting rid of all their old stock, and you're buying it so they can replace it with new stock. If you don't buy it, they're stuck with this stuff for ages and ages. Robert is in Fuerteventura for 2 weeks. He said, we did have the big Christmas Day Barney over lunch, and here's wishing for a peaceful Boxing Day, starting with a big breakfast with sprout bubble. Oh, what for breakfast? A bit unusual, isn't it? I'm not sure I could eat potatoes for breakfast. I have had sliced potatoes with a little bit of bacon and things like that. But bubble and squeak for breakfast seems a little bit excessive. Japan were catching whales for scientific purposes for years. Did they release the data, or was it just a ruse, says Phil? I don't believe they were catching whales for scientific purposes. I'm sorry, I'm cynical. I'm a terrible cynic. I look at people going out there just killing whales. As I say, like 330. I mean, how many are there? Very shortly, they're going to be going, whales, minke whales, are on the endangered list. You know, and I think they kill them in the same way that they used to, which is with a huge gun that fires this dart with ropes attached to it so they can pull it in. I mean, it just seems awful. The sea runs red with blood. Mind you, they do the same in the Faroe Islands, don't they? Where the entire Faroe Islands turn out to literally hack whales to pieces. I'm not over keen on that one either. It's only because I think to myself, how can you ingratiate children into walking around in blood-soaked waters? They drive all these whales in and then they just hack them to death. It's just, mind you, I suppose you could argue the same about turkeys, couldn't you, really? Boxing Day greetings, say the Talbots. Much love to the Murphys in gloomy Feltham, from the Talbot. Feltham's not gloomy. Feltham's quite nice, actually. Lots of bits of it, the old place. And it does have the showman there, so that's why we like it. Doing the Boxing Day dip for Armed Forces charities in Bridlington. Bridlington? Oh, it's so cold this morning. When I was going down the motorway yesterday, all of a sudden my car went ping, 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 ping. And I thought, what that is? Ping. I thought it was the phone originally. And it put up the little symbol of an icicle kind of thing, like the snow, you know, whatever they call it. And because it was so cold outside. But of course, if you've got the heating on, and I've got heated seats as well, got my scarf around my neck, got my little hat on. I look quite good, actually. I thought so. But hoping the cast of the local panto, including Star Trek actress Marina Sirtis, may join us for this Armed Forces chat. If she's got any sense, she won't. Who goes into the sea? Loads of ex-servicemen are homeless and need support at this time of year. As an ex-submariner, I'll be doing safety numbers, says Mike, in the cold North Sea from 11. Please ask the locals to attend on the South Beach, Bridlington. Also my wife Anne and stepson Kyle, who will be braving mad family. Mad family. I watched people doing it the other day in the Serpentine. I thought they were mad as well. I can't do it. I couldn't do anything like that. I'm just worried. I've always got this thing. I remember thinking some years ago, well, last week, that if I won the lottery, when I click on to my account and it says, you've won 86 million, would I pass out? Or would I just go, oh wow? I don't know how you would react. I've spoken to people before who have won on the lottery. It just says it comes up in the box, and then you phone a number and you say, I'd just like to check whether I've won or not. Excuse me, you've won because it's told you've won. But that would be a nice surprise, like that bloke who won 76 million. He left it in his van. You imagine? 76 million. What a Christmas he's at. Mind you can't organise anything that short notice. But 76 million. And the funny thing is, I feel quite pleased for Peter. The only thing I hate is if somebody says, oh, it's not going to change me. Well, it blooming well should do. Really, really should. Oh, we got clip ideas. Oh, so are we doing a best of? Why am I looking at clip ideas? They have to assemble the best of Steve Allen on this programme, and then they put up little things on there. And all of a sudden I'm looking at it going, wrong screen, sorry. Was that supposed to be a surprise for me? LBC News Time, 8:30, the headlines for you this morning with John Stratford.
Officials in the US have ordered medical checks on every child in custody of the government after the death of an 8-year-old boy from Guatemala. He's the second migrant child to die in detention this month. People are being told to stay away from the coast in parts of Indonesia over fears an erupting volcano could cause another tsunami. More than 100 people remain missing after a giant wave swept inland on Saturday, killing more than 400. And Japan has announced it's going to resume commercial whaling and pull out of an international commission designed to protect stocks. Greenpeace says the move is out of step with the international community. LBC weather, mild and mostly cloudy, some sunny spells, rain across northern and western Scotland, a high of 11 degrees.
LBC and its sister stations from Global are coming together again to bring you the Global Awards 2019 with very.co.uk. There'll be performances on the night from the pop band Little Mix and the pianist Lang Lang. Voting has now opened for the full list of nominees, and to vote, you go to lbc.co.uk and download the Global Player app. I was right, actually, that Gatwick have spent £5 million on equipment to prevent another drone attack. And yet, they weren't even sure if it was a drone. In the first, we can't find anything about it at all. We just know that there was a couple who were wrongly accused, who were dragged through all the newspapers, called every name under the sun. And but there is a law now. You're not allowed to fly above 400 feet and within 0.6 miles of airport boundaries. But the sort of people who are going to do this are a bit simple. Not the people who do fly drones, and they're very sensible people. They make sure that they don't fly them near aircraft or anything like that, because I can see, and we did have it, didn't we, on July, an RAF Tornado jet came within 70 feet of a drone that was flown by a farmer at RAF Watersham in Suffolk. It's ridiculous. I mean, it really is. It's an accident waiting to happen. Some of these drones are so big, if they get into a jet engine, it's going to bring the thing down. It's as simple as that. Let's hope to God it doesn't happen. Ron says, out for my morning walk around North Yorkshire, listening to your show through my new AirPods. I thought I was going to get AirPods for Christmas as well this year. I don't know why. They're so expensive, though. They're so expensive. John is in West London. He says, Happy New Year. I know, we're into the Happy New Year, aren't we? Sort of near the Happy New Year, because I'm here back to normal tomorrow, and then normal on Friday. Then I get Saturday off. I don't know what to do. All of a sudden it'd be very odd, because I worked every day, and I think we got rugby on Saturday. So, I mean, that's always quite exciting, watching loads of people coming. It'll be freezing cold, bound to be. I've eaten enough chocolate this Christmas, says Cliff, to sink a battleship. Are you more of a Toffee Crisp fan than a Snickers? I'm not a chocolate fan at all. I don't really do a chocolate. I'm savoury. I'm much happier with sort of Scotch eggs and sausage rolls and stuff like that. Chocolate, I couldn't really care less about. But strangely enough, I've got friends who are so addicted to it, if they have a meal, they've got to have a piece of chocolate afterwards. Dale used to drive around for ages after we'd had something to eat for dinner, trying to find a sweet shop that was open so he could get a piece of chocolate. He just loved it. Grace says, one of my friends is a serious cook, and he cooks gammon now and again. It's nice. I haven't tried Sprout ice cream, but my chocolate sprouts from Debenhams were delicious. They're green and shaped and textured like sprouts, but they don't have the sprout flavour. So I roasted sprouts yesterday in the family, and I loved it. Lots of leftovers for me to eat for a week. That's the best thing about Christmas, isn't it? There's always going to be leftovers. I mean, some people are brilliant at making a turkey last till the new year. Because turkeys now are sort of, they come in quite... I was watching them the other day in Twickenham. Christmas Eve, getting their turkeys from Sandy's. He'll be open today. Everybody's open today. It's almost like it's a normal day. It's almost as if it's back to work. But most of you, if you're working, you won't be going back in probably till the 3rd, something like that, a 2nd or 3rd. So, and it'll be a short week. Do you know? And there's a statistic. I bet you anything. People talk about this a little bit later on. 1 in 10 Brits go more than a week without human contact. 1 in 10 Brits go more than a week without human contact. I bet you anything. That's absolutely... But I think I think Ian was talking about that the other day. People who don't see people. Some people, of course, don't want to see people. But other people probably do. Huge numbers say they'll be lonely over the festive period. See, I remember talking to a lady years and years ago on LBC. Years ago. And she said she couldn't wait for Christmas to finish. And so what she used to do, she used to go out wandering on Christmas Day, because there's always people. When I walked out of here the other day, there's people wandering through Leicester Square. And I always think, tourists. Bound to be tourists in London. Best time to walk round taking your photographs and your pictures and everything else. But 52% of young people find it tough to make new friends. It's difficult. I mean, if you live in a major city, it's very difficult to make friends. I've always said, if you want to meet people, make friends, get a job as a bar person. Bar person, look at me being PC. A bar person, barman, bar woman, whatever they call them. And you'll meet people, because people have got to talk to you, and you can go, hello, pick out the ones you like, leave the other ones, the ugly ones don't bother talking to at the bar. And you'll find that, London it can be very cold. London can be very, very cold, but at other times it can be really fantastic, which is quite nice. Steve, have you gone mad? Can't eat potato for breakfast. You adore hash browns. That's what Phil Vickery's just said to me. I don't class that as potato. I should do, really, but I know that's what he just said. He said, you love a hash brown on the way home from brekkie. I like the little ones that they do in Burger King. You can get a little packet of about 10 or 15 of them. They're quite nice. But I don't look on that as doing potatoes, although I've had a potato rosti. Not rosti, it's sliced potato, a little bit of bacon, a little bit of egg in it, and that's quite nice in a frying pan, but it takes for ages to cook. But you're right, actually, I do. It's just when I see somebody saying bubble and squeak, I think that sounds a bit dense for breakfast. Not really my sort of thing at all. 1 in 10 Brits go without more than a week without human contact. God, you want to come round here? You can't get away from human contact. They drive you mad. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Boxing Day. I had to tell Joanne. I said, do we say Happy Boxing Day? I wasn't sure if we did, actually. But you're expected to splash out 4.75 billion today. No chance. No chance. Why would you want to? Why would you want to? The battered high street is poised for a massive payday. I have been in shops which were pretty empty over the festive season, and you think, but why do they keep pushing us? Spend more money, spend more money. No, save more money. We've got no idea what's around the corner. Save more money. But you're right, I do adore hash browns. Can't help it. I could sit on the train happily eating a packet of hash browns. I mean, I would do it today, but of course I'm in the car, because I'm off going to have food later on. And if I have any food here now, then I'm going to regret it, because I want to make sure that I eat all my crispy roast potatoes, if my brother is listening at the moment, which I'm sure he is. We'd had very crispy ones last year, so I have no doubt in my mind that we can have more crispy roast potatoes today. They were not bad yesterday, not bad at all. There's a lady in the paper today. She's sort of got Shopper of the Year, which I think is a great... She's 104. And she's just been given an award by the shopping place she goes to for continued service. 104, and she's still shopping. And actually, there is a dam buster hero, and he's in the papers today, and his name is Warrant Officer Frederick Weinkamp. He was in the 419 Squadron, Royal Canadian Air Force, involved in the build-up in the 1943 operation by the RAF 617 Squadron in the Ruhr Valley. That's the Barnes Wallis. The following year, his Lancaster was shot down over France, captured by the Germans, shipped to Buchenwald concentration camp near Weimar. On release, he weighed just 6 stone. His family didn't recognise him when he returned home, yet he's gone on to lead a long and productive life. He's 104. And there's a picture of him in the papers today. He's an absolute... His physio told him he doesn't know many 100-year-olds still walking around. He said, I'm really proud of him. It's just amazing. They always have a good roast, and wife didn't seem to fry much. So that's probably the trick of it. But he's got a son, Keith, who's 62, 3 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. For his 103rd birthday, Flight Lieutenant Kerry Bennett met him after saying he couldn't believe that women were allowed to fly. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Coming from a different generation, but he's good. Paul McCartney is in a lot of the papers. I was looking at Paul McCartney, firstly with that carpool challenge with Corden, which is fantastic. You've got to watch it. It's one of the best things I've seen for ages and ages. But he says, I get back with the Beatles in my dreams, because you forget that Paul McCartney has still got those memories of the days of the Beatles and what it was like to tour and what it was like to have the hits and what it was like to they just could do no wrong. And still we're playing their stuff today. You know why? Because it stands the test of time. You know, I did say a while ago, in fact, for a couple of years, I said, I don't think Paul McCartney should be singing anymore, because he went through a phase, you think, oh no, I think it's gone a little bit too far now. But in fact, actually, he's still going. He's still going strong. He's 76. He's 76. And you think, there are certain people who just will not stop working. Cliff is another one. And Tommy Steele is another one. Mick Jagger is another. They cannot stop working. It's in their blood. That's what they do for a living. Josie says, lying in bed listening to you after a wonderful Christmas day with my sister and my nieces and nephews. It's all about family, isn't it? I'm just wondering, why are all these people rushing out to the sales today? The sales started before Christmas. Did all my shopping in the sale at Harrods last week. Long-time listener, says Josie, which is nice. Always good. I wish you'd all stop reminding me about hash browns, because I could actually eat some for the journey down to my brother's, but I'm not. Nina says, I'm so sick of these Boxing Day sales emails. I never get any of those. They've kind of given up with me. The funny thing is, people were talking actually earlier on to Simon. You've got a couple of, yeah. You're reading my emails now. You're like a stalker, aren't you, really? You really are. Does this ring any bell? Oh no, sorry, I can't do that. I'll upset it. No, nothing. I'm not going to do it. Nothing. I was going to do something, but I knew it would annoy you, so I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I told you. I knew you wouldn't like it. Yeah. I know. It's because every time you go to the lips all go funny. And you sit there and you can hear the other person in there. It's we got to do the news. Okay. We're going a bit early, are we? I could still do some noises of drills if it makes you feel any better about life. Because just think, that's the drill that's going to make you better. I can come there with you if you like. Hit you over the head with a mallet. I got hit over the head with a golf club yesterday, if you please. I don't think it was intentional. I was trying to keep it off my head. Then I took my hand away and it went straight onto my head. Have you seen the price of golf clubs? Oh! My godson plays golf. This thing was like £450. Really nice to be company. It's Boxing Day. But we still don't know. I think it's called Boxing Day because you go out and buy things and put them in boxes. Steve, somebody else saying, I'm sick of these Boxing Day sales emails. I've just realised, because the producer said to me, I've had a few. And then I realised when I was checking things at home, I thought, yes, I've had a few of them. You know, would you like to do this? We're offering 40% or 60% off. And I'm never tempted. If I want to buy something, I'll buy it. I can't be bothered about doing, retail discounts and you put this thing in the box when you click order, and I just can't be bothered. You know, if you're going to buy it, buy it. Although a friend of mine was very good at getting things cheaply. He would go onto the internet and he would find vouchers, which meant you could get 15% discount, but if you presented this voucher, you could get an extra 30% off. And it was just never ending. Until in the end, we've seen people on the television and they get free food because they save vouchers. They go through the newspapers and cut them out. We have a listener who cuts out vouchers. I think who cares? Who cares? Saving a little bit of money? I don't know. Carol Vorderman is coming up to her 58th birthday. 58, honestly. And hundreds of passengers, in the last 2 years, hundreds of them, have been arrested on suspicion of being drunk on a plane or at an airport. Well, I would have thought that was par for the course, isn't it? People going on holiday, we'll have a beer. We'll have a beer before we fly. And then by the time they get there, as long as they make it to the gate, they're fairly okay. Alleged incidents at airports, including a man brandishing a knife after he was refused travel, and a man punching a bar manager. I think they should just take away bars from airports. People go, I can't fly without a drink. Well, you're not flying then, are you? You can't give people alcohol. One man was swearing at the pilot, and somebody else was fighting on board a plane. I would want to be on a plane with people fighting. 273 people held at police stations. The Home Office has launched a review, and now the government are considering scrapping round-the-clock drinking in airports, which would mean no alcohol before 10 a.m. Who drinks before 10 a.m. in the morning? Ridiculous. I mean, it's got completely out of hand. Apparently, if you're drunk on an aircraft, it can lead to 2 years in jail. Good. I mean, it's no good telling us that. Can we put it into practice? That makes much more sense, doesn't it? You know, when you've sort of got somebody on a plane. Angela says, nude leapfrog, Steve. How much is membership and what are the joining requirements? Producer was horrified. Nude leapfrog, he said. Dreadful. I'm a police officer, says Andrew, and working today. My favourite Christmas song. Oh, I wish it could be Christmas every day, because when I work, I'm on double pay. Do you know, you're a rarity. You don't get people on double pay now. It used to be, I said the other day, a lot of people used to be double pay. That went out ages ago because it was always, the double pay was the incentive for working over the festive season. And there's always loads of people who say, I'll work over the festive season. Didn't make any difference at all. I work festive. People say, oh, it's really good of you to work over the festive period. No, absolutely not. I like working. It's, you know, Sometimes the roads are a bit busy. Sometimes, I mean, when I came back down the motorway the other day, down the M11, I wish I'd been a police car. 2 cars passed me at what I would call, you're going to kill yourself speed. I mean, I was doing 65, 70, and they must have gone past me about 120, 130 miles an hour. And you think, where are the police? Where are the police to get these idiots off the road? I'd have them off the road immediately. No messing around. Not even going to bother. We're taking your car, we're crushing it. OK, you've got nothing left. But they found a horse. Nothing unusual in finding a horse, but this one's been found in a very strange place. At a villa near the walls of Pompeii. In other words, they've described this as very rare. It was saddled up, probably being used to help rescue locals, because Mount Vesuvius erupted, burying the Italian town in AD 79. Remember it like yesterday, don't we? The horse was found with 2 others, as well as bronze trimmings. The archaeologist Massimo Usana said they came to a fierce and terrible end, because it's the, what do they call it, the dust from volcanoes, excuse me, that kills you. It's the pyroclastic cloud. I can't remember what it was called. Pyroclastic cloud that actually kills you. And so there's all the people. I've never been to Pompeii. I'd love to go. One of those things. Perhaps it should be on a bucket list. You know, if you win a lot of money on the pools, or you win it on the lottery, or you inherit a lot of money, I think everybody should do a bucket list. We should do a list of things that you want to do before you die. You know, I was trying to think of what I'd put on it, and actually, on reflection, going to Pompeii, I'd love to go around Rome properly, because we went there years ago, and we didn't have enough time to go and see anything. Went into a few churches, see some Michelangelo stuff, saw all graffiti, filthy place, and we saw, you know, ceremonial arches and all that, and it was lovely, but I'd like to spend more time there. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Milan and Chiswick says, I'd love no human contact when going to the cinema. That's why God invented DVD players. Each time there are so many morons talking, having a picnic, or being on the phone. Why do people take food into the cinema? Why do people take food into a cinema? You sit there in a cinema and all of a sudden the smell of burger wafts over and you think, you're never eating a burger, are you? It's bad enough on the bus when you see people eating, although I have eaten on a bus before. If you're thinking, says Viv, of joining the over 60s nudist leapfrog team in the new year, don't forget the willy warmer, in case there's a cold snap. Sorry. Without it, you may very well hear a cold snap. Thank you. Steve, it's those flights to Chav locations. Malaga, Ibiza. Yes, I mean, it is. But some people, though, and I've noticed, it seems to be a failing in this country. People cannot get to the airport. If you're with a group of blokes and you say football supporters or rugby supporters, it goes with the territory, doesn't it, that you've got to have a drink. Whereas me, I'm really not bothered. I'd rather have, you know, proper breakfast, sit on the flight, have a little. So at least when I get to the other end, I'm sort of in the right frame of mind. Boxing Day is so named because of distribution of alms to the poor. Compliments of the season, says Bob. Thank you. People in service were given their presents the day after Christmas in little boxes. Little boxes. There you go. Little boxes for your little presents. So traditionally a day off for servants, and the day they receive the Christmas box from the master. Oh, thank you, master, for that. The Queen gives out Christmas cards. I don't think they actually get a present, I don't think. The servants would also would also go home on Boxing Day to give Christmas boxes to their families, says Tony in Selhurst. Thank you. I knew it was something to do with that. It's like, you know, when they say to somebody, you've got the sack. You know, you hear that. And apparently years ago, they would, if you were a workman, they would give you your tools in a sack and hand it back to you, hence getting the sack. That meant that you were being dismissed. There's a lovely little boy here. Lovely little boy. His name's Tony. And he's an absolute cutie. And he's been saved by Christmas, horribly beaten by his birth parents. He was close to death. Doctors wanted to end his care, but the courts had closed, so they had to wait. And he fought back to life. It's a story of hope and a story of just wonderful things. He's a gorgeous little boy. I want to see them over the years, do sort of pictures so we can see him growing up. I don't think any child ever deserves to be beaten by their birth parents, and we see it more and more, mainly due to the effect of drugs and stuff like that. But he fought back. You know, when everybody else had given up hope, he fought back. And he was a good boy. Here they are, more people, Santa's jumping. What is it with these people who want to jump into ice-cold water? In fact, it makes me go shivery. Down at the Lido, the Sanford Park Lido in Cheltenham, they're all doing it. Bondi Beach, 29 degrees, Mikey. 29 degrees, mate. You'd love it over there. Lots of Sheilas doing selfies, you know, wearing their bikinis, and then probably going out for a little Barbie later on, a couple of tinnies. And that's yours. He's never been to Australia in his life. Never been there. So he's walked past a few travel agents, and he thinks. I mean, he used to talk when I first started here. What is Steve? How you doing, mate? It was all like that, you know. Apples and pears, East End. Here we go. A bit of sort of fish and chips, eh? And then all of a sudden we get this, you know, this sort of quasi-Australian stroke Irish accent. It's most peculiar. It's like listening to John Barrowman, who sort of veers between Scottish and American. You never know when you're talking to John which one he's going to come up with. But the producer, exactly the same. It's this total fantasy. I don't want to make a big deal about it because it's obviously upsetting, and he's suffering at the moment. And we don't believe in picking on people when they're suffering. Although there's a few things. No, I don't. I thrive on other people's misery. 15... I didn't make a drill noise. I was just demonstrating that I can... It's almost like whistling. Woo, woo, woo. You know, that's like whistling, isn't it? Or it sounds like a lorry or something like that. No, yeah? I mean, it's only because you're thinking about the dentist. But that's like sort of, you know, you want to go to the toilet and somebody starts pouring water into a glass. That would be cruel. You're going to steal my insulin. See? Have you got that on record, ladies and gentlemen? He's going to steal my insulin. I've only got 2 pens left. Actually, I've got a fridge full at home. In fact, strangely enough, my chemist, Mr. Shah, said to me, he said, have you got enough room in the fridge to put it all in there? Because they over the Christmas period, they give you enough to keep you going over it. And so for the first time ever, I'm not even sure if it's working, I've injected through my jeans. I've never done that before. Normally you have to pull your trousers down, but I thought, not in the newsroom. Looks a bit odd, doesn't it, really? What's he doing? He's pulling his trousers down. So I inject, because I saw somebody doing it on a train, and I thought, it appears to work. So I've done it. Richard and Dawn Tandy on the narrow boat say, can't believe it's 2 years today since many awoke to the news of the death of George Michael, and you opened up the phone lines. I was the one who had interviewed Wham, and you took my call. Do you know, a funny thing is, Richard, I get people writing in saying, do you remember, you know, I spoke to you 3 years ago and all this kind of thing. And of course I can't remember last Tuesday, but I always go because I remember one of the Doctor Who's who used to do the conventions, and people used to come up to him and say, did you, when you did this and you dematerialised, was that so-and-so? And he'd go, God, you're so right. He said, I didn't have the faintest idea what they were talking about. He said, but I just agreed with them. John Pertwee, that was. He used to go to the conventions for all the Doctor Who fans, and they'd be all there being Cybermen and Daleks and everything else. A bit like the Star Treks. You know, they're called Trekkies, aren't they, I think? Or sad people. And they go to these conventions and they dress up as stormtroopers and they do all the rest of it. And then people sort of go, isn't that great? And so when the Millennium Falcon took off at high speed, you know, was it powered by Brussels sprouts? And they go, yeah, amazing, isn't it? You can say yes to anybody nowadays. It's good. Still to come, peace and goodwill. That'll be a joke, won't it? One of these days we might actually have that. Can we have some snow, please? Just a little bit. Don't want a lot of snow, just a light dusting would keep me very happy, would make me feel quite festive. Because I've decided this Saturday I'm going to be very festive. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to be very festive this Saturday. Peace and goodwill, Kate and Meghan style. Also, 157,000 emergency cases, including heart attack victims, wait at least an hour for a 999 crew. So just what does it take to get an ambulance? Well, I got one in 10 minutes the other day. 10 minutes. I mean, perhaps we've got a better service than some other parts of the country, but can't believe we've been sitting here for 2 hours already. It whizzes. Isn't it funny? This time of day, things whiz through. Mainly you in the sales. I wouldn't mind. Normally, after Christmas, you go, oh, the January sales will be starting. Now, Christmas Day, finished. Boxing Day, 6:30 this morning, next to open down the road. Dave was out there. He was buying his shirts and shoes and a jacket. He was there probably, 10 minutes, and then he was back in the building again. And he'd bought his stuff at 6:30 in the morning. As I say, I don't feel too sorry for retail staff because they can't force you to work. That would be illegal. But, obviously people get paid for it. But it's a nightmare. If you're working in a shop and it's sale time, you saw that clothes would be all over the floor. Oh, people would be treading on them. Ghastly. Credit cards waved about all over the place. Lots of pickpockets. Let me just warn you now that if you're coming any area where it is crowded, you're going to get people who become a little bit light-fingered and a lot of people who are going to be sort of relieving you. So I still see people now with their wallets in their back pocket. The easiest place to lift from. Mind you, if you're a particularly good pickpocket, you can do inside people's jackets. I've seen professional pickpockets, people who do it as an act, because at the Magic Circle we have professional pickpockets. Who work there, and you watch them, and they do that, and they take your wallet's inside, take it out, and show you it, and then they go to put it back in, and then magically it's gone again. I've seen people lose glasses. Seriously, people lose ties, shirts, and it's the most. If you watch somebody being pickpocketed as an act, as a cabaret act, it's the most amazing thing to watch. It was a very good one. In fact, there's been Bora was one, and. Or somebody else, actually. I had his name on the tip of my tongue a minute ago. But, to see Mark Raffles, to see professional pickpockets work, they can take cufflinks off. Watches, apparently, appear to be so easy. You just touch somebody's wrist, and then you sort of loosen it a bit, then it comes off, and then you distract them. But seriously, it's worth watching. Go onto YouTube, type in professional pickpockets, and you'll see it. But unfortunately, the people who are operating in London and in Manchester and in Scotland, just all over the place, are people who, and the favourite trick appears to be people with a coat over their arm, getting on buses. They've seen people. I watched it on YouTube and on television programmes, and people get relieved. They put the coat over their arm, go up behind somebody, and their other hand is the one that's doing the operating. It's like the usual trick at the cash point. Oh, sorry, have you just dropped £10? No. That's why it's so dangerous out there. You must be very careful. And that's why the underground, I wish they wouldn't take them. They have pictures up and signs saying, beware, pickpockets operate in this area. So what's the first thing you do? You touch your wallet, and of course that immediately indicates, thank you, darling, it immediately indicates to somebody where your wallet is. So they know once they've seen where it is. Goodness sake, honestly. But the trouble is, because we have so many good programmes on the television now, we're making people more aware, but still people get caught out. Still, elderly people get a bit confused. Even the most sensible people, you would think, look at them queuing on the television. They're queuing on the television. Hello, would you like to be on the television? Yes, I would please. You're going to get people being interviewed everywhere, and it's because they're opening, and they always go, what are you setting out to buy? Nobody's got any idea. They just go into a shop, they go, this is somebody here, she's queuing for bath bombs, if you please, which is bicarbonate of soda. So she's probably at Lush, I should imagine. I can't think of anybody else who does them. But some of the shops are open, some aren't. It's amazing. I have done this in previous years, but then I gave up on it. I remember queuing for something. I queued for an iPhone once, and I stood there, and and there's about 50 people in the queue, and I'm standing there, and I'm thinking, what am I doing here? What? And I'd rushed home. I'd rushed home to get there after doing the programme in the morning, and I thought, I must be mad. So I sort of stood there. I thought, right, count to 10, Stephen, and then walk away. And that's exactly what I did. I counted to 10 and walked away. I thought, I'm not that desperate for a phone. I'm going to stand there like an idiot queuing for it. Not worth it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Take all your texts and emails. Another one here. Paper bags are not the answer. We need our trees. How about biodegradable plastic bags? They've been around for decades, but don't seem to have been brought into the picture. I've said before, I'm not really a great recycler. I'm not one of these. We have recycling bins and stuff like that, but I tend not to do that kind of thing. So there you go. Tracy's in Taunton, normally Brockley. Any further sightings of car park man? No, nothing. Nothing. He was, whether he's found somewhere else to go over the festive season, I've got no idea. But certainly not in mine. This is somebody who was sort of not sleeping so much in the car park, as shaking in the car park. So I did call 999. I wasn't sure if he was having a fit. I didn't want to get involved, and so I thought if I call the emergency services, then somebody will do it. And within 10 minutes, God bless them, they were out there. And they obviously gave him the once-over, and he was okay. Because some people, as I say, are acclimatised to living on the streets. Some people don't want to do it. Some people, you look at them and you think, are you genuine? I have a lot of that. You know, if I see somebody who looks very smart and very scrubbed and very clean and the hair's nice, I think, are you sure you're living on the streets? You know, I'm very cynical about the whole thing because some people, they've been caught out before, the newspapers have exposed them. They live in flats, they turn up and they beg. That's what they do for a job. They beg. You know, round our way, we've had all sorts of dodgy people. Steve, yes, do feel sorry, says Jane, for retail staff. My contract states I have to work customary holidays if required, and I've 28 years service. I'm just on my way in. Well, actually, you're a late starter then, aren't you, at 9:10? I mean, these people were open in Next at 6:30 this morning. 6:30 this morning, they were serving. So, you see, I mean, I don't remember when I worked in retail, and I've worked in retail for a number of years, but I don't remember ever having to work over Christmas. I think where I came from, down in Berkshire, we didn't open over Christmas. Shops in those days, you'll remember this, used to do half-day Wednesday. Wednesday, the shop would close. At lunchtime, used to dread it if a customer came in, we go, we're just about to close. Throw them out the doors. We were terrible, absolutely terrible. So I'm old enough to remember things like that. Oh, Daily Star, what have they got today? We'll sink 15 million pints and place £100 million in bets, apparently, today. Also, what have we got here? Oh, Doctor Who chiefs have brought back an old enemy, the Daleks. They were still the best, weren't they? I thought they were still the best. Also, Donald Trump ruined a 7-year-old boy's Christmas when he asked him if he still believes in Santa. Is he the biggest idiot in the entire world? I got from my producer, actually, my main producer during the week, I got the Putin calendar. And that's quite nice. I think that's quite funny, actually. I shall be opening that one up a little bit later on. But the President and First Lady Melania were taking calls from children asking where Father Christmas was on his worldwide trip. And so Donald Trump says, you know, do you still believe in Father Christmas? What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Kate and Meghan. Yes, here is Meghan. She's not learnt the art of, the trouble is, Charles is, Meghan, you're nice, but don't link arms with old Harry, hold hands. That's what you can do, but you don't link arms like that. It's just common. That's what chavs do. But there's pictures of her. Oh, this is Emily Ratajkowski, celebrating her first Christmas as a married woman by stripping down to a tiny bikini. Well, that's nice, isn't it? She's a Victoria's Secret model. In other words, she gets them out. Okay, it's as simple as that. And now she's... Are you talking to me? No. Emily Ratajkowski. Oh, right. She's a Victoria's Secret model, but now she sees herself as an actress. She just wears bikinis. And she sounds... I think she's Czechoslovakian. And it's the only way I can pronounce it, Ratajkowski. It's probably pronounced something completely different where she comes from. But she's... Perfect, yeah. Emily. Emily was a difficult one for me. I struggled with that. Emily, and so everything else. My door's about to open. Oh, no, it's not. I thought my door was about to open. Who's that? Was that Ian? Well, I don't know. It might have been Ian Page. I thought he was about to come in the door, actually. Because I've got only a little thin bit of glass here. I quite like a big glass door, so you can see properly, but then people peer in. I would be distracted. I'm actually not as distracted as Nick Abbott. Nick Abbott gets distracted all the time, so he won't have any distractions in the studio, whereas I quite like distractions. Not all the time, because I do get it quite a bit in the morning, as you can well imagine. All these people jumping into the water, mad as fruitcakes, really are. Down in Brighton they're doing it, Sutton Coldfield, 100 of them. What's the point? You go down there, you're going to be, oh dear, you pick up a cold or everything else. And what have we got here? The King of Musicals, Hugh Jackman, Mary Poppins. That's what I'm going to find out more today, because I think my brother's girlfriend's been to see Mary Poppins. And can you believe that somebody is caught on CCTV dumping a dog in the street? What a piece of filth. What a piece of filth. Abandoned it by the side of a road. The distressed pet, called Snoop, desperately was trying to get back into the car, and the bloke drove off. Luckily, they've got his car number, and he's identified. You can see him quite clearly. Millions have watched the clip online. What a disgusting piece of work you are, pal. I hope they find... I don't know what there is. Is that illegal to dump a pet by the side of the road? Let's hope they come up with something. And Stephen Hawking and Margaret Thatcher on a shortlist for faces for the new £50 note. Does it really matter? I got a £50 note. I can't tell you who's actually on the back of it at the moment. There must be somebody important, wasn't there? But there's a list of 1,000 people. Typical, I'm not on it. Can't imagine why. Surely most people would love to have a picture of Steve Allen on a £50. You'd never spend it, would you? You'd never spend it. You'd be gazing at it every day going, do you know, so good looking. Anyway, Stephen died earlier this year. Mrs. Thatcher was a scientist. She developed cream emulsifiers. Did you know that? I mentioned it at the time. I didn't believe it, but then somebody said it's true. And here he is. He's a drone hunting eagle. And he is trained to bring drones down. Which seems, well, you could do it very carefully. These things have got propellers on them. It's all a little bit worrying. But anyway, so that's what's going. And we're still no nearer finding out if there was a drone at Gatwick Airport. I mean, that's how slow the investigation is. That's how slow. Blobby Williams has been announced as the new face of Weight Watchers. Oh, God. Dawn Neeson says, I reckon he's got about 13 stone to lose before he hits the target. Then, thankfully, we won't be able to see the tiresome oaf at all. I mean, honestly, he must be really desperate for the money. The face of Weight Watchers, that's the best he can get. He's digging a swimming pool at his house, which was Michael Winner's old house, but he's going to do it by hand, apparently. And how lovely, a couple have named their new baby boy after the hero cops who took them to hospital. Essex PC's James Ireland and Dan Bellingham were flagged down by a worried husband on the A12. And so little James Daniel was born earlier this month. It's so cute. I bet police officers are really thrilled by that, aren't they? You know, they come to rescue, take you there, and they go, do you know, as a tribute to you, we're going to name the kid after you. Well, that's a nice thing, don't you? Absolutely rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Why would you want to name the kid after that? Poor kid's going to... They have to explain to the kid when he gets a bit older, by the way, you're named after two coppers on the A12 in Chelmsford. Were you named after anything, Mike? 9:20! And you're all going, we're not going to the sales. We would have gone by now if we were going to the sales, Steve. Don't worry about it. Front page of the Daily Mail, peace and goodwill, Kate and Meghan style. No, they're not. No, they're not. They went to church, and there's a picture of Meghan putting her hand on Kate's back. You can see Kate visibly sort of, get your hand off, kind of thing. And, as I say, Kate's, you know, from a fairly well-to-do family, so she knows how to behave. Meghan hasn't got the faintest idea. She's just an actress. Just an actress. You know, we've seen The Family, so come on, let's not be silly about it. Alexa, why did you cause upset on Christmas Day? And this is millions that hope that one might turn up in their stocking. But many of those who did receive an Amazon Echo were disappointed as the gadgets were beset with problems. Amazing. Prices go from about 50 quid to 139 for the Echo Plus. We got one on the desk out there, and they're all over the place. We were using one yesterday down at the Parents of My Godchildren. Here's Anne Widdecombe taking part to give the show comic value. But unfortunately, there is no comic value with Anne Widdecombe. There is nothing. You just got a very grouchy old woman who's carrying a bit of weight. There's no comedy value. It'd be great if there was comedy value and she learnt how to harness it, but she hasn't at all. They always give her Tony Beak to dance with because he sort of panders to old women. And she did very well. She got 22 points, which was fine. And there was Caroline Flack. God, she's annoying, isn't she? I'd forgotten how bad she was. Anita Rani was okay. And Aston Marigold won. And so did she get her best ever Strictly store? Yes, she did. But then Anne Widdecombe, I should imagine her telephone answering goes, yes, she'll do it. So she seems to pop up on all sorts of things, but never with any good grace. Or it's the humour I want. If they keep going, oh, Widdy's a bit of fun, she's blooming well not. Blooming well not. So here's Meghan. Perhaps she's worried Harry's going to wander off with somebody else, hanging onto his arm like that. You just don't do it. They're the wrong heights for doing that kind of thing. But, no, Kate's got the class. Meghan doesn't. It's as simple as that. The Queen looks wonderful. She was at the Sandringham Christmas service. She always walks. Well, for a bit of it. And then you got Beatrice, Princess Beatrice, another ridiculously stupid outfit. And Autumn Phillips, again, another ghastly outfit. Where do they get this stuff from? Can't somebody dress these poor people properly? Princess Eugenie, another ridiculous outfit. These things probably cost an arm and a leg. Princess Anne, wearing her sort of favourite gumboots by the look of it. And daughter Zara, who's wearing one of these, excuse me, fascinators. I think they're called fascinators, aren't they? These sort of hats you stick on your head. But, I mean, poor old Princess Eugenie. I mean, God, where'd you get stuff like this from? It's really good. And they're all wearing gloves. Except, Meghan's wearing gloves. Harry's not. But then Harry looks like he just throws on any old outfit. I always think he doesn't really bother about it. Free parking. How do you save the high street? And here is the answer. Free parking. free parking. Because you go to most places now and you go, where are we supposed to park? So you drive around for 20 minutes trying to find somewhere to park, and then you go, I'm not going to bother now. I'm really not going to bother. So you go home. You know, whereas if they made free parking, I wouldn't mind, but they're so tight, these councils. You know, round our way, we've got Richmond Council. 24-hour parking. You pay 24 hours. It's outrageous. You know, so if I'm going shopping there, I'll go on the bus. But if they let people have free parking, that would help fight the online giants, because that's what people are doing now. People are buying online. You don't need to go out and do it. I've said it's so easy. So easy. You just pick up the computer, you go Amazon or wherever it is, and then you pick an item you want, you put it in there, you see if it's the best price, or you find somewhere else. Looking at the prices of things now, there's they're very big into True Pet upright bagless cleaner. It's a Shark Duo Clean. Normally 300 quid. You can save 40% and get it for 180 quid. It's still 180 quid for a vacuum cleaner. Here we've got a DeLonghi bean to cup coffee machine, silver and black, which is lovely. Normally £729. I'd rather just put a spoon of instant in. But now you can get it for £329. That's at Curry's PC World. John Lewis have got a long stock double duvet cover and pillowcase set. £32.50. That's the discounted price, normally £65. A boutique hotel silk bedspread. It's normally £280, £140. Marks and Spencer's. I had a jumper from Marks, but God, it was itching the other day. I spent most of the time with my hand down my back. Men's Pure Extra Fine Merino Crew neck jumper in chocolate. Normally £35. You can get it in there today for £17. Pure Cashmere roll neck jumper, chili red, £89 down to £44.50. But listen, if they're selling it for £44.50, shows how much profit they're making. They're not making a loss on these things. They're still making a good profit, so it shows you what the markup is. Seriously. In Debenhams, they've got the Lego Dragon Master set. Normally £13, now it's £9.10. And the Tefal Gourmet 5-piece set, normally £18, now £56. But they're still making a profit. So, in fact, when they were selling it at the usual price, it's like they always do this on Ideal World. They're the worst people in the world for doing it. We've got these bicycles, they're going fast. Well, get some more in. Wasting everybody's time. They go, this electric bike here, we're now down to, we've only got 60% of the stock left. You thought, well, get onto the manufacturers, dear. Can you make some more bicycles? And then you wouldn't have to come up with this garbage. Honestly, it's just rubbish. Just rubbish. Scores of disappointed families complaining about rotten turkeys. One person claimed she discovered her turkey was rancid when she opened the packaging. I mean, you know, I don't know, perhaps you get rogue turkeys. I don't know how it works. You know, are they old turkeys, new turkeys? I've got no idea. No idea at all. But all you have to do is go back and they'll give you your money back and probably, you know, give you a voucher for another turkey or something. There's no skin off their nose. No skin off their nose. Lack of respect for each other leads to tribalism, says the Queen. I mean, she is in the family that argue more. We've seen Harry, when he's had a few sherbets, shouting at journalists and everything else. Charles, I don't like that man. Talking about Nicholas Witchell, wasn't he, I think. Also, I do like Michelle Obama. There's something about Michelle Obama, there's something nice about her that makes her look very human. And actor Dominic West is featured in Sarah Vine's column today, in a barely concealed bid, no doubt, to ingratiate himself with the new equality mafia in Hollywood, has suggested the next James Bond should be transgender. Oh, he's a man. He's not transgender. You can't just change it. It's like Noddy and Big Ears. I mean, I don't know. They're a gay couple. I don't know. I mean, you know, Noddy lives with a slightly older person who takes him out driving in the car. I mean, I don't know. Peter Pan, best friend was a fairy. Can't read anything into that. But a transgender Bond, that would be ridiculous. Picking up whom? Other secret agents, I should imagine. No, you can't do that at all. Why so much fuss? It's set in tablets of stone. That's what James Bond is. He's whichever James Bond you happen to like. I liked all of them. I didn't really care, actually. Didn't make any difference to me. Also, don't skip breakfast. No chance round here. God, it's enough food to sink a battleship. I bought him pretzels today with peanut butter. I know that the producer is going to load his pockets up with as many as he possibly can. You're going to take them home, aren't you? You're going to eat them. You're addicted to them. But actually, I don't think they're very fattening. I don't think so, anyway. They are Moorish. What's the most Moorish thing you've ever had? Well, apart from the obvious. I don't want to go down that route, thank you very much indeed. Not on Boxing Day. I don't need that kind of potty talk. So what sort of thing would be addictive for you, where you go there and you go, oh, I could eat that all the time? Again, Take that thought out of your mind and come up with something that we can talk about. What would it be? Would it be Pringles? Are they addictive? Twiglets? Are they addictive? Cheese footballs? Sweets? God, scraping the barrel here now. What would be addictive for you? What's the one thing you go, oh, if I had my last meal, that would be my last meal? Cucumber infused water. You are a sick person. Sick person. You're destined to go straight to hell. There is no chance that anybody's going to be picking up on your option. Typical, isn't it? Typical quasi-Australian. Oh, we're going for cucumber. I can see you turning up to the Barbie on Bondi Beach going, oh, Mike's here. What have you brought, Mike? Brought some tinnies? Cucumber water. You're going to be laughed out the ocean, aren't you? Mind you, I don't think you did go to Australia once. I remember seeing you, well, he superimposed himself against a couple of pictures, and he came back paler than when he went. The only person who goes to a really hot country, and comes back looking like a milk bottle. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? And then trying to say, oh, yeah, because my folks live over in Oz and all this kind of stuff. No, they don't. There's Irish in you. Is there? Oh, sorry, the Irish in you. Oh, I do beg your pardon. But also, Joan Collins shows off her cosy Christmas look. When you look at Joan Collins and you go, she's 85, you think to yourself, what is she taking to look that good at 85? I mean, even Elton John is 71. He probably doesn't. Some days you probably feel 71, but most days you probably don't. Also, the drone couple. In all the papers again today, we're feeling violated and distressed. For that, I read, we're looking for compensation. That's what I'm seeing as well. And Charles, music in schools makes us more civilised. I don't think, actually, somebody who's had a life like that can really associate with what the rest of us actually go through. And here they are, Aurelia, Oscar and Oliver. Little triplets. Doctors told this mother to consider aborting one or even two of them to give the third baby a chance. But look at them now. Healthy and all... How lovely. Go. An instant family. Instant family. OK, it's 9:30. The latest headlines this morning. The good news is that apart from the shops being full... Well, I say the shops being full, I've got no idea. But being full because they want you to actually go out and spend lots and lots of money. The other people who are actually offering you all sorts of details, offering you cheaper return flights, are the tour giants. They have slashed the cost of flights. To the Canaries, 43 quid one way. To New York, £330 return. I mean, isn't that just absolutely amazing? I mean, that's phenomenally cheap. But what do you get for things like that? I wonder what you actually get for things like that. It could be quite interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, which is the air travel stories are running. People being stopped for being sort of drunk, actually. And my friend Helena just headed home, so I'm tuned into you. God help me, she says. I thought she'd be going to the sales today. Going have a look at the sales. I should be fighting her way through the traffic, which is not the best. Also, do you remember the drug storm? The Labour MP, proud to live in a council house. This is disgraced Labour MP Kate Ossamore has vowed to stay in her council house despite earning 77 grand a year. She should be kicked out. The party's former international development spokesman lives in a North London home worth 750 grand with her former councillor's son who was recently convicted of drugs offences. Absolutely outrageous. Mind you, Bob Croge lived in a council house, didn't he, as well? What is it with these people? I mean, somebody said, this is ridiculous. There's a massive waiting list. Move out, let somebody on the list have this home. It's a £750,000 house, and she's earning 77 grand a year. Get out! It's appalling. Really. Kevin Spacey's Christmas video is his creepiest scene yet. This is interesting. For months he's been in hiding after the sex assault claims. Now he's hit back in the most sinister way. And the divorced couple who've reunited, but they brought their new partners along. Which seems quite okay, doesn't it? Also, Charles Babbage, born on this day in 1791. I bet you don't know who Charles Babbage is. You should do. Most people should. He's generally the father of computing. He designed the analytical engine. He was the English mathematician. Dead, of course, now died in 1871. Also, you won't know this one. This is quite a good one. I'm going to try this on the producer. Do you know Mike? Michael? No, he's too busy tied up with things. Do you know who Carol Spinney is? Carol Spinney. You should know who Carol Spinney is. Carol Spinney plays a part in a very, very well-known show that's gone around the world. What do you... I mean, you know the part she plays, but you wouldn't know her necessarily. You're cheating. You just typed it up online. I can tell by your eyes you're lying. They're moving. I'm going to come along to the dentist with you. It's a bloke, is it? Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, playing Big Bird. 85. 85, yeah. That's 85 years old, a puppeteer. Comes from a place called Waltham, Massachusetts. Got 3 children. He's married. Deborah Sprinny as well. 85, honestly. That's good, isn't it, really? No White Christmas. Sorry about that. There is no White Christmas. It's just foggy pudding. So it's foggy and misty out there and awful. Also, what do you do with the leftovers? Because there will be leftovers. And they've got a 2-page spread inside the Daily Mail today of things to do. Mince pie ice cream sounds delicious. I think you just get basically ice cream and just chuck in mince pies and mash it all up. That sounds quite good. But what have we got? Parsnip muffins. Ugh, ghastly. Cranberry martinis. But there's all sorts of, stuffed peppers, turkey jambalaya, crawfish pie, Philly gumbo, roast potato tortilla, pigs in blankets carbonara. Sounds a bit naff, doesn't it? Sprout fritters. Way! Sprout fritters. That sounds good. I like the sound of that. Brandy butter shortbread. But the mince pie... Oh, gravy stroganoff. Oh, I love stroganoff. And cranberry martini. But the mince pie ice cream, all you need is 4 cooked mince pies, Christmas pudding or stollen, a can of condensed milk and double cream. And you just crumble it into... It sounds quite nice, actually. I still think just getting some ice cream and sort of whirling it round and just being very messy, like we used to be with semolina years ago. You'd be very messy with it. You'd put jam on so nobody else could use it afterwards. And you stir it round. You look at the picture, you go, that looks lovely. I'm not eating it. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Pat in Brentwood says free parking will be clogged up by commuters. You can't have free parking. Well, you have to be, otherwise your high street's going to be dead. It's bad enough in Brentwood as it is. Gemma Collins' place closed. Lack of interest, I think, because most of the people in Brentwood are sort of... I think the people who go along to Sugar Hut and places like that are sort of on the younger side, and they don't really count. And so Gemma Collins' place closed, owing $76,000. I don't know how that works. I don't know why it would not work. Perhaps she's just not very clever. Interesting. Steve, the competition to appear on the banknotes is limited to scientists, as they only want clever people this time. Mrs. Thatcher is a stretch, as she was a junior person in the lab at the time. Stephen Hawking would be my choice. Yeah, why can't they do it when people are alive? Give them, that sort of surprise of you're on the back of a £50 note. I like that. Which character from The Wizard of Oz does Beatrice and her hat look like, says Debbie? None of them. She looks like the Wicked Witch from the Nest, from the West. They've got the most ridiculous idea of outfits, but there again, neither of Prince Andrew's daughters know how to dress themselves. They've turned out the most ridiculous outfits. I always sew zips across inside pockets on coats to keep my card wallet safe. I'm 70, says Mo, and very security aware. Yes, I'm also very security aware. And John says, I used to work for every Christmas as security in a college. For those 2 days, I was paid 4 days' wages and then got 2 days off when I wanted them. Hard to refuse. I know. I never understand why... excuse me. People don't want to work Christmas. If you've got a family, it might be a bit difficult, but I think for everybody else, it's a way of getting away with people. I mean, in this building, there's loads of us here today. Loads. Joe in Sawbridgeworth, where the Beckhams used to live, as you now know. Great show, had a great Christmas with the family. Enough leftovers to feed a small army. As a gift to my sister, I got a day in a beach hut in Essex. That's where Jamie Oliver will probably be spending Christmas, I should imagine. We haven't heard anything about Jamie for Christmas, but I bet it'll be somewhere nice. It'll probably be here, I should imagine. I can't see him sort of going abroad. There's so many of them. Steve, I'm afraid that Meghan does not have the style of Kate. Why does she never button her coat? Well, she's buttoned here, but, you don't link your arm through your husband. You're in the royal family. You need to learn how to behave, but there again, she won't talk to her father, so what hope? Nice to hear you at this time of the day. After redundancy in April, I'm not with you until later these days, as I don't have to get up early. I know. It's a Happy New Year to you and your team. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure they'll be delighted when we actually get to New Year. I would like my last meal, says Dorothy, to be sausage and chips and ice cream. Sausage and chips. Sausage and chips, how lovely. I like sausage and chips. I like it cut. I used to cut sausages up and then fry them. Sorry, I'm making my mouth water. And so it was easier to eat with a fork. Steve, market rent should be charged when occupants earn average wage or above. Get rid of these scroungers. As if Foregoing the smoked salmon sandwiches this morning, Steve, says Donny, as I somewhat overindulged yesterday. I'm just sticking to champagne. Smoked salmon. Nice. Came back from the Canary Islands, Steve, the other day. Yes. We didn't pay those prices. Lovely spending Christmas morning in the sun. You should try it. No, I can't think of anything worse. I seriously can't. I'd always want to be in this country. Always want to be in this country for Christmas. I'm looking at the thing of this dog being abandoned by this bloke, and the dog thinks that and it's only a puppy by the look of it, and it's trying to get back in the car, and this bloke just dumps it. What a horrible piece of work. But as I say, luckily they've actually got his number plate on the car. Let's get him prosecuted. He's just seriously driven off and left his dog, which is now running down the road to try and chase him. What a vile piece of work. They're going to catch you, mate. They're going to catch you and they're going to put you all over the papers. You're going to look very stupid. Steve, happy Boxing Day, says Bunny. We will take you to Pompeii and Rome. Oh, lovely. Thank you. Daughter Alice, big fan of yours, speaks fluent Italian. She studied there. You can tell we're dead posh. I'm originally from Haydock and worked at the racecourse, cleaning. Then I graduated to CNA Oxford Street and I worked Boxing Day. Double time and a day off in lieu. Still trying to find the best picture of you and me from Sunday at the Magic Circle. You were talking on all 7 of them. I know. Can't help it, really. And George, the Warburton's driver, had a lovely time with the family. Just raided the fridge and currently munching on a cold turkey neck. At this time, it's sort of, 18 minutes to 10 in the morning. That's good, though, isn't it, really? I think it's quite nice. Today is Picky Food Day. That's where somebody gets all the cold meat out, the cold turkey that's been left, and you put out some... pickles in things, and you get some bread, and people just people just pick and mix with it, which is much nicer. Get some nice French bread in, which is easily done because you can buy it and then you can practically bake it yourself in the oven. They do part cooked French sticks. And then you have that, and get some ham out, some tomatoes, some cucumber. That's nice, isn't it? It's always nice. And have a salady thing. Cold meats is always good. And then you could always do that bubble and squeak stuff if you really wanted to. It's always very popular, especially around the festive season, because you want to use it up, don't you? Don't want it hanging around for any more than 2 days after Christmas. Thank you very much indeed. The Guardian revealed the scale of sexual harassment in the police. Hundreds of people have claimed that they were sexually harassed by male police officers in the past 6 years. They say that they're going to have to sort this out. Amazing, isn't it? Only 28 of 43 police forces supplied data to talk about this. We've had loads of people I never understand, if you've gone through all that training to be a police officer, why you'd want to jeopardise your career and be kicked out of the force for sexual harassment. I don't understand that. Why would you want to do it? Why would you want to do that? Seems a total waste of everybody's time. Hundreds of people gathered outside St Mary Magdalene Church on the Sandringham estate just to see the members of the royal family walking. It's a bit of an achievement, actually. So Philip's there and Meghan. I'm not sure. I'm reading Meghan's face, looking at it going, I'm going to be more popular than you. And we're all going, no, you're not. No, you're definitely not. Kate is much more popular. She knows how to behave. She's more gracious, I think. Nothing the matter with Meghan not being gracious, but she needs to learn manners, I think, and how to be in the royal family, which I don't think she's actually worked out at all. In the coming days... I'll have to tell you about this one in a minute. It's in search of clues to an ice shelf collapse and the wreck of Shackleton's ship. I'll tell you about that one in a moment. LBC News Time, 9:45. The company, 12 minutes to 10. I'm assuming by now we are not going to the sales today. I'm assuming that my friend Helena is not going to the sales today because she's going to have to sort of pile into Brighton, find somewhere to park. Oh, dear. And also, presumably, the sales will still be going on tomorrow. It's not as if they're going to run out of stock. They've got loads of stuff. Steve, don't forget, today is, in fact, the Feast of St. Stephen. Oh, Donny, we did that about 2.5 hours ago. Good Lord, late. And that's the trouble when you got hangovers. Thank you for the sanity over Christmas, Steve. Read the resumption of whaling. Watch Whale Wars. Great programme on television. Not sure when it's back on, but absolute quality. Very sad. I just don't... I mean, the Japanese obviously do what they want to do, but I think we should go, right, we're going to impose sanctions going out there killing whales. It's so unnecessary. So find something else to eat. Mind you, we haven't managed to stop people eating dog, have we? And things like that, and doing the most horrendous things to things. And then people always bring up turkeys and chickens and everything else, and cows and horses in France and everything else. So in search of clues, this is the Endurance. This is Shackleton's ship. And it was encased in ice. Because it was a wooden ship, as the ice closed in around it, it started crushing it. and they're going to be finding it. They're going to be trying to find out. They think they found it, and because of the cold temperatures, it should be okay. It's a bit like bringing up the Mary Rose or something like that. But these were big ships. These were big ships. There are photographs, and you'll find them all over YouTube. What they're going to do, they've got drones, they've got imagery. They're going to set off on New Year's Day on a course to it's an icebreaker and research ship, because you've got to, once the ice seals, you're marooned in there. Their destination, the Larsen Sea Ice Shelf, where a 1 trillion-ton iceberg, 4 times, excuse me, I'm getting very excited now, 4 times the size of Greater London. Look at a map, 4 times the size of Greater London, carved away. Antarctica has a way of dashing even the best plans. So what they're doing, they're going to be looking for the ship. The Weddell Sea is famous in Antarctic history as a place where Ernest Shackleton's Endurance became trapped in the ice before the crushed vessel sank in more than 2 miles of water. It's 2 miles down. That's as deep as the Titanic. And so they're going to be sending out robot submarines. How wonderful. How wonderful to find things like that. I always think that's almost like a little time capsule, isn't it? It's a little capsule of, what are we going to find down here? We're going to find the ship. The couple arrested and released without charge, pilloried over the front of every single newspaper. Their house was invaded. I understand the police having to look for things, but you'd think an apology would be quite nice from the newspapers. But Mark Stevens, head of media law at Howard Kennedy, said the couple had a strong case if they wish to pursue. Oh, I'm guaranteed they will. I guarantee they will. They've been violated. They said they're on medication. And Piers Morgan has apologised for calling them clowns, but also suggesting they were terrorists. It's ridiculous. I said on the day that they were named, and I never named them, because I looked at them, they just didn't look like those sort of people. I know you can't say, oh, well, people don't look like people, but these ones here, it's very interesting, isn't it? That it's unclear whether they are planning legal action, but the hacked-off press reform campaign group said the incident showed the need for tougher press regulation. They were called. Why? They were never charged. They were only being talked to by the police. So to call them clowns and suggest they were terrorists shows a gross violation of them. And the Mail had, "Are these the morons who ruined Christmas?" No, they're not. And I don't think you should even suggest it. Later that day, while the newspapers were still in the shop, Sussex Police announced they'd released them without charge. But not all parts of the media named the couple. Most broadcasters and some national newspapers, including The Observer, decided to stick to the police statement. They could get up to about £125,000. That's what they could get. And to be honest with you, the way that they've been dragged through the mud, I would think it's worth every penny for them. Their house was on the television. People standing outside their house. I bet you anything they've been trolled. I bet you anything they've had, text messages and things like that from people going, "We know you did it," and all that kind of stuff. It's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. It's just, not right. So they should be entitled to some sort of compensation. Otherwise, all these people who've been accused incorrectly, just have to say, "Oh, well, that's okay. Then I'll just put up with that." No, thank you. No, thank you. Daily Mail, just what does it take to get an ambulance? Because but people come up with the stupidest things, don't they? I'm terribly sorry, my Chinese hasn't turned up. Yeah, what do you want us to do about it? Well, you are the emergency services. That's how stupid some people are. But there again, you've seen the Jeremy Kyle show. You know how thick they are. They really are. I watched it again the other day. They repeated the one that I liked the other day of the two friends, been friends for decades. And it's all like Jack the Lad type things. And there's a girl, and somebody's nicked her phone. Was it her boyfriend? No. Because, they do the lie detector test. These people seem to like that. But the other one, oh, God, he was off with the pixies. It really was. And so it said, "Did you steal her phone?" "No." "Lie detector test said you were lying." "No, I'm not." "Yes, you were." "No, I'm not." And so it went on, backwards and forwards. "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are." "No, you're not." And you could say he was lying by your body language. Even I could do that one. It didn't need Judy James. I could have done that quite easily. Bumper Boxing Day quiz in the Express today, which is lovely. Get set, they say, for the dash to the sales. If you really fancy that. The rise of nanny state fat cats. Hundreds of Quango chiefs are being paid more than $100,000 a year to lecture people on diet and exercise. Oh, I hate it when people lecture on diet and exercise and what you can eat and what you can't eat, and this is good for you. Everybody's going to the gym this year. Everybody's going to the gym. So I hope that if you're going, it works. It doesn't work for everybody. Not everybody enjoys going to the gym. It's you have to sort of push the boat out a bit. Duchess is all smiles. Meghan, not really a proper smile. Looks like a showbiz smile, whereas Kate's looks genuine. And they've got the same picture on the front of The Sun this morning, plus Catherine, my fury at Beck's drug slur. As I say, David Beckham thinks he's Teflon, you know, but the press seem to be gunning for him for some peculiar reason. I can't quite work out why. And, you know, your Boxing Day sport, because there'll be horse racing today, there'll be all sorts of things. And the Sun have got 31 pages of sport. God, my worst nightmare. 31 pages of sport. Also inside today, as you know, Santa Claus hitting back at Donald Trump. After the US president hinted the big man did not exist. Yes, we know how it works. But, you know, to say to, you know, a little kid, so, you know, do you mean to say you believe in a big fat man with dodgy hair? But Santa Claus said he was very weary with this. The picture of Meghan Markle with her arm through Harry's. I'm sorry, dear, you're not at home. If you're at home, you can sort of do this, but you're out. You're on display. But the rest of the royal family looked... I mean, last year they seemed to be all right. She's got this thing about holding onto his arm. But there again, you know, perhaps that's her insecurity. We still want to know, won't we? We still want to know. I was talking about it the other day to family about, you know, why she's not talking to her father. Why, you know, out of her family, which appeared to be fairly extended, there was only her mother who came over for it. That was about it. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Mild festive season set to continue to the weekend, but occasional drizzle and light winds are forecast, with temperatures relatively balmy, 10 degrees centigrade. It's all right, isn't it? We still want to see the posh Oxford students in all their naked glory, because they've been successfully covered up by people. I think it's great fun. People are complaining, saying it's absolutely outrageous and this and it shouldn't be allowed. I think it absolutely should be. Absolutely should be. More of it, please. Thank you very much indeed. Also, the writing is on the wall for traditional thank you notes. Nobody writes thank you notes. They just send an email, don't they? A text or something like that. And 10 pals have decked out the Angel of the North with a Santa hat. They spent 90 quid on fabric and used 5 vans, ropes and fishing lines to dress the 66-foot Anthony Gormley sculpture on the A1 at Gateshead. The team revealed it was the 7th time lucky after high winds, a broken-down car and a too small hat thwarted previous attempts. It looks great. You see, I think that's fun, isn't it? Here's Rita Ora showing off her latest romantic entanglement. I thought she was gay. I'm losing track of Rita Ora. I thought she was... Isn't she going out with somebody? Oh, that's seriously, honestly. It all changes almost on a daily basis. And an obese couple have, so horrified by their picture of them being obese, have shed 15 stone, which is very good. I mean, it takes something to do that. It's very, you've got to be very disciplined to do stuff like that. But we do like the picture. If it is Jamie Oliver dressed up as a stormtrooper, it's on page 23. Oh, it is him. We've got a picture of him out. He loves the storm. See, I love the stormtroopers. They look so good because you can't see their eyes. Dun, 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 dun. When we had them, I said, in Leicester Square, wow, it looked wonderful. Fadi Fawaz ducking out of George Michael's London pad on the 2nd anniversary. He seemed sad and lonely. They say, I'm not surprised. Fadi, they say, won't inherit any of George's wealth. Has been ordered to move out of the London flat. That's the trouble, isn't it? Make a will. Make a will, please. It makes life so much easier. And that's it.